clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
destruction of the realm. Come on, our savior, to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. hours of pain. These are good, these are good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are good, these are good. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember.
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营，驰歌试马少年们。这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back, one and all, and welcome to the LPL Summer Split 2024. We are in Shanghai to kick off the night. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and I couldn't be more excited for 3 action-packed best of 3s on the docket. I'm just saying, I got a little premonition. I feel a little something, Nymera.
And that scares me, Mazel. You know, this is our second day in a row. We had some absolute bangers yesterday. I think one of the great things about this format we have is that all of our series can be close. I'd quite like a close 2-0 right now, though, because yesterday took a lot out of me.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I do want to take a look at that yesterday's game of taking a lot out of you, because it was a pretty long one. 8 games total. Not the 9-day dream, but it was JDG handling business against LGD first and foremost. Then OMG taking a slog against EDG in a 2-1, and BLG versus Top Esports delivered, where BLG take their first win in this Rumble stage.
That last series, Top Esports BLG, we said it on broadcast, but every time you get to cast a game like that, or you get to watch it, they're at home, then sitting in Twitch chat or whatever, you just feel glad to be there.
Yeah.
Like, that game, there's something special about seeing that live and seeing it happen. BLG, they turned up, and now we get to see whether some of other teams can start stepping up to the plate as well, and see whether, particularly in that list series today, whether they can, some of these teams can keep up with those Ascend group games. Got to go through a couple of series before that, though. RA, IG, both coming off the back of some rough series. They'll want to start catching up as well. And WRNG, I think that's where you had your premonition, right?
Absolutely. It's going to be a back and forth one, I feel like, all the way down. RNG, maybe, I feel like, are on the cusp of needing a game, and Everything goes full circle here in the LPL. That last one, though, that one's going to be fun. Everybody's waiting for that one. NIP, a chance to prove themselves against the Weibo, who have shown up in the Rumble stage. Now, I also want to focus a little bit more into this first series because I also think this one could be extremely back and forth with two teams who represent very similarly here.
Yeah, because I think of the teams and of the matchups we've had so far, this is one of the most like-for-like teams that we're going to see and one of the most like-for-like matchups. I think, I look at two bot lanes which have been performing pretty well so far, and particularly the way that their top lanes have been performing too, might make this a very, very close series, and that could have really big implications on whether they can get ahead of each other. Who is better at that style? Because that means maybe you get a leapfrog over each other in the groups as we see right now. Of course, these two are in the Nirvana group. Whoever starts getting a win through this one gets the leapfrog over each other. IGRA, they had a strong first series. They lost that next one. But if they do take a win here, they will get themselves, at least temporarily, tying themselves up at the top of that table.
Yeah, and RA definitely going to be kicking themselves for that last one especially, but also because they find themselves here in the group Nirvana instead of Group Ascent, having been so close to being in that other group. But every win matters. It is a single round robin. We are every single day, teams playing multiple games a week, so the schedule goes by very, very quickly.
It does. We are well past like the 150 game barrier or something like that for summer alone. Just LPL, it just keeps having more games of itself. Where do they all come from?
Hey, I'm here for it. One of the best leagues on the planet. I'll take all the games we can possibly get. I do want to go ahead and, I guess, look at some of those core pieces that we will be shining a light on tonight. While I feel like jungle has taken a center stage a lot of the times, I think tonight we take spotlights on some of the pieces that can be facilitated by those jungles. And I think bot lane takes a huge presence in this one, not only to see some consistency maybe from the supports, but see the pop-offs from the ADCs, and especially looking at Assume and On.
Yeah, I think that Arn has been IG's most important player, which means that Assume has to step up to the plate as well. I think that he had a good Misfortune game versus Ultra Prime in RA's loss versus them, and that's the sad thing. Assume played quite well at that Misfortune, had like some 3-man bullet times, but that wasn't enough to see them through against Ultra Prime, who picked up the win against them last time out. I think that's a really important matchup to focus on. Of course, I also think that Xiao Hao has been very, very consistent. He had a bit of an off series too, so coming off the back of that loss, it's not quite enough to be a redemption arc. It's not quite at that level, but there are some players who would like to rectify that last series.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of spice we get in the top lane. We've been getting so many just blind picks, it feels like, and I think YSKM versus Xiaoshu is going to be very interesting. But there is IG, and I was talking about a little bit of that stability, maybe from the support role. I think Vampire is a big target of that here, and especially with a guy like On who has all that experience. Really want to see some of that kind of come away from him into Vampire, maybe get that map movement going for him between him and GLFS.
Yeah, Vampire had a shocker last time out. He had some big misplays, and one of them happened at level 1 where he ends up missing a hook auto and then into a flash from a Nautilus. And he just ends up kind of putting his team under the bus at that point. Vampire has had his bright moments, and it does help that he's alongside Arn. Arn is a very experienced player at this point, and we need to see now, look, everyone has bad series, everyone has bad games. You need to have that veterancy alongside you sometimes to help stabilize, and hopefully for IG, fingers crossed for them, they can have themselves a bit of that stabilizing series, particularly because Arn has been so important and strong for this team. Maybe he can, again, as you were just alluding to there, give some of that over to Vampire too.
Now, there is also a world where we just go mano-a-mano in bot lane, 2v2s, and try to go aggressive. And I could see a world where we get that. I really want to see if that is a version that we will get tonight, because we are getting some of the standoff ADCs, especially from On and the Ezreal, but also some of the utility out of Assume. But we are getting like the Kaisas and things like that as well.
Yeah, the question is whether you can get the utility and also have pressure in lane, because that gives you a lot of stuff. That's why the Ziggs can be quite important, because if you survive through the level 1 to 3, once you get to particularly level 4, that Ziggs can be really, really powerful. We know that it's Arn's most played. Assume only played the 1 game of it. He's preferred stuff like that Jhin, and of course both these players can obviously pick up that Ashe as well. And naturally what ends up happening beyond that point is that if you can use that utility AD carry, get yourself a foothold in lane, you then start spreading that across the map and can influence the rest of the team. And the nature of bot lane is, if you're ahead, it's not one person ahead, it's 2, because there are 2 people down in that lane. And that can really end up kind of That's maths, man. It just makes it so much easier to get part of your team ahead like that. I do think the draft is going to be very interesting when it comes to that. Are we going to see Arns Draven get through? Are we going to see big Ziggs games going to get through? Leona, of course, very important for both of these supports at the same time. But we've also seen a team picking up something like that Misfortune yet, and I don't think Arn has played the same at this point. So if there is going to be a foothold gained there, it could happen before they even set foot on the Rift.
And I know we talked a little bit earlier off camera about the mid lane and what it means to us, I guess, this time around. I know we've been a little bit higher on Vikla now that he's, I feel like, had a much more stable performance that we saw from last split, and especially a little bit in the earlier parts of this split. But I think Nani has been a big conversation here for IG.
Yeah, both of these mid laners have had upsides, but largely have had downsides as well. I think that Nani look, I have a lot of sympathy for Nani. He has role swapped. He has been subbed in and out of this roster over time. And I think largely he's done a pretty good job given that situation. However, he has also shown a lack of understanding of side lanes. He's had some early lanes get blown out because he's had a poor level 1 trade. And that has led to the point where IG have sometimes solo lost through mid lane. Vikla hasn't quite been at that level at summer. I think that he has had more of this upsides. In spring, of course, Vikla was really, really struggling up until the end of the regular season, just before they kind of started turning themselves online. Sadly, they couldn't make themselves through to playoffs in that spring split. But now the question is, you know, they were very close to making Ascension Group in summer, partly through Vikla's big plays on stuff like that Yone. There was a great series they had versus LNG where they took a 2-1 victory. A lot of that was off of Vikla's Yone, which of course is a big pick for him. If he can get a leg up here against a struggling opponent, maybe we get to see more of those upsides today from him.
And I think that brings the conversation of like Yone, Tristana is going to be very, very important early. I feel like here, and a lot of those tools need to be looked at in the draft. And maybe that's where I bring the conversation back to the jungle setup and Xiaohao versus GLFS. Maybe a new versus a new. And I think the fact of the matter is it was really cool to see Xiaohao burst on the stage on Anyone's Legend, a long-time piece for them, but then have his stint on Weibo and unfortunately not working out, now really trying to prove himself here on Rare Atom.
Xiaohao is such an interesting player to talk about because, yeah, he has had that up and down trajectory throughout kind of the expected results of rosters. You know, he was on the Anyone's Legends roster, which had that massive loss streak. He was fantastic even during that, but sadly he couldn't carry them across the finish line in so many of those series. He cried when they won that first best of 3. He earned himself a spot within Weibo. And I gotta say, I don't think it was the problem on Weibo, so I think he maybe got dealt a harsh hand by being removed from that roster after a certain amount of time. So he has been back to pub stomping though. If he gets himself a good Lilia game, he can do so much work. He's also even took some decent games versus, well, he had a couple of decent games versus top esports. There was a fantastic couple of Shinsao games, even if he couldn't walk away with wins. He showed himself up on an individual level. The last series still wasn't great for him. He locked on a lot of Sejuani. Didn't exactly get himself the results that he would have liked to. Got first blooded by Hacker in the Sejuani versus Lilia matchup. If he is not on form, Rarata might be in new waters. They're not really used to having Xiaohao in such good form. It's important for him to regain that.
That's where, looking at the other side of it, GLFS has had a very interesting trajectory so far in the split itself, bursting into the lives of IG fans, but also having a big say in resources given to him, but also delving out resources for IG. It's a lot of weight on the shoulders of a new player.
It is, and I think IG, they've put that task to multiple players on their roster. They have brought in they've kept some veterans in the likes of Arn, and they brought back YSKM, who is more veteran now in that top side compared to the likes of GLFS and Nani, and of course Vampire on that bot side as well. I think we've had, we've now talked about support, and we talked about mid lane, we've gone to this jungle, where there are similar stories, when you can see the fact that both Vampire and Nani have had some real downswing moments, and GLFS is no different in that regard. I will say, I think that he has probably, of the more rookie players within IG, grown into the player who I expect the most carry performance out of. I think that in the first round of groups, I think GLFS had some real shockers. I think the last couple of games he's had and the last few series, I've started to pay attention to this guy more and more. He's getting a lot of bans thrown towards him. I don't expect him to get a lot of his farming junglers. Stuff like the Graves, GLFS Graves has been really, really prominent. And I'm hoping that he once again can show some of those upsides and show that growth as a newer player.
Getting players onto stage and into draft very soon. So I want to ask you, especially after some of the series we had yesterday, do you expect any changes in kind of that priority in bot side, especially between these two? We were talking about a little bit of the Ashes and maybe some of the more utility for Assume, but is that Kai'Sa actually going to rear its head today, do you think?
I think it can, but only when certain bans have come through. So both these AD carries have played the Misfortune. I was wondering whether Arn had played, and he has had that one game of it. So that Misfortune, really lane dominant, can be quite hard to play stuff like Kai'Sa into that just because you get bullied out so early. Of course, stuff like the Ezreal has become a monster pick in the LPL recently. Arn's tried his hand at that too. It does feel like there are a couple of different AD carries which have made their way into the pool alongside what we already know to be pretty strong. We talked about the Ashe, talked about Jhin for both of these AD carries, the Draven for Arn, the Ziggs for Arn as well. Yeah, man, if we get ourselves some lane dominant champions against each other, that'll be so fun. Because, you know, I think Arn has had that ability to just say, right, okay, Vampire, come with me, I will win this lane. And he'll play something like that Draven or the Kalista and just kind of go Rambo with it. I want to see if that will kind of come to be. And whether Assume has an answer for that. Is it just the Misfortune that is lane dominant? Does he have other stuff which he can go towards? Is the Jhin going to be enough? The Varus is still around for him too, unlike for other AD carries. I think we're probably going to see some focus on those lane dominant AD carries because of the nature of the other player in that lane.
And a little bit of a highlight on, it might have been almost 3 years ago now, but he was originally the ADC for RA as well as BG, at least in their LDL squad. And I'm not one to spill the tea a little too much, but hey, little bit of action against a former organization. You always love to see that. So we'll see if we do get those aggressive 2v2s, but I am hoping to maybe stray away a little bit from those AP junglers that are constant as a whole in our league and as a whole throughout league, and maybe get some more of the Viegos. We have the Diana already. That was a little bit interesting from Xiaohao there as well. We'll see if any of those things come out too.
I'm always down for teams doing a bit of innovation because sometimes it's just nice to just play something different, especially if you, in this case, we're in the Grunge group, we're in the Nirvana group. These are the teams, you have no...
The Grunge group, I don't know.
Yeah, yes. Look, dude, I was that kid who discovered music in secondary school, or at least I thought I discovered music. I did, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, Nevada. I went through the whole bunch at that point. Pearl Jam, they're also on there. Yeah, I like to have some fun on a given day, Mazel. I need to have something. It keeps me going. It's the small thing, the little things.
It really is. That's all it's really about. And honestly, as soon as it was called Group Nirvana, the jokes just
my
made
neurons
themselves.
Activated. Yeah.
Good times. But we will be spending a decent amount of time in Group Nirvana today. And again, this is the difficult group. You have to remember there's the 8 teams, but it's also, 4 of you will be bidding adieu to your season and to 2024, honestly, if you do not find these wins. And I think both these teams want to try to find themselves in that upper half. Now that we're getting into it, it is our first best of 3 of a 3 best of 3 days. So lock in, people. We got RA on the blue side to kick us off, Ziggs, Nidalee, Leona banned, IG on the red side. They're going to ban the Jax, the Tristana, and the Rumble. It is the Ashe first pick, like we talked about, being a heavy priority here.
Yeah, so the Ashe unlocks something like the Ashe Braum as well. Braum doesn't bring engage, but the Ashe does that for you, and the combo of them is disgusting. So now, IG having to face off against that could be a bit of an issue. We did say that Arn typically likes to be quite lane dominant. He might have to go towards something like an Ezreal instead, seeing that Ashe, and just think again on regards to that. IG They don't focus towards bot side at all. The Renekton brand, very, very dominant. It's, Munch was talking about this yesterday. It feels like the new Renekton in Italy. Let's be honest, Renekton with any kind of skill shot reliant AP champion is really, really good. Can be a lot of damage.
I've just been so interested at the willingness to blind. I mean, the Renekton has worked out blind time and time again, it feels like, but we'll see if there's an actual answer this time around from Xiaoshu. It was the double lock-in of the Lilia and the Lucian there for RA.
So that gives you one of Xiaohao's better champions. I wasn't a massive fan of seeing him on Sejuani duty. I'd prefer to see him in a matchup which he can start taking over with. That Lilia brings an extra bit of engage, and that Lucian mid can be really, really powerful in the hands of players which have picked up the mechanics a little bit again. Some of our mid laners haven't played that for a number of years at this point. It can be good versus that Corki. Wouldn't surprise me to see now something like the both maybe the Yone and the LeBlanc maybe taken away from Nani, even though it would be the AP jungle alongside it. That can be quite important. We did mention that misfortune for the Arn though, and that's locked in to give some fighting power back in that laning phase for Invictus Gaming.
I'm here for it. A little bit more of that fighting in the 2v2 as well. I was wondering if IG were going to go full focus on the top lane matchup. Looks like it's full supportal focus and taking away some of the engage tools that RA may be looking for in this second phase, as the Alistar and the Braum were the bans. It was the Nautilus by RA as well.
I wonder if RA are just going to ban out the Rel. See, that's been one of Vampire's big go-tos. And then you wonder, okay, is it just Rakan that's left at that point in regards to the engage supports? It does feel like that's been, we have the misfortune on one side. You don't have a huge amount of engage anywhere. The Rel is that easy ban. You now have to say, okay, so who's going in? Who's starting the fight? How do we start the fight, folks? It's just Rakan right now, it feels like.
Both these teams are like, all right, we found the issues. It's at support. If they don't have tools to engage, that's the difference maker. Now we really have to see if that Rakan is going to be a heavy prio here. Maokai has been something in the background as well. You still have some engage priorities available, and it will be the Maokai for IG to start it off.
Okay. Would have preferred the Rakan. I think that's much better at lane. I think it can still give you that big combo as well, whilst also being a lot safer than the Maokai in that support role. Maokai can just get absolutely blasted, and for a player like Vampire who has had some games where he has over-engaged, where he has ended up kind of being out of position, I think that Rakan would have been better of the remaining options. You can just throw the ult at them and just kind of stay back, use the saplings for vision. That can be a safer way to play the game, but against that Bard, they're now going to struggle in that laning phase. Bard is a very good champion versus melee supports. You can use that ranged auto, you can throw the meeps at them, and also then set up for big roaming players as well. RA, if they win their bot side now and get this Bard out onto the map and get on behind too, I think that's a big win for RA. So this bot lane laning phase gains more priority, which we were thinking was going to happen.
There's the Camille. So the answer has been added. YSKM going to take a classic, a comfort for him, something he terrorized the league in his first split on. And Xiaoshu, the answer is the Cassante.
Okay, so we were assuming that Renekton would be towards the top side because that has been LPL meta so far. You blind pick that Renekton into the top side, but Nady had played a game of that Renekton mid before, so he is going to take that one there. Renekton is not easy versus Lucian though. That's bold right there. Lucian is known for skating around these bruises really, really powerfully to the point where Lucian was a top laner in the past. For those of you that remember, likes of Xiaohu playing the Lucian in top lane, and Khan, these great players of that overtime. They used to play that stuff into things like the Renekton, and it was a very dominant matchup. So Nani using that flex potential to allow YSKM a better matchup at the cost of his own.
But that's where GLFS is going to be incredibly important for these solo lanes. You talked a little bit about that Renekton brand combo, and they're going to have to find it early potentially to stop this mid lane from being a bit of a problem. But this is a matchup of pride, it feels like, for both these teams. They're both sitting at the 1-1 mark. They're both in group Nirvana. They both need to make the top 4 here, and it's a single round robin. We got a long day in front of us, and both these teams starting off with a bang. AP farming junglers, and we'll see where that pathing lies, because bot lane has been the spotlighted focus for us going into this first one, especially with this first game. And I think On and Assume is going to have those spotlights ready for their pressure. Now we get into game number 1. I think we're in for a long one. So buckle in, get ready, and let's hear those Jaios in Shanghai. The person that leads that chant is always there for IG, and I appreciate them so much.
Get yourself someone who supports you like that, crap, that chat leader. Get yourself someone to be your cheerleader like that, because I could use that in my everyday life, you know. Some people want people to narrate their lives. I want that person to lead me into battle. That's what we want. You know, it's like, oh, I just want Morgan Freeman to narrate my day. I think that would make my life. No. I need a battle cry. Sometimes I need that. I need that extra go forward.
Hey, we can talk. We can talk after. I got you. Yeah, we'll see what's up. No, I couldn't imagine that. Sounds jarring, to be honest. You walk into any room, you're about to do anything, you just get a gyro.
You wouldn't want King Theoden to lead you into battle. That would change my life. That would change my life.
Bring back corporate representation here from the ages, I guess. But as we look at this game kicking off here, both junglers going to be starting on the opposite sides. There will be a little bit of vision being played towards the top side. If they do end up spotting out, GLFS could mean a little bit more information gained by RA to play around.
Yeah, so both teams are going to have information on the pathing start. You see already the lane dominance on this bot side.
Yeah, I mean, step up against the Ashe, you're going to be punished because you cannot run away.
Jway absolutely monstering this laning phase so far. Landed a level 1 Q onto Arn, and we did say, you know, the Misfortune was picked in for lane dominance. The Maokai can struggle in lane. The fact that the Bard has very easily gotten that flash out of the MF and gets the push very easily on bot side is going to be a bit of unit issue here for Invictus Gaming. Victor also pushing in against the Renekton, which we expect. Renekton is not easy to play into the Lucian. You get one flash play often onto the Lucian to combo up with your jungler, and that has to work out, otherwise you're very, very poorly. The fact that bot lane has a push now means that maybe Xiaohao can do a full clear and then maybe even go back down towards bot side to contest that, because his lanes on mid and bot lane are winning so hard. GLFS might go for a bot side play, but because Assume and Dre managed to get that push zone early, they're going to get Bard on the roam, get Assume with a quick back, and get Dre trying to influence the map.
See a roam now from YSCam towards mid. Dway will be there as an answer on the other side. I really like that Assume was able to spot out, even though there was a lot of warding. GLFS had been able to dodge around it for the most part. The hawk shot doing work already now. We get Dway still pathing over here to potentially join up Xiao. Getting those chimes and going to be going back towards bot side.
Yeah, it's one of the bonuses of Bard. The more you get out early lane, the more likely you are to get those chimes, which gives you more of those beeps, which is a lot of your damage if you want to take longer trades than just the short ones, and also gets you some experience too. And also you just get to, you know, flip a mid lane matchup by giving a double heal there. This champion is fair. You know, fun fact, Bard, I know it's a fan favorite champion. A lot of people like Bard. Bard is one of the it's the one champion I never wanted to own in League of Legends. I made a bit out of it overall because this champion's been ruining my game since 2015. Mizel, it has been 9 long years of him, you know, like Bard ulting me in the middle of a team fight as an ally. One of the few champions which can do that, like the Tom Kench, which ruins your game too sometimes. And then someone gifted me the champion, so I can't even refund it. I
love
own
that
Bard
person.
now, and it is entirely against my will.
Incredible.
Now, I do like seeing Bard in pro play because at least these players show that they don't always ruin the team for their game, the game for their teams. But yeah, I have a bone to pick with this champion sometimes, Mizel.
I do feel like in this game in particular, this champ goes ridiculously hard. First of all, you have like a lot of CC to stop the engage coming in, but Tempered Fate works in so many ways in this. Stopping the Pyroclasm, like things like that are going to be so crucial, but it comes down to execution, and that has been a big question mark for these supports coming into this series.
I also think that, and on that execution point as well, one of the things that IG have executed well on the other side is typically their team fight flanks. YSKM has been timing his engages very, very well with the rest of his team. I think that's also something that Xiaoshu has done well. It's one of the reasons I think both these teams can be quite similar. If you have a good enough magical journey, how the heck do you manage to get that flank? Because the whole team's just yeeted themselves over a wall through, like, wait, he's using they're going to be little penguins as well, because he's got the Winterblast skin. Awesome, cool. So if Joy can execute that well, and maybe that can be the
Flash play from Vampire, keeping him away from the magical journey, but he'll be able to flash to safety in that regard.
So that's the problem of ganking a Bard, much like ganking a Zeri. If they're too close to a wall, the flash and the ride over the wall is so hard to deny. And Vampire now down that flash, really not going to help. Nady taking most of his HP in that culling. That was an entirely accurate culling. You rarely see those.
Right in the sweet spots. So that'll be Vikla without the culling for a little while, but nice pressure onto Nani. So he hasn't hit that level 6 mark. Dominus going to be a nice reprieve for him, I feel like, in a lot of ways. We are getting close to level 6s for Assume and On as well, at least a little bit further off from him. But those Enchanted Casareros are going to unlock this team for RA. Now, speaking of RA, they're starting up the Grubs. So, Telegrubbies Episode 1 being watched by Rare Adam. Meanwhile, Dragon taken by Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, so we are getting a bit of a split between the early objectives. Vampire's taking, he has no flash. Vampire's just going to die here. Oh,
so
no!
much trouble right now, and that is easy pickup for Vikla. And RA move to get both early objectives now.
You just can't stand there as a flashless Maokai. This is the issue with playing the Maokai over playing something like that Rakan, which we called out in the back part of that draft, saying, look, the Rakan is probably going to hide the early game weaknesses and some of the vulnerabilities now that the other engaged champions have gone. And Vampire, you know, he's just come off the back of a very poor series for himself. Starting like this is not going to help him in a lot of ways, because this is definitely a kind of game where you can start to get snowballed on with Ash Arrows, with Bard roaming around the map. This is not a good start.
We're going to take a look up towards the top side. Xiaohao already level 6, pretty far ahead of GLFS. GLFS not level 6 yet. Going to walk over here, see that red is being taken. All right, going to scoop that one away. So far, so good. And they have about a 1.5k gold lead already, Nightmare.
Yeah, and taking stuff like that red buff is going to add to that. The fact that you're taking camps as a farming jungler is always very valid. But the fact that you have Dway so easily roaming in Vampire, who doesn't have that flash, who just can't really walk up to the same area as the map, we saw that in bot side river, is now affecting jungle. It's affecting the entire map. Dway's managed to roam towards mid lane, and we've already said, look, you can't really play Renekton in a 1v1 versus Lucian. You need to combo up with a flash. Really hard to do that with now your jungle and your support losing against the other team.
And it's also really hard because this mid lane matchup has worked out just about as we expected. We were talking about the Lucian and the Renekton. Nani down about 20 CS, and it's going to be worse now that Vikla has just gotten back to lane. He'll be very strong from the mid lane now. There's going to be the backline access question. He is always the Renekton, so time is your friend for IG. So far, so good for RA. Dragon still up on the table. A lot of bodies towards the bottom side of the map for Invictus Gaming. But we also have Xiaohao pathing that way as well.
We do. So, of course, that dragon wasn't taken because of the interrupt from RA just before that point. IG, what are they realistically waiting for? If they can get themselves to Maokai Ultimate, that's very, very powerful, of course. The fact that Bard is up in XP is a bit of a rarity. Typically, Bard is someone who loses a bit of XP to go roaming, but those chimes can very much help. Griffith at that level 6 may be looking for a play if he can find someone from his pocket of Fog of War. Sapling's going into the brush.
They do not know that he's hovering there, but Dragon's already going super low. Pyroclasm is available if he wants to get in there and cause some problems. Will be smoked away by Xiaohao, though.
Really dangerous to approach like that. See Xiaohao with the flash again. Vampire without it. Arrow's
going
gonna
top
miss.
side. Let's watch
Might
it.
be going top.
I'm getting my popcorn out because it hits YSKM right in the
Oh!
dome. He doesn't hit the hook shot either, and now YSKM gets all out by Xiaoshu. He needs to hit the damage now as well. He's going to go forward. Hextech Ultimatum to safety, and Hextech Ultimatum does indeed, as YSKM able to survive.
Survives, but at what cost? Ultimate and that flash down. The Camille needs time to get ahead of this matchup. Honestly, Camille is a 2-item champion. You don't always win this matchup that hard before this. The fact that you don't have that teleport, you have to leave that lane, is going to buy Xiaoshu a lot more time in this game to make sure that he is relevant and in the 1v1 versus that Camille. It can be one, but you can win later on if you are given a bit of help, and that is certainly a helping hand from Assume with that arrow.
Aces on the arrow there from Assume, and if he keeps doing that, I mean, he'll have a massive impact in this game. Assume steps up, speaking of, you can get a bullet time straight to the face. Zahn wants to represent with a little bit of pressure from his own right. We do have movement, though, from both supports out onto the map. Vikla, no mana, in trouble. Tempered Fate, not in time, and Nani picks up the kill. A little bit of revenge there.
Poor spacing from Vikla. You do not need to get that close. Nani didn't even have to blow his flash. That tells you how poorly Vikla positioned in that mid lane. Was ahead of that matchup. You expect that to be the case. This is now going to open up the grubs on the top side for the side of IG. Might see RA go up anyway.
Xiaohao wants to move over on JLFS. He does not have a lot of health here. He's going to be double stunned up. Now the Pyroclasm coming up big here. Xiaohao goes in for the kill. Grubs are still fighting, and Grubs are being taken by RA. Let purple be with you, I guess, as a double Cosmic Binding onto Nani. He will slice and dice his way out of there.
There's the Cullen coming up right now. Vikla might go forward, and this is the Bard Magical Journey.
Vikla's back, and he tried to get a little bit of his own. Now Cullen into YSKM will not find its target, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow was also used by Assume in the end.
Yeah, Vikla kind of starts off the play by dying in mid lane, giving something over to Invictus Gaming in the mid lane to allow them to start up the Grubs that they can't capitalize really. Xiaohao on the Lilia gets himself the first kill involvement, but is really quite far ahead of the brand now with also getting a lot of those early objectives. RA 5 Grubs to 1, and they get themselves that first dragon. Which one are we going back towards? This is after the mid lane kills come down, but you can see that Vampire trying to buy a little bit of space in this team fight, but it can be really hard to do that with a shorter range Mark ultimate. The CC scales over the distance traveled. It's a little too close to make a big difference. Doesn't save out GLFS, who goes down even with his full combo. Nani's a bit late to the play. YSKM's not there in time either, and R8, they're just faster to the play.
Nani fighting off a little bit more than 2 there as Brock was in a bit of trouble in the end, and IG were trying to contest. They did get the 1 grub, but that will be 5 completed for RA, so something to think about after fights. Now IG are looking for Choi in the blue side jungle there, but maybe even looking labs over on mid lane. We have the 1 mid. Oh no, YSKM, he's in a lot of trouble as Jue has made his way over, and he's just down under turret.
Yeah, really well played from Xiaoxu. Greedy from YSKM. The all-out cancels the hook shot. It's quite easy to tell when you can deal with the hook shot. The last displacement takes priority, so you wait till the hook shot has hit the wall, and then you displace them. It's exactly what happens with the all-out. YSKM didn't have the flash, didn't have that ultimate. Just used that ultimate as we came out of the replay. And now Xiaoxu, we were saying, you know, the more help he gets in that top lane, the longer it takes the Camille to really be relevant and become that side lane menace and that team fight threat at 2 to 3 items. Xiaoxu gets himself quite far ahead comparison to where he should be in the game, and a lot of that is also being helped by the fact that Jue has been so dominant so far. He's been really, really powerful on this Bard. I feel like this Bard, winning that early levels, getting that level 1 Q, unlocking that lane, getting across the map has been the story of this game so far.
And you have to remember, I mean, Nani sacked a huge amount of pressure in mid lane so that YSKM could have this matchup. And you need it to be going well. Trinity Force is completed there, but that's where I want to take stock of what this game has had for us so far, about 30 seconds out from more objectives coming up. RA have been playing the game plan. 5 picks, and they are perfectly fine. The timing for IG still means a lot, and you are getting first items for them, but they need to be able to buy time and then find their big combos in front of these objectives.
Yeah, and in their first series against Ultra Prime in the Nirvana group, they were good at those timings. So it was, oh, we can approach these fights at the right time. Everyone's here looking for a play. Now it's the timings are off.
They are actually going to go fully through with it. They were a little worried at what could possibly be behind him. Everybody else was on top side though, as Vision's OP, and now Rift Herald started up by IG.
Yeah, so Rare Adam, I don't think they knew where GLFS and Vampire were, because Vampire with that Market Ultimate, and of course Brand being Brand, you don't necessarily want to be stuck around and over-engage against that. We were saying this yesterday. Sometimes it doesn't matter whether Brand is ahead or behind. Brand is still Brand. They will still do 1 million damage, which is very, very scary. Does mean that RA will still get themselves that bot side turret. Nani, yes, I think this guy has given up a lot for himself on an individual level. Arrow's going top side. It's going to hit.
It is going to hit right on the YSKM.
Oh, again?
And there's the Rift Herald charge on the Xiaoxu to knock him up. Tempered Fate goes in at the perfect timing, I believe. The flash actually comes out from GLFS. Did not want to get all outed there. Rift Herald still alive. On has come over. Big combo still available. Pyroclasm has been used. Hook shot out and back in. Hextech Ultimatum is going to guarantee the kill there in the end, with On helping. Jue now in trouble with the double kill going to YSKM. There's the lead you were looking for. Turret goes down. Lilting Lullaby onto 3. TP coming in now. This is Nani joining the fight. Xiaohao and Vikla are going to be able to clean up 1. Now Assume coming around the edge. He's all by himself, but he wants to stop the backs coming through. Vikla going to step up, but RA realized they do not need to overextend, and IG make a play back.
yeah, IG, they still get themselves 2 kills. They get themselves that top lane out of turret at the same time, so they get a lot out of that play. Vikler is alone in this top side, but he's far enough away from this brush. Dominus coming up in a few seconds, then he might look for a play, but it's quite hard to get himself onto that Lucian.
GLFS is behind. Double TPs. We're coming back for round 2 in the top lane.
Oh no,
YSKM's in a lot of trouble. All out still available for Xiaoshu. He's going to try to body block him. There it is. Stopping the hook shot once again. Xiaoshu is on top of it today.
So many times it feels like Camille gets out of those plays, but Xiaoshu, he just waits a little bit, waits until the hook shot connects to the wall again, and all out YSKM into the dirt. Just when IG get themselves a side lane winning play, they can't capitalize. Now RA have the numbers on top side to try and even up the turrets taken.
Tempered Fate's coming back up. Magical Journey over the wall turret going down. That'll be another one. Then he steps up as now Tempered Fate right back to stop them up here. Not much mana for Vikla. He's stepping up, though, to get some damage. And it doesn't matter because Xiaohao is doing work. Xiaoshu stepping up, too. There's a lot of damage coming back from GLFS. He's so close to the Pyroclasm, but it's not going to be enough because his team is wiped in front of his very eyes.
What an awesome Bard game from Jway. Jway is
Yeah.
absolutely showing up today. He is at every play. He is starting things, getting out of the plays, and positioning his team. RA, they took themselves both of those side lane out of turrets, and if they can get themselves with 5 grubs onto this mid lane turret too, that is going to open up so many extra plays for the Bard to go into the enemy jungle. This starts with Nani waiting on the Dominus, knowing that they have the extra teleport, but they just misjudge how fast RA can get themselves onto the map. Reminds me of the intro to the first Halo game. You know they've always been faster. You can just kind of sit there and think, okay, they have the Bard Magical Journey. It's so much easier for them to get to the play. IG misjudged the globals and how quickly RA can get to the play.
And they take full advantage of it. For me, it's been about the structure takes as well on top of all this. But man, Jway, the new member of RA here, feels like having a great series. When we were asking the question, can we see consistency, can we see stability from these supports, the Bard coming up clutch for him?
And I gotta say, I think this is now a great time to bring up that question. Why the Maokai over the Rakan? The Maokai couldn't help out in lane. Jway immediately got locked. At least if you lock in something like the Rakan, it feels like you have better laning phase potential by, you know, getting that Q poke over time. You've still got that roaming ability, but you can be safer too. I really wonder whether this Maokai was the pick. In isolation, yes, the Misfortune Maokai is completely fine. It's a good duo, but I feel like they needed something to hold this Bard to account, because you can see what happens when Bard gets through laning phase, gets to play like this. Bard has been the winning pick in this game so far.
Yeah, and it's also been helped a lot by the proactivity of Xiaohao, and I think that was another question coming into it, where we were going to see resources delved out for both these teams, and especially what these junglers are going to be able to do. We are now on a Seeker's Arm Guard as well for Xiaohao, so a lot of fighting strength here, but more importantly, second items are going to be very close for RA, and their fighting strength is just going to go through the roof, because we've said from minute 1, their pick potential is ridiculous, and we're seeing it on full display.
Second item already in for Vikla too, so the rest of the team going to follow suit on that one, as you were just saying. Vikla, you know, he had that one not great spacing play in mid lane. And it can, so, look,
He's
sometimes
up 50
that happens.
CS, man. He gets
yes,
a little breathing
no,
room.
No, that's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to say. Look, he had that one play where he kind of just dashes into an exit, does kind of die. Okay. There are some games where in the past, particularly when you used to play the Lucian top lane, if you died once in lane, it was a bad experience. Now in this kind of game, though, when you can just keep dunking down on the Renekton, he's still got that laning phase versus that Renekton. He's still getting to a huge amount of items. He is so far ahead. He is a full level up. He is, you know, a ridiculous amount of CS up too. He is ready to take over this game.
Oh, we're seeing it. Master Curse from Mel
Oh!
as the Croc is coming down, and Chance Crystal Arrow coming across. Vikla is still alive. He's still kicking. Nani can't get him, and Xiaohao gets the kill on the other side of it as 2 bodies fall for IG. That's right to the dragon for RA.
Well, it's just a supportive. Jway with the heal, with the redemption, with the ult, bails out the side lane. This Bard game has been absolutely spectacular from Jway, and IG, they don't have the tools to stop it. They let him get out of lane, they let him impact the map, and now suddenly on an early soul point, they've had every objective. Look how well Jway plays this out. Immediate response from Vikla, gets himself the pull away of that Maokai, but then the Maokai Q bops Lucian back into the ultimate. Bit of an unfortunate timing there. I don't think that was intended, and it's quite hard to react to that at the time. But still, Vikla getting out alive from this is absolutely criminal.
It is a masterclass Bard performance here. And you have to remember, Jway, like, this is a first big stint in the LPL. He spent a lot of time in the developmental side of BLG as well. Got a little stint with them back in 2021 as well. But it's been that question mark. Like, is he going to be the difference maker for this RA? When him and Xiaohao came in, there were a bunch of question marks for me. Is this going to be the difference maker to make RA an actual, contender? And especially in this group Nirvana. And I think this performance is a step in the right direction as well.
Yeah, Rare Adam for a little while. Just wondering if that E was going to hit. No, it isn't. Sometimes you just have to pay attention to that
Zone
little
bowling,
swirl.
it's okay,
Yeah, there was no ultimate from Xiaohao, but every time I say that, I'm just questioning what will happen after that point. But yeah, you think about Rare Adam from last year when they were going through some different supports. They had Baolan for a bit, they had Feather for a bit as well. Feather's really matured into his own right onto TT as well, which IG sadly found out about in their last series, but Feather had a fantastic series against them. The fact that Jway has managed to come into this role for Rare Atom and bring themselves some extra firepower from that support role is something that they've been looking for a little while. I think IG, RA, maybe teams like OMG, WWE less so. A lot of these teams which are not at the top of the table but have been trying to cycle through different players have been looking for specific roles to really upgrade their potential. I think particularly for RA, support has been a bit of a sticking point for them. The fact that Najway is bringing a lot to the table feels like they have found something which they've been looking for a while.
See if that continues on in this one. A couple big item spikes, though, coming across. We do have the Rallies completed for GLFS. That one is huge. We did get the Zanyas fully completed for Xiaohao as well.
They are very, very important for how they play out the game. What are we seeing in replay? There's an arrow. Where did that arrow go? What happened to the arrow? Okay, cool. Right.
Oh, but they're getting somebody else. It's on in trouble now. Vampire going to try to body block, but he cannot body block the bird from Xiaohao. That will also be the Tempered Fate used to block off GLFS.
Exactly! That ultimate, again, is top-notch. It stops GFS from getting a big combo. Brand, with those two items, could have done so much damage. Just can't quite get himself that full combo through because of that ultimate. And Jway, once again, showing how on form he is currently. Assume knows that the Renekton doesn't have the flash, and so even though he has a 3rd HP, can walk up to that soon. Assume has been largely very accurate with his arrows. Misses that last one in the picture-in-picture, but has been a huge part of the snowball as well. RA, I mean, they've gotten almost every objective besides one tiny grub. It stops the Zerg Rush, it stops Grubageddon, so we don't have to change the weather report for today, at least. So you can keep your windows open.
My windows are fully open. Not
awesome,
really,
cool.
though.
Well, you got
almost
to like
1
half
a.m. at my
close them.
time.
Okay, that's true. You can have them like a little bit open because
I don't think people will appreciate me yelling at the top of my lungs at 1 a.m.
You see, so I live on quite a busy street in Berlin, and we have the Euros on right now in terms of the football. I feel like I could get away.
Hey, you
with
fit
shouting
in.
windows
Yeah,
open for
yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
Exactly. I'm just another yob shouting, I guess, at that point.
I have no idea what that means. Right over my head. Enchanted Crystal are going to go wide, though, again.
A yob is typically like it's typically the picture of your slightly inebriated football fans.
Nice.
You are quite loud at all times. Look, it can mean a great many things.
I can put the context clues together. I got you.
That's a little bit of that's a bit of a Britishism.
All right,
you
cool.
can have that.
I'm learning.
You learned that today.
We learn something new every day. That's what I always say. GLFS has made his sneaky little self down into the spot side. Alco get a flash there onto Xiaoshu. Now they're going to punish him for all of his transgressions earlier, and GLFS picks that one up. They go for the turret as well and going to block that TP.
That's a really clean combo. The Camille is at 2 items. You have Griffin finally getting involved into the game, and this time Jway can't save the side lane in time. So that's a big win for IG. It's just a minute before the dragon spawns. Now losing the Brand flash before that dragon spawns is a problem, but the fact that they get some gold into YSKM and they can put him ahead in the matchup finally is important. This Camille can be a win condition. It's going to be harder this game because, again, the Bard can help you rotate around the map so quickly. And that's going to be a big problem because Camille wants to be playing through side lanes, using that winning side lane to then get entrances into team fights. If you have that Bard on the other side, who is effectively a semi-global champion with his ultimate, and then also with the Magical Journey too, helping his team fight, his team rotate, it's really hard to play that kind of style. So once again, Jway having the options to control this game.
This is the comfort zone for RA. Looking for picks, though, as they do have Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Tempered Fate up and available. If they get somebody overextending at all, they will find them. Now, this is also past the 25-minute mark, so we have to bring back the conversation of the time that we were asking for IG to buy. They are buying some time. They're still away from their third items here, but they're getting to a point where their composition finds strength, and Enchanted Crystalero goes wide again. Nani, a little bit of trouble. Bullet time used by Odd, just in case Vikla wasn't able to get out of that one.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a swing and a miss, because the thing is, IG already point where they are 4,000 gold down, verging on 5,000 gold. That is a lot, but they can still kill the entire enemy team with a good enough combo. It's hard to do that because they haven't necessarily got themselves control of the map, and they've just given over the Chemsec Soul. Worth noting, of course, in regards to that you do get some tenacity and heal and shield power from those base Chemsec dragons. We saw a game with 4 of them yesterday, or 3 of them, or sat there thinking, I don't think about dragon stats that much. These ones really matter, particularly when you're playing against stuff like the Maokai, getting that extra, I'm trying to remember if it's about 6% each, so it's going to be about, 12% tenacity. When you haven't got any tenacity on a champion, that can be quite powerful versus champions like the Brand, like the hookshot stun, and of course the Maokai as well. IG need to be factoring that in, alongside the fact that the Soul makes it harder to kill people below 50% HP. If you're looking to get that big combo, maybe now with the tenacity and that Soul, it's a bit harder to finish them off and finish the job.
And I was talking about time. Well, you haven't bought yourself any time and objectives whatsoever, and now you're on an even worse timer in a 5-minute Elder Dragon fight that you're going to have to be ready for. So really want to make sure they have 3 items for IG before that comes around. And until then, it's really RA's map to play with.
Said, YSGame does have options now. He has a significant lead, which kind of exploded out of somewhere. That side lane play must have opened up a lot of gold for him. Alright, they realistically do want to be going towards this Baron now. If they can bait out a teleport from YSGame, that's a big win for them. YSGame is in bot lane. They want to get his global, so he can't play the side lanes.
He's going to go ahead and initiate the back. The Baron's already going down. RA going to pull the TP. That's a deep one from Xiaoshu. They're going to collapse on a YSGame, but he is the Camille. Nature's Grasp hits onto 3. That will be exactly what RA wanted. They're going to Lilty Lullaby YSKM now. They're chasing him down. They've got so much speed. The culling on top of it. Temper Fate going to catch out on the side. GLFS, he's going to pop the Power Plasma. He's doing a lot of damage on the back line. Look at that. But he isn't going to be enough, and he goes down. Jungler down might just mean these objectives go straight to RA.
Yeah, and Rare Atom burned through IG. They tried to get that global out of YSKM. They did, and then they find themselves the pick afterwards. No smite, no ability to contest this objective. And though IG were maybe looking for that big combo around this, they just haven't been able to control the map well enough to buy them, earn themselves that big opportunity for an ultimate.
They got to get in there and do something. On might get a bullet time combo. He doesn't get the Baron, and it goes over to RA, joining their purple form. They have transcended as the Vampire goes in. YSKM trying to execute Dway. He gets all out and out of the fight now, though. Vikla stepping up with a double kill as IG are eviscerated off of Summoner's Rift. Everybody's going to be gone, and GLFS just spawns to watch the bodies of his teammates.
Rare Atom have been so good at using this early game map control, just never letting up from it. Normally Camille is the person running the game at this point. It's been so hard for YSGM to play towards one of his comfort picks, though. GLFS has flash, might be forced to use it.
Surrounded by enemies on all sides. He's trying to fight his way out, but he can't do it. One more shot. Xiaohao goes golden to save his life, but a team of thumbs up gives him the okay.
10 stacks on the Dark Seal, 7, 0, and 6. The Lilia has come to play as well. Such a magnificent game coming out from the jungle support from RA after a series which was really quite painful for them versus Ultra Prime. They were largely shut out of the game. They couldn't find themselves this big combo. They often lost those games very early on, and it feels like now RA, after winning one of those early games, unlocking their playmaking tools, the game has become that much easier for them. They'll be able to see, I mean, I'm sorry, I just saw the Baron power play. They have a 7,000 gold Baron power play. 7,000!
Yeah, there was a lot of
standing
standing gold still. That was something I was remarking earlier, is there just haven't been a lot of turrets taken. But we look back at this one and really good combos from RA.
Dway managed to get a double stun by just kind of just skidding over the wall, does a kick flip, gets a double stun, gets out with about 200 HP. Dway, yeah, he's feeling pretty happy about that one. And IG, we talked about this a little bit in the outro to the Baron play. They haven't earned themselves that big team fight wombo combo. You normally think you just rock up to an objective, press all your buttons, surely that'll work. They haven't earned themselves that entrance to the fight. Now, if IG had been better on their early game, if they hadn't got blown open in this bot side laning phase, if they hadn't picked if they hadn't picked the Renekton into the Lucian, I mean, Nani used that to make sure. Well, look, I get why Nani did it, because he's trying to allow YSKM to win the game. He's not really ended up doing that, though, so Nani, he has been a player that's often taken bad matchups for the sake of the rest of his team and just tried to survive. He's down almost 7,000 gold individually now. IG, they've lost that mid lane matchup, to say the least. They haven't bought themselves that big ultimate combo yet either.
Yeah, everybody gets one, I guess. Dway gonna give his life for that one as well. Culling gets used. Nice little combos there as Pyroclasm going to wreak havoc onto Vikla. The turret is going to go down, though, and Xiaoshu has found an entrance. And honestly, it's been a holistic effort from RA. We talked so much about what we wanted to see from these teams coming into this one. I feel like it's literally picture perfect for RA. Assume has had a little bit more of a utilitarian focus in this one, but the step-ups have been from Dway, Vikla, and Xiaohao across the table.
Yeah, you know, look, most of the time in this game we've been talking about the Bard because he's been kind of the instigator of the plays. I mean, Vikla's up like almost 7,000 gold. Xiaohao hasn't died. He's 7-0-6. So seems to be hitting almost all of his arrows. And Xiaoshu, in a difficult matchup, has outplayed YSKM multiple times. RA as a whole unit have stepped up, and sadly for Invictus Gaming, they have been just out-leveled across the entire board. It felt in terms of the laning phase, in terms of the early rotations as a team, they just have been a step behind. Of course, it's a best of 3. There's every chance they can walk back on this. Needs to not walk into Xiaohao at level 16 with a whole ton of damage behind him. Baron power play ends up being 7,500. Elders coming up, IG. Look, even though they are this far behind, there is still the chance that they can get themselves a wombo combo. It is into the better terrain for them around the Dragon Pit because they can pin RA into that terrain, but it's still so hard. They need to earn themselves that position to get themselves that wombo combo. They haven't done that this game yet.
Well, if there's a time to do it, the time is nigh, because that clock is ticking down to midnight, and it might be the doomsday variety. YSKM is in a lot of trouble there. Does use a little bit of the exit with the blast cone. Now, back into it. Nani having a flank could be huge. He has the empowered blast cone. Here comes Nature's Grasp. YSKM on the other flank. Nani waiting to go in. The Nature's Grasp being down is very big, but Vikla getting chunked pretty heavily. They will spot out Nani on the side now as well. Pyroclasm is key. Bullet time is key. Elder Dragon might be the focus now. Swirl Seed goes a little bit wide now as well.
Look at the blast cone. Look at Nani. He's on the blast cone. He doesn't have flash. It's hard for him to get into the play. That Bard is also getting some healing from those healing shrines as well. Rex is about half HP. Here goes Nani.
Dominus. They got the Pyroclasm in there too. Bullet time stopped up on. Gets all of the damage put onto him now as well. But it's RA getting fought back. It's the Elder Dragon, though, going the way of our Adam. And they've just combined Atoms into fusion. And it's IG that paid the price for it.
You're right, RA, they combine into something greater. And the energy that comes from that just blasts Invictus Gaming. Even though IG had a good start to that fight, they could not end things off. The Elder goes down and pop, pop, pop. Xiaohao ends the game deathless and absolutely massacring through the team fight.
This is the RA that was just so close to being in Group Ascend, and this is the RA that I expected to dominate this group Nirvana. We finally see them rise to their potential, and it was off the back of utilizing this meta so well in Dway with the Bard, man. You have to do something about this pick.
Yeah, you shouldn't have allowed that Bard to get that easy laning phase. You see that Ashe Bard and you think, oh, that's a bit of a problem. The Maokai wasn't the answer, and for me, you know, Vampire didn't have that much of a chance to influence that game. It kind of feels like it's a support difference. It's not necessarily Vampire's fault, it's just Dway had all the options in the world.
It is a bit of a rough one. We got to keep our introspective look on those supports, though, as we go forward. That is our first game done and dusted for this first series, though. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be back with game number 2.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall, it's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Welcome back to LPL Summer 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and what a game number one to start off our three best of 3 day RA, showing just how high they can punch.
That was a heck of a good game from Rare Atom. I feel like they really just rode off of this bot lane win into just blocking out the entire map. Jue does get MVP. I was wondering whether Xiaohao would, but Jue, I think, honestly, he might have won the game off of that level 1 Q through those back minis. I have no idea how he managed to hit it off of that, but that effectively won them laning phase. He managed to roam mid and dunk down on this Renekton, where, you know, Renekton needs to get an early kill onto the Lucian with the combo of jungle support to get something working. It just didn't happen. Jue wins bot lane laning phase, he wins mid lane, he roams across the entire map and just destroys the entire game. Fantastic Bard performance.
And again, the thing I highlighted from draft, kind of the use of the Tempered Fate, was so key. I mean, being able to stop a lot of the advances, but also find a lot of the catch outs were super big for IRA, because they put the pedal to the metal and they didn't stop. You can see that in the gold graph there as well.
I mean, this was a very dominant game from Rare Atom. IG, the way that we phrased it when we were in game was that they needed to earn the right to get their wombo combo. They never really did. They lost so hard through the early game, and they're still looking for it to this day. And the fact that they just got so blasted in jungle support meant that they couldn't really set up for those plays. When they go through to this next game, I need to see Vampire have a better laning champion and a better laning performance. You can't just sit back pretty on that mark and expect things to work out. It absolutely didn't in that first game. On blue side, maybe they'll get themselves a better power pick for themselves early on.
We're back to Shanghai, and we're back to this best of. IG on the blue side will be banning away the Rumble, the Ashe, and the Jax. It will be the Nidalee and the Tristana so far for RA on the red side.
So, we still have Yone and Corki open in terms of AD, and of course the Lucian in terms of AD mid laners. There's the Leona up and available too. Typically that has been very high pick and ban. I think that Leona is likely to get locked in at this point. Renekton also a concern as well, because it's so strong within laning phase when you're not against that Lucian. But the Leona for me is probably the S tier pick you want to lock in.
When it gets all the support
not
focus
Lucian
in that first game and it makes it through in this second one, you take it.
Yeah.
You just take it immediately. And they will get that one, giving a lot of tools to Vampire and a lot of moments of redemption.
Yeah, well, Vampire currently sat at 1 and 4 on the Leona, but it doesn't really matter because IG, they need something that can be, yes, the engaged threat like the Maokai, but have more laning dominance than something like that Maokai, which sits back. I think having Arn means that you can play through bot lane as a lane winning condition. I really want to see IG unlock that. On the other side, I mean, RA, they go back to the mid jungle, which worked out an absolute dream for them. That Lilia for Xiaohao has been incredibly potent. I think he might be, well, he's definitely one of the best Lilias within the league. It's just a question of how good is he compared to the rest of them. I think he's up there at least top 3. His Lilia has been absolutely insane. And Victor on the Lucian got a lot of consistent damage out and does win versus the Corki early.
We're going to get a nice little wombo combo setup for IG this time, though, as they take the Misfortune. Still a lot of options on the table, maybe. If it ain't broke, you know, don't fix it. Take a couple of these pieces for RA so far has been the plan, as they have that Lucian Lilia. Xiaohao was very impressive on that against BLFS, so I want to see what he's going to be looking to grab this time around. This was a pick you highlighted to start off the series, and Ziggs comes through for RA.
So that does allow you to play on the defensive side of bot lane. You're just going to sit back with your bombs. You're not going to dominate the lane in the same way. Misfortune Leona, you know, funnily enough, there was a Reddit post, maybe even like 5 years ago at this point, about a duo that has played only Leona Misfortune for like 8 years or so, and they just kept playing together. And now suddenly it's in meta. I wonder how that duo is doing. I hope they're doing well. Maybe they've reached even new higher ranks at this point, because that duo is really, really disgusting right now. It's really good at setting up for that wombo combo just by themselves. Like we said in that last game, it was quite hard for IG to get themselves into position to find that. It wouldn't surprise me now to see IG ban away something like that Nautilus as the second ban as well, just to make sure that they don't give over a primary engage composition to that Ziggs plus a really heavy CC support.
Yeah, I think giving Jue any kind of say in those shot calls are going to be very difficult to deal with. Now, I really like RA's focus here. They're trying to take away components to that wombo combo and immediately taking the Kennen away from them as well, and the Zyra to try to
oh my god, they kill Kennen.
to try to give away some of the, I guess, priority that Nani can have with some of the flexibility he's shown in the mid lane.
So, alright. Are they going to be blind picking that top lane, or are they going to answer towards that support? Do you really want to give Jway that last pick, support pick? I mean, I feel like you just want to blind pick the top lane. Are they really taking away the... Wow. Wow, that is...
YSKM's like, all right, buddy.
Whoa. Right, hang on. Wait, you just took the Camille away from YSKM, and you blind picked that Camille into. He goes for what? I think this might be the first Gwen in major regions that I have seen. And that is going to be YSKM going back to another one of his comfort picks.
I love to see the instant confident answer. He's like, you wanna take that against me? Me? Oh, I got the Gwen. And I think a lot of late game insurance policies right now for IG across the board, but a lot of setup provided by GLFS for IG. The last pickup for RA will be the Poppy.
Oh, so is this going to be Poppy support, or is this going to be... This has to be the Camille top lane, right? You don't want to be playing the Poppy into the Gwen. This Gwen will be the first major region Gwen that we have seen in summer. Of course, YSKM played this an awful lot last year. It was kind of the pick which he added into his other duelist champion pool. He started up being that Jax, Camille, Fiora, Aurelia player. The Gwen became quite common for him after that point as he became more prominent within the LPL. Xiaoshu going towards that Camille first, though. I'm surprised that you would blind pick this. It's not easily blind pickable. Jway going towards that Poppy as well. I'm surprised that comes through. It's good versus the Gwen. It's good versus the Leona in some ways because you can stop their dashes, but it's not that good CC for the Ziggs. It really is on Xiaohu and YSKM to set up for that combo, which means it's not coming from his own lane, which makes your own 2v2 plays a little worse.
I think this game feels a lot different, at least for IG, in a lot of their setup potential, in terms of just having the go buttons available, that the fact that they were willing to kind of take the B1 Leona. But I think YSKM is going to have a lot of pressure on him this time around. I mean, you get your pick picked into you, got to show out a little bit there. And the Gwen, also an important factor here, because Gwen gets unlocked. It's going to be difficult to deal with, even if you are the Camille. We're getting into game number 2 here shortly, but I think our spotlights on these bot lanes maybe need to be looked at a little bit as we go on into the team fights and things like that. But I'm looking at jungle to be very proactive for the side of IG. This Vi will be no slouch on getting resources onto the map and even taking some of those resources themselves. We'll see if they can do so as we head on to the Rift for game number 2 of our day. It's a 3 best of 3 day, and we're here in Group Nirvana to kick it off. Let's get to it. Love the fan cams. Let's go. Love to see it. Feels alive. I want to be in those arenas so bad. But that's also the hard part. You can't go to all the games because they're all in different they're on different arenas.
True, you gotta travel. I did, yeah, I saw some tweets flying up about people who'd managed to go up to JDG's arena just the other day too. They had a good time over there. It does, that would be something I'd really like to do at some point. Of course, we went over for the finals last summer. Things might be heating up earlier as RA maybe looking for that first level Raptor steal, which Lilia is so good at, but this is a bit dangerous.
I want it. I want Unga Boonga to get Jway though, actually taking the first amount of damage from On. On gets a lot of worth here with the love taps. Looks like they're still going to contest over this one. RA playing with the vision though through the bush.
Yeah, so the big thing here is that Vi can't fight at level 1. The Misfortune Leona can do, but Vi is a very weak level 1 champion. GLFS is going to be forced to start on those Raptors, is going to be delayed a little bit. It's kind of sad that RA can't abuse that Vi a little more, because if you manage to get into their lane just before they, or into their jungle rather, just before they get that level 3, you can't really fight back. So Xiaohao, kind of a swing and a miss a little bit from that early game. Now RA will have to look for another way to gain advantages.
And take a look how the jungle pass pan out, especially since they are both starting on their bot sides. GLFS going to have a little bit of tempo, but Lilia gets ridiculous as time goes on. Pressure, though, from IG. Here's to land the double up from On. Get RA off of the wave here.
Yeah, we did say that this is going to be more of a defensive lane from RA. They can't just win that lane off of a Bard Q at level 1. Now Vampire and On. Maybe they can play through. Yeah, that Bard Q at level 1 was disgusting, man. That literally won them the entire lane. I can't believe he managed to hit it through that 1 minion, but still, can't do that this game, can Dre. He sat there as the Halo Blaze Poppy support, something that Mickey X really brought to popularity on G2. Feels like we've seen that a couple of times now from different teams across the LPL. And what this does mean is that you do have some good catch-out potential from that Poppy. It's good early damage because of that Halo Blaze you bring through, but all the same, on this Mitch Fortune in a much better lane with a support which can actually lane more effectively than the Maokai, which is not really there for the laning phase. This should hopefully unlock Arn, because Arn has been IG's most important player. Full stop. He has been so important for them. If he can get himself a better laning phase, that might open up a win mission.
Nani! Oh no! Vikla with the outplay and the solo bolo for RA to kick it off.
Doesn't need any help this time with Zoomcore.
Oh no, he's got the satchel charge. It's immediately traded back, and then also get the kill back. And I think that's really big because IG are now 2-1 to start it off.
Well, what do we say? Get something to help Arn in lane. Don't just have a support that's not going to be there for the laning phase. Immediately IG gets something that 2v2 because Assume kind of greeds through there, knows that Joy is leaving that lane, and suddenly you have a kill onto Arn, who is the most important member of IG, and at least that kill was traded back in that mid lane. Gold still over to Vikla, so that's important, and Vikla has been very prominent on this Lucian in both the first game and now in this early laning phase of the second as well. I don't think this is going to dissuade him that much. Nani is still down a flash, he's still down gold, and he's had to stop off for that tier as well, so he has less combat stats than the Lucian. So RA should still be happy with this mid lane matchup, but now they need to be afraid that Arn is going to start controlling this laning phase down bot.
GLFS getting a kill also on the Vi is huge. Getting any kind of advantage on the Vi will give so much ease of decision making as well. I want to check in though, because we're getting an immediate path down towards bot side by GLFS, but we're going to take a look at that mid lane.
Zoom in? Oh, Vikla really using this early matchup really strongly. Gets us up that dash forwards, and cool guys don't look at explosions, fires the tap over the shoulder.
It's the ultimate evil, GLFS, as he comes and punishes Vikla, and this is that kill we were talking about through the jungler of IG.
Has to use the flash for it, but still gets himself onto the board, and now he's going to leverage off of this bot lane getting pushed in the way that we kind of expected it to get himself early dragon as well. It's going to be 40 seconds until the grubs spawn, so it's not like Ari have an immediate response. Xiaohao is going to level up, though, on GLFS and might be ready to fight.
Smite going to go through. GLFS claiming the dragon. Tway in a lot of trouble. Going to flash away. Assume in trouble, too. They go right back in. Ari trying to fight their way. Xiaohao claiming and helping, at least Assume claim one. On is going to be the primary damage dealer right here. He's going to flash away. Assume getting away with the satchel charge and the flash. Everything going to be used on bot side as kill goes both ways.
That was absolutely insane. Xiaohao almost ran over that fight with the Conqueror stacking, but can't quite get himself that last flash Q onto Arn. I thought that Arn might be able to turn it around as well, but this Misfortune's early damage really, really helping. Seeing the mid lane Vikla once again, though, starting to run over this matchup, uses the full culling onto Nani. It does really feel like Vikla is using this pick very well. It's taken a while for our Lucian players in the current meta to make the use of this pick, but it feels like Vikla is much like the likes of UCal on TT and a few others, like Xiaohu as well, had a fantastic game on it the other day, starting to pick up steam on this pick.
It's going to be hard to deal with as well. A lot of sustained damage there from Vikla as well, but a lot of burst in the end. Now, IG were able to move on to this topside objective. They're going to take all three of those grubs, as Xiaohao just pathing out towards topside as well. But the neutral objective so far, a much better experience in game number 2 for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, much better for them. The fact that they have, GLFS getting involved early, you have Xiaohao who's kind of waiting for that first item, and the fact that RA don't have, the instant winning bot lane matchup, they don't have themselves like that support roaming across the map as well, means that RA have been pulled back a little bit. IG have themselves a small advantage. Level 6 has been hit from Xiaoshu. If they do want to go up towards that top side, Westcam does have flash, might be forced to use it. We'll see if GLFS can get here in time. He also just hit level 6.
They actually are going to move into the bush up here. Xiaohao hasn't been seen yet. There is a ward there by Xiaoshu that will end up spotting out GLFS. They will clear that one, though. back. Looks like it's going to be completed by Xiaohao. Level 6s are important, though. Oh, Vicla's looking for another play in the mid lane. He is consistently pressuring now, and he's starting to get ahead.
Folks, it's a big problem.
Oh, he's taking turret, and he's just fine. Again, you said, cool guys, they don't look at explosions.
Look, if you are dashing forwards without even needing to dodge the Foss bomb with that dash, something has gone wrong with that matchup. GLFS doesn't know where Vikla is, so he won't be able to stop that recall. Vikla, man, his 2 games today have been so strong on the Lucian. And into this Corki. If you can beat the Corki with the Lucian, that breaks open your draft. Other teams looking at this series will have to say, okay, if we want to pick Corki, we cannot allow this Lucian.
And this is somewhat a start to the Vikla that I promised and was promised to some extent. Seeing him come over from FlyQuest, we see the step up like that, and that's just confidence, baby.
It's also in both of the kills that we've seen now from Nady. He's thrown out his Foss bomb way too far, and Vikla just walks over it. You know, the big thing about Corki is that you want to force the Lucian to use his E on your Foss bomb. You need to hit that Foss bomb to win trades, though. And Nady, the fact that he so consistently missed his first max skill is a huge issue. Vikla is just bluntly outplaying Nady, but Nady has misstepped in this mid lane a few too many times now.
As we get to it, there is a pretty hefty CS differential in top side for YSKM. I think that's what we expected when you blind picked Camille. And it's into YSKM. He will have the answer. But GLFS getting a little bit of his own, using that pressure in top side. And I think that's super important to focus on, as we are going to be getting next objectives here soon. It's looking at machinations of the next steps for both teams, because RA, they will need an advantage, I feel like, to have a hefty fight in these, but a lot of team fight potential. And it's really the Wombo combo from IG we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there is somewhat of a wombo from RA as well. You can, like, throw in the YSKM ult. No, not the YSKM. I see the Camille. I think it's YSKM. You throw in the Camille ultimate, you throw in Xiaohao's ultimate, and maybe you can kind of, like, throw the Ziggs ult and the Culling at the same time. So it's like they are also looking to dunk down on one target. But my problem is really that it's going to be really hard to do that into the Gwen, who has that W. You can't really combo there. And you don't have the easiest engage. You don't have that Leona. You have this Poppy, who's not really provided anything for the team so far. Wait, walking off of a Game 1 MVP, absolutely deservedly so. Not really impacting this game. This Poppy, I don't really understand this pick. We had that Maokai Game 1, which I questioned in terms of support pick. I'm questioning the Poppy now because it doesn't feel like this is getting much value if you're not using that Halo Blades for lane dominance. You are going to start losing a lot of efficacy later into the game because, look, the Gwen's going to shred you. You don't get to stop the Vi ultimate either because you are unstoppable during that. You're going to lose a lot of value.
The TP utilized back from Nany out into the mid lane. Jway on a roam Vampire as well. We said those level 6s are crucial here for both sides. Jway will have the Keeper's Verdict to make a big difference around these objectives. And speaking of, the Grubbies have spawned. RA wanting to deny Grub again. We'll start it up.
So there's no misfortune here just yet. Vampire is level 6, can start off the combo, and it's bad terrain for RA. They are pinned into the pit. They do have flashes, though. They might need to use them. YSKM's coming on the front.
YSKM on the flank here. Big Hextech ultimatum and so much damage. He's stuck, though, because the Keeper's Verdict can't deny the Hextech ultimatum, as now Jway is going to be burned down by Nany, who gets a double kill for IG.
Well, all right. We said, hey, maybe you don't want to be stuck against this terrain. They don't get the memo. They're going to give over 5 grubs. Yes, Assume is on this bot side of the map taking some plates, but it is not a worthwhile trade. All right. They kind of sleepwalk their way into a bad fight, and IG pounce. Yes, you do get that Poppy stopping the Zenith Blade coming in, but they were just in such a bad position. That fight was always likely to go fairly poorly for them. RA now have to play from behind when they had such a big lead in that last game. Assume's not going to get himself a full turret here.
And he's got to be careful because Vampire is running. Luckily, Jway right around the corner. Vampire spider sense is tingling. But another big thing for IG is we have first items aplenty for them, especially the Sundered Sky for GLFS, but Richmaker completed for YSKM, and Bloodthirster there on the bot side. We take a look back at the fight.
It's kind of bad if you don't even need your misfortune for this fight. Vampire gets stopped by the Steadfast Presence. If you can't, if you don't even have to hit that, it's a big problem. So it does really feel like IG got themselves into the right place to get themselves that combo. RA really disrespecting the early damage that IG have, and now IG, they have themselves that lead. I want to see them continue to get these big combos after this point and make sure that the Misfortune and the Gwen ultimates can start shredding through the backline from the front line.
And from a deficit, again, this RA combination is a lot more difficult to execute. They will finally have Leandries for Xiaohao, though, so a little bit more strength behind the Lilia. But you're at a point now where you just kind of want to stem the bleeding. I think they're in a much similar position that IG were in last game, where, you know, if they can actually stop some of this dragon stacking and stuff like that, that could be really big for them, but it's going to be difficult to find those fights. We do also have a Rift Herald in sub-minute.
And that Herald again, the problem for RA is that it's so hard to fight around that Herald / Grub / Baron pit, because you just don't want to be stood there as, you know, an immobile Lilia against that wall. You have to then get yourself a big flash, but then if you're forced to flash, it makes it much harder to pull it off in the heat of the moment. So it's just kind of a difficult situation all around. RA also aren't going to have winning side lane matchup with Camille into the Gwen. The Gwen's ahead of that matchup right now. YSKM has himself a significant XP lead, and it does feel like Xiaoshu blind picking this Camille might have been a bit bold into that player.
Oh,
Wait, what are you doing,
speaking
Tway?
of bold, boldly go where no man has gone before and straight into the death screen.
Yeah, he's going to be finding some new and fantastic experiences with that one. Now we have Camille going into Vampire.
That's really big. The bullet time over top of it, and there's the combo that IG can pull off. There's the cease and desist as well on top of it. Xiaohao trying to get into the fight. They do take down GLFS though as well. And Vikla still picking up gold on the back end of a lot of these fights.
Yeah, but YSKM is alone in topside. He's going to get himself a full turret. Remember that he has the 5 grubs on his side, so IG really winning out on the macro sense in regards to this RA. They lose their support very easily. They end up going forwards onto a target when the Misfortune is stood behind them. These fights are not clean compared to that first game. And, you know, we did say that both these teams have had similar successes and similar defeats. I feel like these poorly chosen fights are quite similar from what happened in that last game, except now the nameplates are flipped around.
Just like that. And that's why we expected this best of 3 to be heavily contested between these two as well. We did end up getting that first turret over there for IG, so some extra gold in the pocket. There is a fight brewing potentially over this Rift Herald though.
We'll see. Xiaohao's not in the area, so it's not going to be a fight there. What we're doing now is we're moving into side lanes. RA realistically need Vikla to do a buttload of carrying at this point. He is the one person with the winning matchup. He has the gold lead. You can see that Xiaoshu is very far behind the Gwen now. And Gwen versus Camille, even when both these champions were stronger in the past, it was a close matchup. If you get ahead in one of those sides, it is very easy to get solo kills, so Xiaoshu needs to be very aware that YSKM is going to be running that matchup, especially with such a large gold lead. And we already talked about how important that Misfortune getting ahead was for the 2v2 on the same kind of note. So RA, they only have 1 point of pressure. That is Vikla right now, and they have to try and just dump a load of members into Gwen's lane to make sure this 1v1 doesn't come to pass.
On having gold is a place you'll love for IG. Veteran member at this point, the pillar of IG. And the changing of the guard here, but he will be massive as he's already going to be getting onto his second item as well. Already has the BF sword there in tow for that second item. I do wonder though if that tempo is going to continue for IG, as there is a dragon on the table and you have GLFS over on this side of the map.
Yeah, you can see that RA, they're just not paying attention to that dragon. I think they understand that they don't have their items in the place where they need them right now. If they get themselves to T3 items, maybe that will change. YSKM going to get dove, but this is a Gwen.
Their TP, oh, that's double TPs, one from each team. Now YSKM tanking up a storm. He's going to flash out Vikla going for the kills. He doesn't get it. Oh, he finally does. He's traded immediately in return, and now Vampire. He has the angle. Maybe this is where Nani can pick up all the kills, but the Solar Flare can be flashed out. On. He's got the deepest of flanks. The team started backing off on this one. On has bullet time. There's the Keeper's Verdict used to get him out.
What is happening with RA at these picks? Jway ends up like punting the slept Gwen to stop the damage coming through, which means the kill comes through onto Vikla instead. The combo's just not clean, and IG, they respond quicker. They have the teleport. Nani now has himself a gold lead versus Vikla, even though he was getting dunked on in lane so much. RA, it feels like losing that bot lane early has really changed the way that they're playing around this map. There is a night and day difference between the way that Jway is playing. It's a hard force. I understand trying to get right on top of this Gwen, but look what the Poppy ends up doing. Pulls the Gwen out of the Watch Out E, and YSKM therefore ends up living long enough for Vikla to go down on the other side. So Jway, horrible game from him on the Poppy so far. I see no value in this pick. It has done functionally nothing.
If you can't love him at his best or his worst, you can't have him at his best. All right, I'm just saying. His best was last game. And a really, really rough time this game. Now, they are going to make a move on bot side. They have GLFS right behind them, though. This is going to turn into a 2v2, and YSKM loves that. Cease and desist into the needlework, and that's easy pickings for IG.
Xiaoshu into the 1v2 on bot side now. Jway on top side, and you can even see now at this point Vikla trying to walk forward. Still has the culling.
The culling straight to the dome. Now Nani, he doesn't have the angle to dash forward, and Vikla picks it up, but the turret shot, it's another trade back. Now we get some supportal combat here, but On will make the difference in this one. There you go, the slowdown as well, and Jway will be easy pickings for On, picking up his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, such a better game from IG in this one. They've had much better time in lanes. They've been much better at looking for these scrappy fights on side lanes. Xiaoshu isn't a factor. YSKM gets himself a much better winning matchup for himself, which he has managed to snowball. And it really feels like RA are the ones who are just all-inning on plays they can't win. It feels like they're really panicked at this point. You know, Xiaohao has been trying to get onto this Gwen to bail out Xiaoshu multiple times. It just hasn't worked out. So IG, now they have themselves 2 items onto pretty much all of their carries. It wouldn't surprise me if Arn also backs off for a 2nd item too on his next recall. And it is going to be a long time until RA can really start fighting in any kind of earnest beyond this one. I don't know whether they can in this game now. I'm going to go back to that top side replay where Vikla, he uses a good old culling, but it takes him, again, just a little bit too much, so he trades back another kill.
It's been like this time and time again. We've had multiple trades by these two under the top tower. He does get a pretty big amount of gold there, 650 for Vikla, so maybe a little bit better on that end of things.
So, soul point for IG. That means that RA have themselves a bit of a timer on this game, because when you have champions like Gwen, Vi can also be like this too when she's very tanky. Of course, the Leona, who is a very good tank in their own right. If they have that Ocean Soul, this game gets very, very difficult. It was already difficult, but it gets even more difficult at that point. I think the Soul is a game-winning objective, so RA will want to be fighting around that. It is better terrain for them, that Dragon Pit, but as Baron has also spawned now at this point, it is going to be quite a difficult situation for RA to deal with, because if they take one Dragon but give up the Baron, that's also very bad for them, because Gwen is winning the side lane so hard. It's rough for them all the same. They're looking for that one big pick off to open up the map and buy themselves a little bit of time to get, I don't know, get Xiaohao to another item. Maybe he's
that light at the end of the tunnel. I love that you're trying to get your spotlight out on it.
It's hard, man. I'm trying to say, like, okay, well, who's really going to carry this one? We haven't seen Assume get involved in any of these plays either. That's a big problem. This thing's effectively not impacted the game. Yeah,
I think now that you find yourself so far behind, it is difficult to find a way in, especially with the competition strength you have. There's a Solar Flare in. They just don't give you a chance to breathe. Look how much damage On does, as now you do have the re-engage potential by RA off the back of that Big Keeper's verdict to get On out of the fight. But IG are just going to collapse over the Big Purple Worm.
Yeah, Xiaohao has no HP, he doesn't have a flash, he can't get into the pit even if he did stick around. IG, they don't get the kills, but they get themselves what they want, which is the ability to stop RA from stealing this Baron. RA, they're watching it go down, but realistically, they can't really look for anything else.
There's a lot of poke here, but yeah, the Baron goes down. They will just escape out of that one. Oh, Xiaoshu feeling a little bold there in the end, but the thing is, you have to rinse, repeat, because Dragon's coming up in about 30 seconds.
So Suva's going to try and get a satchel onto this mid lane turret. That would be nice for them to get, and they should be able to get it. So that's one tower back, and they got the satchel onto that to get it into execute range. That's something. 20 seconds until that Dragon. RA, what have they got to fight with? They don't have themselves the Mega Inferno Bomb. They don't have Xiaohao's Flash either. He has Seekers, which will definitely help him against that Vi engage versus the Solar Flare and a lot of the engage potential. But it's really hard to get the targets you want to when you're behind the game without even having Flash.
poke is key right now, it feels like, for RA. They're going to get a little bit of vision here by the Scuttle Crab as well. IG trying to push out mid lane to have first move there. YSCam is already in the pit, hasn't been spotted out yet. Turret is the focus right now with all those grubs. They did have the 5 for IG, makes it easy. Now Xiaoshu going all the way in on a YSKM, big solar flare back. Vampire going in, denied by the steadfast presence. Bullet time, not really going to do much, but they've already taken out Xiaoshu, so now it's a 4v5. You can step forward as IG onto the dragon. This is Soul. Remember, RA do not want to give this one up. This could be a game-defining fight, as Vampire is going to move forward for the engage there. They do have the steadfast presence, but it's not enough. Now Xiaohao, he could clean these up on a Vampire, but it's the rest of the fight you got to be careful of. Vikla stepping up at the moment, and it's going to be RA securing the dragon and buying themselves that time they desperately needed.
Hang on, how did RA win that one? The engage was stopped by the steadfast presence. Finally, we get value out of the Poppy. The Vi and the Leona can't get themselves into the backline towards the end of it. I think that's what ended up being the difference maker. Is IG, they don't get themselves Soul, and their Baron power play fizzles out completely. This should have been the insane Baron power play that we saw from game 1. The start of this fight is pretty terrible from RA. YSCam backs off into the back of the Hextech ultimatum, puts his Shroud up as well. And it's really, really hard to get onto that Gwen at that point. And at this point, you think, well, a lot of the ultimates are gone because you've just used the Lilia, you've just used the Ziggs ultimates here too. The big difference is this, though. Missed ViQ, the steadfast presence ends up locking up Vampire in the backline too. Your engage is gone and you've lost so much HP. And Xiaohao is still full HP. Vikla still has a ton of damage. They can walk away with the rest of this fight. They didn't have Smite for this, by the way. Xiaohao used that onto Leo to secure that kill. That could have been a steal all the same, but RA managed to survive a lot longer.
And that's a lifeline there, at least another 5-minute spot, but IG not going to stay on their haunches here as they move forward. They will take a tier 2 in bottom side. The Baron will be a positive play now after they take that one down. Now they're looking at another tier 2 here in mid too.
Yes, they are going to get some gold out of it. It's not sadly going to match the, 7,000 gold power play that we had in game 1 from Rare Atom.
That was very one-sided.
That was very one-sided. In fairness, this game was one-sided too up until that last fight. And now the question is, can RA pull that off again? It's going to be quite hard to do so. We do see that, you know, RA, they are getting to the point where they're getting Zhonya's closer and closer. For Xiaohao already has the Seekers, so he is now at a point where he can teamfight much more effectively. Maybe that will be the difference. Vikla has himself 3 items as well. The Lucian, if he can skirt around the fight, maybe he can do something. But while all this is happening, it is really hard to kind of like escape the fact that you do have a late game Gwen coming into the picture as well. YSCam couldn't quite get off the ground in that first game. The fact that he's come back into this roster, I think, has added an extra weapon to be used from IG. Zuian, who was the top laner that started Summer, didn't really find his footing within the LPL very effectively, and YSCam has been slotted back into the roster. Now, we have seen YSCam have his down moments as well, where again, he plays these carries and sometimes doesn't always pay off that investment, but in this game, he absolutely has done.
Yeah.
He can potentially be a game-winning factor.
And that's what I love about IG so much, is they very much opt into the developmental pieces, and YSKM has been one of those for IG for a long while now as well. Obviously went on loan over to Frankie Sports, but has been an IG true on the IG Young squad in LPL. Now, a big moment for him, as scaling is going to be in favor of them. He's going to be in the side lane right now while the rest of his team gets a bit of damage from RA. They'll scoop away a lot of the jungle from this top side too.
And it's okay that you use the ultimates there from RA because there's no objectives to be put up just yet. You do have the Hex Flash from Dwayne.
Oh,
Do something. You can wall stun.
You forgot about Dwayne, baby! He's back in there. Is it going to be enough? A bullet time gets stopped by the Lilting Lullaby, and YSKM, he's making quick work with the needlework here, as now RA actually have a bit of a fight on the back end of this one. YSKM getting brought down. Xiaoshu out of nowhere! And I'm telling you, man, they just make magic out of nothing!
Xiaohao's Lilia is absolutely extraordinary. Dway gets the wall stun and gets the pop-up. Xiaohao has the Zhonyas, and RA, from being so far down, have just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They'll at least get an inhib. Can they get more?
I'm going to need a hot
They have a
single
six.
released by Dway here, and they could just absolutely push this one down. It's so quick, and there's still death timers on the side of IG. There's no way that RA just one fell swooped them. The desperation, you can smell it from IG, but RA, they can only get the 2 Nexus turrets, and now IG, they will defend, and they are alive for a little bit longer.
So there's a teleport from Nani, which means that it's probably going to be Baron going over to the side of IG. But we have a point now where RA can, well, we'll see actually whether it's going to be the Dragon as well. There's no teleport from Xiaoshu. RA, by not finishing the game, might have put themselves into a very, very difficult map state beyond this point. IG, they're going to choose to go towards the Baron instead of going towards the Dragon. They do have that open inhib. They have the open Nexus as well, which may be something which RA want to return to. But look at this team fight. This is from behind the game. Dway finally gets value, allows Xiaohao into the backline as well. Xiaohao gets a magnificent angle to get a sleep onto Arn in the backline, who is not safe in this corridor. That Hex Flash over from Poppy ends up being the fight-winning factor for Rare Atom. The fact that this is close at all is absolutely criminal. IG somehow not being able to close out this game because RA have been so inspired in these last team fights.
Forgot about Dway. Man, what an entrance. And now, RA off the back of that one, going to deny yet another of these dragons, unless GLFS wants to just go ahead and go for the 50-50, but denied that factor. There'll be 2 Ocean Dragons in a row for RA. And IG licking their wounds a little bit, need to refocus, recenter. They still have a lot of strength in their Wombo combo, but it's been denied by a lot of the tools of RA time and time again.
Yeah, and what we've ended up seeing is that Xiaohao's bringing a one-man wombo combo after that point. If he has the flash and he has the Zhonyas, he's been able to get teamfight value. The fact that Arn had an ult through that choke point and that wasn't the deciding factor is quite worrying now from IG. And you can see that IG, they haven't really been able to play around YSK on side lanes. They've been trying to go towards those teamfights, but for a team which has been so focused on teamfighting like IG, their teamfight execution has left a lot to be decided. In this one, they do still have themselves a decent gold lead, but it's getting later and later. There are more and more items built up for RA. You have a death cap onto Assume, who has himself 2 items on top of that too. He is going to be absolutely shredding people if he gets himself good skill shots in this game as well. RA, they do have the goal to fight back, which they didn't at the start of this game realistically. This game really fell out of proportion very, very quickly. Needs to be very, very... they're just putting down as many people as they can to stop that backdoor. But yeah, I mean, RA, they can fight back now. That's the end of it.
Ooh, I like the Morellos pick up by Xiaohao here, 3rd item. That's another big factor here as we are on those 3rd item spikes for majority members, as well as YSK. I think he's going to be more of a factor as time goes on here. You got to really watch out those choke points with the needlework, but it is IG. Looking for blood out on the map. Look at this vision control they have on bot side.
Yeah, and you can see that RA, they are sat there at their inhibitor turrets and saying, okay, we are not pushing out for a little bit. You still have that Baron buff. Let's not give you a chance to win this game with
How
5
long on
grubs.
the big purple worm? 35 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
By the way, I wonder if RA had a single more grub, whether they could have ended that game because it was so close to being ended on the other side of that. If that's the power of grubs, IG have the 5 grubs, so RA needs to be very, very careful that they don't give over an option for IG to hit turrets effectively. RA, they get themselves to another item onto this Camille, which is important. It's somehow now 3 items to 3 items in that top lane matchup, which can be potentially very impactful. Now, RA, what is the plan? You've been pinned back in your base. You still have given over a lot of vision control. You are not exactly in a safe spot. If you split up, it can potentially all go wrong very, very quickly. They need to at least fight for that dragon in 2.5 minutes. That'll be what they will be angling towards.
And that's a little bit of the power that GLFS has on this Vi. He also has completed the GA, but he is the Kickstarter to the engine of IG at this point. You have Vampire with the Solar Flare as well, but that cease and desist, that has to guarantee a big kill for IG, or that fight's not going to go right.
The problem is, earlier in the game, you could have just dunked that down to Xiaohao. It's really hard to do that now with the Zhonyas. You can't necessarily even do that onto Xiaoshu very easily, because if you press ult on him, he might just press his ult on you and go invulnerable for that time. It means that you can lose a lot of that power. See that RA, they're trying to move as a unit, try and make sure that if they are caught out, then at least they're there together. Dway he's had his flash blown by solar flares quite a lot too, and it wouldn't surprise me if Vampire tries to get that away from him as well. Flash Poppy can be very, very impactful, as we saw with the Hex Flash even in that last fight, did it with the budget version of it. And IG, I'm a little bit surprised they haven't played further towards side lanes now at this point, with Wisecam being so strong. He stood with the group, maybe feeling like the team fight might be over by the time his teleport completes, but the fact that he's not able to use that individual advantage is quite worrying for IG. He is been given a load of resources. He should be winning through side lanes, but if IG don't feel like they can play that in a macro sense, it can be very dangerous.
It's just a lot of hesitance right now by IG. Maybe a little bit of fear in terms of what can happen with an open Nexus. Now, they do have that inhib respawn there, so going to make it a little bit more difficult, but it is always a potential trigger pull for RA, and especially Xiaoshu. As we get redeploys back onto the map, we do have a dragon in about 50 seconds. This would be another return to the well for IG to try to get a soul, but RA have been there twice to deny them.
Yeah, so IG, this is not the best terrain for them around the dragon. That's just to go over the wall and not starting things up just yet. Mid-pry up. Quite an important thing. All right, they do have themselves that control wall to get some vision up here, but you can see how dangerous it is for them to walk up. Their Fog of War is not looking particularly healthy for them right now. That ward in mid lane is giving a lot of information over to IG. Teleport back out onto the map from Nani as IG choose to go towards bot side. RA not going towards bot side River right now. They don't want to walk into the engage range of IG unless they are really ready to fight.
YSKM just completed his back. He does have TP to come back up, but he's just going to walk out in the end. I wonder if it was an item completion, but maybe just resetting just in case topside. They were looking for it. They wanted to go around. All right. I like it.
So the fear of that now is opened up RA into the spot side. River Xiaohao's caught though. It's not quite enough. It's not quite close enough. Xiaohao can start healing through that passive, get that honey fruit as well. The fact that RA were threatening that angle onto the base.
Oh, that's the full CC combo, and it did guarantee that kill this time onto Dway. So he will not be there to separate a lot of this fight, and IG loved that for themselves. Xiaohao still a big factor. Lilting Lullaby going to be used there. They want to go in onto YSKM over there. Oh my god! What the hell, man? That's just not fair!
That's one of your carries gone. Now RA, they have the inside track on mid lane. They don't need to kill turrets. They just need to kill the inhib if they want to. There's a teleport back into the base, so this will be inhib and out. But RA, they know they don't need minions because there are no turrets to disable that backdoor. They get the carry down. Too many ultimates were used onto the Poppy. And RA, they are out executing currently in this late game. They get themselves back into the spot side River now, and they have themselves the better positioning around this objective.
You can feel the tension, the fear for IG in these moments. RA starting up the dragon. Do they deny it for a third time? Or is this where GLFS stands and says no? Is he turning into Griffith? No, he's still GLFS. And Xiaohao has secured that one. They were looking for a side play with Vikla and Xiaoshu, but not going to do it. IG have retreated, tails between their legs as Baron is up and RA are moving to it.
Hang on. I think the Poppy ult might have just stopped them from ending the game because the Poppy ult sent those members closer to the base. RA, they were looking for the game-ending play. Xiaoshu is on a flank. He is level 16. IG, they're walking into enemy vision.
Desperation is nigh. GLFS knows that bullet time combo, but Xiaohao buys so much time. YSKM on the other side. He's going down now, though. It's going to be the big trades. Vikla can't go down either. Now Mega Inferno Bomb separating, but Xiaoshu's been going for the end. This is what we knew the entire time. And RA, they finished the game, and they're going to take a 2-0 over IG. What a way to do it.
Rare Atom find the rare backdoor into the enemy base. That game was stolen. You cannot convince me otherwise. Rare Atom walk away with a 2-0, and IG find themselves now on the back of two pretty devastating losses back-to-back. You cannot afford to be losing series like this in the Nirvana group, down in the grunge of the teams fighting for a second chance at survival. And RA, this team, they threw away such a magnificent advantage through a couple of team fights in that second game. There was no way they should have been losing that, but Xiaohao gets himself to Zhonya's. Dway manages to get himself into the game, and the game completely changes.
I've heard about Christmas in July, but I didn't know that RA were the Grinch. Like, they just stole all the gifts out from under the tree. You never heard of Christmas in July? But RA with a massive 2-0 victory. I feel like in a lot of ways, This is not what we expected. And in a lot of ways, that IG game 2, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one.
Oh, hugely so. The fact that they couldn't run with that massive advantage into the end of the game is going to be a huge problem. They couldn't quite find the engage onto the right targets. And the big thing for me is Xiao Hao. Oh my word, Xiao Hao. The teamfight impact he had as soon as he got Seeker's arm guard into Zhonya has completely changed the game. It's one of the reasons why champions like the Brand and the Lilia are so valued here in the LPL. As soon as you do get through to that kind of ability to play out the teamfights, whether you need the Zhonyas or not, in this game you absolutely did, the game completely changes. You are a game-ending threat at that point because you have so much damage. The fact that RA managed to use that teamfight potential between Jue finally picking up some... Look, Jue's second game, we won't talk about the first half.
Yo,
The second half was pretty good.
The big turnaround was because of it.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, the first half of that game, probably not great. They had him in the first half. The second half with all of the pop-ups and the wall stands were really, really important. And, you know, IG, for a team that managed to find their mojo quite confidently towards the very end of the group stage, this is not where their fans will want to see them. I think that first game was a massive blowout from that bot lane, which there is not... Well, it's become a little bit of a trend. We have seen sometimes Vampire have some poor games. I don't think this one was on him.
No,
I think this was on the pick which he was given, because what can a Maokai do against the Ashe Bard? But this second game, the fact that they couldn't close out with a lead like that, with a team fighting comp, when they are a team fighting team, is very, very concerning.
Yeah, and I think the draft will have a lot of question marks to it as well. I mean, wanting to win out on that topside matchup when you have the Gwyn and it being literally the difference maker, the fact that they had the Camille and it ends the game for Xiaoshu. Really, really big step up there, but also just really good macro decision making from RA in a place where they were in a lot of trouble for the majority of that one. And I think I asked at the beginning of the day, you know, what flavor of jungle we were going to get this time from both sides.
True.
And kind of looking at Xiao Hao a little bit. I mean, it's the flavor of Lilia, but it looks damn good.
I think that he might. He's a top 3 Lilia within the league right now. His Lily was fantastic, even when he was trying to remember if he played that as much back on anyone's Legend. You know, the damage might fool you in regards to Xiao Hao's impact. That damage and his CC within those fights was absolutely nuts. And Assume finally turned up to the end of that game as well. That one last dunk onto Nani as the Dream Dust and the Lilting Lullaby came through was very much a montage play for our Atoms. They clutched out a difficult game too. They lost. Folks, they won that game while almost 6,000 gold down against IG.
God.
They never had. They had a gold. The last time they had a gold lead was at about 3 minutes.
They had no objectives too. Like,
they were behind for 32 minutes of that game. Make it make sense.
That's actually insanity. But this is why, like, this team coming into the split on paper. I mean, IG made it to playoffs. RA didn't. RA were 15th in spring. So you'd say on paper, IG should win this 10 times out of 10. RA were the team that were so close to making it to Group Ascend. They were the team that just needed game differential. And I think we've seen some really high highs from them, but really low lows. And today has shown a lot of grit for this team moving forward in this Rumble stage.
Yeah, and you know, considering that I thought that both these teams had some similarities between the way that they look at team fights, the way that they use their top laners in certain ways too to flank out on those team fights, getting a win here in a single round robin where you won't see this opponent again in this stage is really, really important. RA, they already had one win under their belt. Their last series versus Ultra Prime was pretty disastrous. The fact that Xiao Hao was jungle diffed by Hacker in that series and then comes through into a performance like this, I'm glad to see that hasn't rattled him on the side for IG, now coming off of a loss to Thunder Talk, which was, again, similarly quite destructive, where it felt like they were just blasted by Feather in that support role, and then coming into this series where they kind of just fell behind in that jungle support multiple times in this series. That's going to be really concerning for them now. The fact that these team fights started going against them when IG, their big strength throughout that group stage was team fighting. This is not a good look for them. If they can't rely on one of your biggest strengths, what can you rely on?
It's a really difficult question to beg there, and a couple of these moments. This was the moment, though. This was the turnaround, the start of it all. And you hope to get those combos off, but really the entrances from RA were just too good.
Oh, what an insane team fight. You know, this is what I love the LPL for.
Yep.
Even when we have teams down here, again, in the Nirvana group, these are not our top teams. They still know how to put on a show. They still know how to have some real grit. That's the way you put it. They had so much grit there. And, you know, they didn't quite end the game in this time of asking, but we got very, very close. IG just about holding on to their base, but this ended up being the cost of the game all the same. It ended up being not even the teleport. Xiaoshu just walking over to the base. I think he
Yeah, they
flashes
just
over the wall
hard
for the
forced
back
it.
door as well. He just hard forced it, realizes, okay, right, you guys, stop the ports, let's go.
And you could see that, you know, IG were like, we can't give up the Baron, we can't give up the Baron, but they just completely
Oh, I
seized
love
the
that, by
left
the
side
way.
fight. Yeah.
By the way, he just charged up his Q2 on the ward there too. We didn't get to see that perspective either. So he charges up
The
that, gets
extra.
the hook shot over. So he gets himself maximum value. A lot of the time when it comes to backdoor events, you end up talking about the efficiency of what you could have done. Was there anything more you could have done? Xiaoshu managing to make and maximize his Q ability there, the precision protocol, to make sure he could get himself the maximum damage on that tower with that first auto attack.
And it's so crazy that, again, like you said, 32 minutes of that game were almost holistically an advantage of IG. They're going to have to go
Win's
back
a
and
win.
look at that one for sure. And I you know, moving forward, I have to wonder, you know, does Xiaoshu get MVP just for that in push? Or is it Xiao Hao with the holistic performance in game number 2 that gets it? What do you think?
It has to be Xiao Hao. Look, Xiaoshu got dunked on that game, folks.
Yeah,
Xiaoshu was not the better top laner. YSK was still the better top laner. Now,
But
he
he
didn't use
ended
that
the
advantage to
game.
win the game. Yes, Xiaohu won the game. Not Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu won the game, not Xiao. Look, God, sometimes they get to me. The fact that we had like Xiao Hao and Xiaohu on the same team last split, and now we have Xiao Hao and Xiaoshu,
welcome
sometimes
it.
it
Get the
rattles my
tongue
brain.
twisters out
When we
there.
have so many of these like high octane games, sometimes it rattles your brain just a little bit. But I think Xiaoshu was largely this. You know, he did do very well in that first game, but in this second game, he was the second best top laner. He ended the game. Congrats to him. YSK didn't use his advantage to end that game through side lanes. Xiaoshu somehow did, but Xiao Hao is still my MVP. He's the reason that they walked away from a lot of those team fights.
Oh.
Vikla walks away with the MVP partly because of his individual play versus Nani, huge amounts of solo kills. I'm gonna say, I think Xiao Hao deserves a huge shout-out. He could have got MVP from Game 1. I think he should have got it for Game 2 as well. Vikla's still very strong laning performance, though.
Yeah, I mean, he kept pressure the entire time on Nani. Yes, a lot of those were trades, but really, really solid performance as a whole from Vikla, and especially in that game number 1 as well. And this is kind of that form that we would have expected from Vikla coming over from FlyQuest, but we didn't get that immediately. It looks like it's been a little bit of a slow burn in that regard. Now, that is it for our first series. That means we're jet setting our way to Xi'an for our second one. We will take a little break, and we'll be back for WE versus RNG. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer 2024. This time we're in Xi'an in the home arena of Team WE as they take on RNG. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and I couldn't be more excited. After the first series did not deliver on my premonition, I think this one might have just what I expect as WE versus RNG, a battle we know well from the placement stage.
We do. It's a reunion from Group B? Group B. Yeah,
Group
that's
B.
the one. But, I mean, regarding the premonition, we still got, you know, a late-game slugfest in the last over the backdoor.
True.
You had almost got there. It was about this close to being that 3-game series, which you
No
had
one
the
works in
premonition
horseshoes
on,
and
but-
hand grenades, Nymera.
I guess so. So WE RNG next up on the table. Both of these teams finding themselves in weirdly similar spots where, of course, WE are a team which we expected a lot better from. They're now down in that Nirvana group. I think they would have been a shoo-in to get into the Ascension stage should you have known them from spring and what they had shown there and then what they'd started out in summer. They didn't manage it. RNG definitely on a lower tier right now. They might just be the worst team in the LPL, but both of these teams are changing. WE over the course of this year have made 4 roster changes. Initially, they had Stay, Prince as their AD carries, and then Iwandi as support. They changed them out in summer for LP and Mark, and then they changed Aimball in, and then they took out Hung, and they brought out Yang Xiang instead as their LDL jungler coming out from that stage. They've had 4 roster changes. RNG have had 3 in their own right. They've changed jungle, support, and they've changed top lane.
And that is the craziest thing about this matchup. Not only is it a reunion, but it's also just all the revolving doors around these rosters as a whole. A couple little things, though. I think Tang Yuan has had a little bit more of a stable mode. I think we've seen him subbed out here and there, but I don't expect mid lane to have a lot of focus this time around for us, because I think it is seriously about having that fun and interesting conversation of the veteran versus veteran bot lane ADC matchup in Huanfeng versus Abel, and then the rookie versus rookie in the jungle matchup.
I think that's probably the best way for us to kind of communicate what's happening with these roster changes, because you can bring in players like Abel, like Huanfeng, who are kind of diametrically opposed in their styles to you, thinking about it. Abel has forever been someone you nucleate a team around, someone who carries, someone who flashes forward, someone who does the crazy plays. He did just that versus EDG, I believe it was. Yes, it was, because that was when Leave did his own Kai'Sa flash forward play as well, which we maybe won't talk about quite as much. But you have that compared to Huanfeng, who's a lot more chill, utility, play from range, Jhin, Ashe, stuff like that, which works out really well from him. But they are veteran. They're people who've seen highs and lows. Huanfeng has seen a World Finals. Abel has seen many years in the LPL as well as one of those genius AD carries. So they can be something to build around. But you compare that to the jungle, we don't know what we're expecting out of Geju, Solo Q Prodigy, and then also Yang Xian as well, who played alongside the likes of Bulukaka in the LDL, which is a great name, by the way. Go look at Bulukaka, great mid laner. Also, I love that guy. I want to see him in the LPL at some point. But the fact that we're starting to dig into this rookie talent pool to try and find anything to make these teams work, even if it is change for the sake of change, it feels like a very different story to the bot lane matchup, which feels more about stability and having a known quantity.
Yeah, and obviously we talked a little bit about the veterancy in the ADC position, but also speaking a little bit about veterancy between Iwandi and Mark. Trying to be as stable as possible for these teams as the youngins run around on the top side of the map, I guess, in a lot of regards. But I think that's where we have to take stock of what we've seen so far from these teams, because RNG have had a rough time of it. I know in the LPL a lot of times we see everything come full circle, so that's why I'm thinking RNG are on the cusp of a win at some point in their near future, but it has been a tale of tragedy so far, losing to EDG 2-1, and then OMG this week 2-0. They have not been able to find what sticks for them.
If they lose this series, you get seriously worried for them, because much like the format explainer, which you might have seen towards the start of summer, if you end up going through as bottom 4 from Nirvana, the group here, of the losers from the group stage, you don't qualify for playoffs, you qualify for 2025, and you sit out the rest of the year on the sidelines. RNG, historic organization, they have seen themselves some downswing splits before, but I think realistically, this is looking like their worst year ever. and they are continuing on a very poor trajectory. Yes, they have shown some good signs. I think that, bringing in Geju and Iwandi has helped to a certain degree, but, Team WE, they showed some decent games themselves versus EDG, so there is every chance that RNG is staring at the bottom of a very, very worrying scoreline.
And I think you're relying a lot on WE trying to save face a little bit from their late placement split slump, because they were so close. But losing to LGD and RNG back-to-back at the end of the split sealed their fate to be here in Group Nirvana. A lot of expectations, maybe relying on that veterancy. Obviously, really the only new addition and the younger member is Yan Xiang. As now we get to it, I wonder exactly what we're going to get in the draft here. We've seen a lot of AP reliance by both these two junglers as well, and I expect that to be a heavy priority getting into Game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about what's going to change. I do like using the ship of Theseus kind of analogy, which is, for those of you that know, okay, for those of you that didn't watch WandaVision, where that was just used as a term and probably the thing which people have heard it from, if you have a ship and you keep changing out planks of wood on the ship, and you change the mast, and you change the rudder, and you change the wheel, is it the same ship? How many players can you change on these teams before they are just a completely different team? From what we saw in WE's last series, I feel like they still have managed to maintain a lot of the identity which they had, which is largely playing towards structured games, playing towards very visible win conditions, whether that's a 1-3-1 or a big Maokai teamfight engage or something like that, and trying to play towards that as a structured game plan with a lot of discipline, typically revolving around Fofo in a side lane. That has stayed stable for the moment. There is some changes though. Abel is now a more aggressive AD carry than they've had in the past, and Abel has been working out in those aggressive plays, which is a big change for them, but we're yet to see whether that's going to stick to RNG. The problem with RNG is that I don't think they had much of an identity before this. When they were playing with Wei has now gone over to BLG, by the way, so he has gone up in the world, especially in regards to having the standings of that roster on display, so definitely going up in the standings. But they were largely playing around Wei as a big carry on the AP champions as well. Is that going to be the same from Geju? I think Geju had difficult series so far. It is not easy to slot in as a jungler into the highest level of play, so Yang Xian and Geju definitely going to be under the spotlight in regards to that. So maybe that, changing the planks of wood on the ship, maybe that's more important for W, who had that identity. RNG, they still need to find one.
I'll just say there might be an elephant in the room that maybe is one of the only places we haven't talked about too much. It is the topside matchup, and name you haven't mentioned or we haven't really talked about too much is Juice, who I think is going to have a very difficult time against Wayward, who has, I feel like, been on a tear this split so far.
Wayward in spring was incredibly close to getting an all-pro for me, personally. I think that we called him the gatekeeper top lane, because if you weren't a top laner, Wayward would dumpster you. When he came up against the likes of Bin and Shanji and a couple of the other top-tier top laners and whatever, he could struggle, but when it was against a lower-tier top laner, he would effectively become a win condition all in himself by playing a lot of side-laning champions. Juice has had some great moments and some awful ones as well. I've had some conversations at least, and I'm waiting to see if anyone else agrees with me. I don't think many people should deserve the ability to first pick the Renekton. Not many people have shown that it is worthwhile doing that. Juice has tried it, and it has worked out sometimes, but quite often he has fallen behind and not quite got himself to that point where he can roll over into the mid game. RNG, with that top lane matchup, you do need to be scared for him. I love that you bring that up. Need to see if any of those priority top lane picks are going to make it way through the draft.
Well, we're getting into it now. Second series of the day kicking off. We're in WE's home arena of Xi'an. As we have WE on the blue side, they're going to ban away the Brand, the Lilia, likely candidates of the AP jungle variety, and the Leona, as well as on the other side for RNG, they do ban away the Nidalee, the Ezreal, and the Rumble.
So, WE, they could pick up the Ashe. Ashe has been very high priority within the LPL. It allows you to go towards the Ashe Braum if you really want to. And it's just in general just a really good pick. Abel, he's not necessarily someone who's gone towards that kind of utility AD carry. He prefers other things, so that means maybe that's less of a priority. And that Renekton, which we said, not everyone gets the Renekton pass, but Wayward, when he's against struggling top laners, can really dunk on them. This could be a win condition.
That's the thing that we've seen is if you're confident against the matchup, that's where you're blind picking the Renekton a lot of the times.
Yes.
It's actually proven to be pretty viable so far. A couple big options on the table. Do expect the AP variety here, and it's the Zyra.
So Zyra can, be that really good long-range disengaged champion, which you kind of struggle to engage into at some points. Denshin, on the other side, weighing up his own options. He's only played the Zyra and the Brand, so he will have to play something new on the LPL stage. He goes towards that Sejuani. Renekton Sejuani, very, very powerful as a top jungle combo and allows you to really nail down onto these longer range carries. The plants don't block that giant ultimate spinning at you from the Sejuani. Segeja will need to be afraid into the mid game as soon as that ultimate is unlocked, with the big follow-up that W could potentially lock in afterwards.
I think they just have so many go buttons already on the side of WE, and I also find it interesting the lack of prio on the Karthus we've seen as a whole. Now, the Wombo combo is going to definitely be there for RNG now. They're getting themselves some really big pieces. They have to shore up the engage and the stability of the comp now, though.
So, there is a really interesting conversation to be had about that Karthus. I think the problem is that he ends up being outranged by the Zyra. He can't kill tanks as fast as the Brand, and he doesn't end up building the double HP items that a lot of AP junglers do end up doing, so he's a lot less survivable even just through that. He's still good, and I think that a lot of players haven't really unlocked the upper level of the Karthus in the way that a few players have done worldwide. So I think that's one of the reasons that's fallen off. Someone like the Zyra, very easy to play. As soon as you get that clear speed down, all you have to do, look, it's the reason I play it in Arena. You don't have to hit skill shots. The plans do it for you in auto targets. You don't need to hit stuff most of the time. You just stand back, put a couple of those leafy friends down, and they do the work for you. It's just ease of access in that regards. I feel like that is something which is really important to teams which have been struggling, and teams in our Nirvana group do kind of count towards that, right? Sometimes playing stuff which is just easier to pilot can be really, really important.
Yeah.
Stuff like that Tristana in the, which has been so practiced now, I think starts to classify as that. Stuff like the Zyra's in that level too. The Sejuani engage also helps with that. We've seen similar things from Maokai in the past, right? You just press that ultimate button and go forwards.
Catching up on the draft a little bit, we got the big engage tools, but also teamfight tools by WE focus on the Kennen and the Nautilus ban. It was the ADC focus for the Kai'Sa and the Zeri. Immediately, Lovers Duo locked in by WE after the Cassante for RNG.
I don't know if I like that, because now you are a Zyra that is outranged. The Tristana can outrange you, the Misfortune ultimate certainly outranges you, and you're still into that Zyra. You've got a last pick support coming in from Iwandi, so he can do whatever the heck he wants with that one. You could go, I mean, that Bard which was being hovered over wouldn't even be an awful idea. They do go towards the Alistar for more engage. It's fine in that regards, but the problem is Xayah is a champion which hates being outranged. Now you're into a lot of different extra damage which can do that. That could be a bit of a problem. WE, they're going to have to rely on really good engage from Mark and Yangxian going forwards onto one of these squishies if it's all possible. It's hard for them to engage onto the Alistar with ultimate and the Cassante. You can press W, and even with that, it's going to be quite hard for Abel to run alongside behind them. We see less ghosts on AD carries now, which means that the Xayah can struggle to follow those longer range engages. WE, they have a great composition if they get engaged into. I think if they're the ones going forwards, it can start to be a bit of a struggle, particularly with the Xayah struggling to catch up with the rest of the team.
It's going to be a lot about positioning as well, and just trying to find any in possible. The biggest thing is a lot of confidence by WE in this first one. The blind pick of the Renekton, and maybe leaning towards this top side a little bit more, but that is also where we go back to the conversation of rookie versus rookie in the jungle. Veterans abound everywhere else, but maybe primarily looking at that bot lane matchup as well and see how these two supports can try to affect the map and support these newer junglers.
So, newer junglers, veteran ADCs, it has been a search for chemistry, a search for something special, and a reaction which might just carry these teams out of the bottom echelons of the LPL and into at least that last chance qualifier to try and get themselves into the playoffs of the LPL. Both of these teams have been searching for something special. We are yet to really figure out if they have. We've only had a couple of series. It would be a little bit disingenuous to say they found it already, but we might be finding a next chapter in that search as we go into Game 1.
A little bit of cheered on both sides. Love to hear Shiana awake and ready to go for this one. We get into the Group B reunion from placement stage, and it's already starting off spicy with WE finding a flank over there on the Geju. Now, I especially think with this series scoreline between these two teams being 1-1, this one means a little bit more than the normal stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. When you come through from, yes, that group reunion, which we were highlighting. WE doing something important there. They're trying to, what they did is they disrupted the seeds from the Zyra at level 1. Zyra's clear speed is about her plants and her plant damage. How do you get plants at level 1? You need that passive. Way back in the day, her passive used to be she died and she just spit a thorn at you, and that kind of be
That was
it.
so
Now
cool, by the way.
It was kind of cool, but you had to die to use it, which felt kind of bad. Nowadays, you can get the plants right away from, well, nowadays. For a long time, you can now get those plants at level 1, but you have to stand in the right area of the map. If you're forced to retreat, if you're forced to spawn your plants early, you do lose out some clear speed. Because of that, Geju might just end up having himself a bit of a weaker clear. You do want to get that W level 2. It makes it easier to clear these Krogs at that point. You need to be careful about those camps tagging onto your plants. You need to be the one tanking the aggro, so your plants can be the real carry of your jungle clear.
Been seeing very, very quick clears by the Zyra. We'll keep tabs on what the timing looks like this time around
254 is the fastest I've seen in LPL so far.
It is going to be also opposite side pathings, so Yang Qiang, especially looking to get to these solo lanes and maybe even towards Wayward as well.
Yeah, and we can, yes, very much see the combo up from Dianxian trying to get towards the big setup in those lanes. The thing about the Zyra is that you clear and you can be on call. You know, you're the person on the hotline ready to say, okay, I have cleared like a monster. I will be somewhere on the map. But you are not the one that goes aggressive most of the time. You can get yourself that grasping roots gank very early on with that first level of your E, but you don't necessarily wants to be putting yourself out of position to do so. Whereas the Yangxian, if you can get towards the Renekton lane, if you can get towards that Rakan who gets to go forwards as well, you can start to cause a lot of issues, particularly since Rakan does count as a melee character. It does mean you do assist in that Sejuani passive, which can help at some points.
Now taking a look at it, it's a little bit belated from that super fast clear, but still not too shabby, just over that 3-minute mark now. He will be pathing down towards this bot side for Geju. Spotted out, though, by the ward as it's going down, so Team WE know that there is a play developing on bot side against them.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you disrupt a level 1 from Zyra, the clear goes from about 254 to about 310 to 315. That is, what, you know, an extra 20 seconds of time you get to survive in a lane. Now, if you're clearing top to bot lane, that means you get yourself hitting, you can get yourself more XP from minions. That means they hit that level 3, the dive threat isn't there. Now with top side, Yanshin might be able to make himself an impact where Geju couldn't on bot side.
We said this is where they needed to put the focus. The permafrost going to connect, but can't follow it up. And the turret shot back on a Wayward. A little dicey up there, and I'm not talking about the slice and dice.
Close stuff in that top side as, yeah, the Sejuani passive couldn't get procced. You have to actually proc the permafrost. Empowered Q is going to make sure that Wayward doesn't end up getting blasted on the return end of that. Has flash to no flash. It's still something for that top lane, but neither jungler finding something in the sides of the map which they first go towards. Zyra tends to be happier with that, even if you don't end up getting yourself something in that first play of the game. As with all farming AP junglers, getting farm is a win condition of itself. Gets himself to that Fated Ashes, and now jungle camps don't really exist. They're just going to evaporate as Geju photosynthesizes his way through the jungle.
A big thing to realize here as well is with the pathing structure of these two junglers, where you could have a little bit of differing focus on the objectives that spawn first and foremost. Bot lane priority is going to be super important in that. We look at mid lane, and Tong Yuan has a lot of priority on the Tristana, as we would expect, though, on the other side for RNG.
I'm kind of sad that we see the Tristana Corki matchup back, even though the Tristana is really powerful right now. I just like seeing the Lucian players at least try and do something mechanical in laning phase. You have to hop over the Foss Bomb, and it's quick skill shots because the Foss Bomb got his missile speed increased recently. But yeah, the Tristana, sure, it pushes in and it gets a load of prio. Sure, I guess that's valuable. Back to Tristana Corki we go.
Yeah, I've been here for it. I actually like some of the plays. The Corki maybe not as flashy, but
you know what? I have to say, I think in the current iteration of it, I think I prefer Corki Azir than Corki Tristana.
Oh my goodness!
I can't believe I'm saying that because you get to the point where AD carries do get, you know, absorb life, fleet footwork. They never really lose HP either. They just continually push. Yes, the AD carries are kind of fun and like it. Look, It used to be a special thing when we saw double AD carry compositions. Last year, EDG would start playing towards, you know, the AD carry mid, and then they'd have the AD carry bot as well. That wasn't as common. The fact that we see it every game right now, it just loses some of that viability. Like, I remember when double AD carry back in season 4, you would play the double AD carry just to get extra tower killing potential early into the game, because back then mages didn't get extra damage to the turrets. The fact that we see them every game right now, sometimes we even see 6 AD carries between jungles and top laners as well. Like, it's too much. It has lost its kind
ADCs
of
rule the
like,
world.
niche.
Yes. We do see the culmination of that pathing I was talking about earlier, though, with the opposite side structure, is Geju did end up taking that dragon. The grubby tubbies have been taken by Team WE. Now they do miss the Glacial Prison on the back of it, but Wayward has an entrance and Geju in some trouble now. He'll just go down. First blood for Team WE. And of course, it's the Fofo. Good boy.
Well, welcome to the LPL, Geju. Enjoy your stay. Out-leveled by Yangxian as he gets the level up from that last grub. Gets the bowler thrown at him, and that Glacial Prison forces the flash, forces the losing play, and even though the Zyras tend to kind of just steamroll through the game after they get past that first clear, RNG's jungler has fallen behind. Remember that this player, Geju, solo queue prodigy, trying to come in to stabilize a roster which has now just lost Wei, and of course Ming, of course, one of their MSI winners as well, leaving that roster to the point where now RNG no longer has any of their MSI rosters back on there. You can see level 6 hit from that last camp. Geju must have been just one camp offered himself. He doesn't have that ultimate to put down that Stranglethorns. Even if he had it, he was probably out of position and would have died. So, sad situation for him as he eats his first death of the series.
And this is picture perfect for Team WE because they wanted to play around their solo lanes in this one. You have a lot of safety for Team WE's bot side, and they can play easily on this side of the map as well if they keep pushing this in. So, getting any advantage on this these solo lanes is very big. Now, Yuan in trouble against Fofo, and he will have a little bit more presence back into that priority we were talking about in the mid lane.
Yeah, once you get to first couple of backs, the Corki starts to fire back pretty well against the Tristana. One of the reasons the Corki Tristana has been played so much, and even though you see the Tristana getting early push, you'd start questioning, well, why would anyone pick the Corki if the Tristana gets the push? Don't they win the matchup?
Oh, come on! Can't catch a break.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Geju's just been absolutely dunked on in this game, but the reason that people still pick the Corki is that once you get past your first couple of bases, you can get to the point where the Corki genuinely does start to rock Tristana in the individual matchup. Especially once you hit 2 items, the Corki really, really starts to hurt and wins against Tristana, even when Tristana can be ahead of the game. So Tanyuan, he has his point of power right now. It hasn't led to anything. Normally a pushing mid lane gives your jungler an advantage as well. That hasn't been the case, and now Yenshen is ahead in XP, and ahead in gold, and ahead, of course, that assist as well against Geju, and that is a very good sign for WE. Their go button in that Sejuani is really, really online, and Mark also has his own go buttons to go to the play.
There's the go button going. Mark on his mark. The bullet time over top of it, but Geju is just dead outright. They didn't do any damage with it as well, and now Iwandi is also left hanging. Fofo going to claim a second one, and so far, it's all Team WE.
Oh dear, oh dear. You put down that bullet time to dry and buy a little bit of time for your other 2 teammates to get out, and it just doesn't matter. You lose the life of your jungler again, you lose the life of your support, you lose the ultimate from that Alistair too, and now RNG, not only are they behind the game where they should be, they also don't have the tools to fight back in the next phase of the game, which is going to be a bit of a problem. You're not going to have Geju's flash back up for that next dragon as well. This was on vision. They should know that Mark and Abel's standing there. If you see them stood like that, you should know they're looking for a play. This is really greedy. You don't have your mid laner roaming either. This is a huge lack of awareness from RNG and what could happen with the map, and they're getting hugely punished for it.
You can't say this hasn't been a trend, though, for RNG. A little bit of lack of direction in the early game can be felt. That's why you were wondering if a little bit of the veterancy brought to this bottom lane could shore some of that up. Geju not one to back down, though, into the night. We'll end up trying to look at this top side to reinvigorate Juice a little bit.
Juice on this Cassante versus Renekton will typically outvalue in teamfights. That's just what you get out of the Cassante. Cassante is a very prominent teamfight champion. The Renekton needs a significant lead to be more valuable in the late game. The first time that Yanxian tried to look towards that Renekton Sejuani, couldn't quite get value of it. We are still in very much the power point of the Renekton, though. No flash, but does have that dominance, and the level 9 for that max rank of that Q can be so powerful. So RNG trying to deny the grubs, but I don't think they necessarily want to stick around for a big fight if WE choose to walk up here.
Looks like they will just seed pressure around this one, literally, as the 3 grubs will be traded to the other side here. You did see a little... Yeah?
Did you just say seed pressure because this is Zyra?
Well, I seed and then seed, you know, pun intended. Come on, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
I'm
good.
glad you got there eventually.
Here you go. Thanks. Yeah. Look, buddy, we had 8 games yesterday. I'm up bright and early for these games today. You know, bright and early.
So
for
I need to
LPL.
keep the puns coming then. This is what you're telling me.
Absolutely, it keeps me awake. It does at points.
From shock value,
I have to say, typically the gameplay does as well. This game's been a little bit slower. We kind of have come to realize that from both these teams because like they've been struggling in terms of direction. They have put in a load of new players. Waver's going to pop his ult just to make sure he has safe wave clear, maybe thinking that there was a gank coming onto him because there's a lot of fog of war on top side. 4 plates taken by W on the bot side, and Juice in danger.
So much gold going the way of Team WE's bottom side, and now they'll be able to also invade a little bit here. Getju did just complete his Leandries, so getting back on the map, they'll have a little bit of point of pressure in that regard, but it has been a tough affair now that you found advantages pretty much across the table for Team WE.
You're getting yourselves all of those plates on Abel, leading through to a first item Infinity Edge. I love to see
Oh
that.
my
We've
God,
seen this
Chad.
a little. We've seen this a little bit from Jinxes. I think we should be seeing this elsewhere too. Remember, Infinity Edge was buffed coming into summer. Waver's going to get teleported on though, and that AD carry is strong. And this could be a Buster Shot back into him.
He's got the Buster Shot. Oh, the slice of dice was denied. Wayward not going to have an exit here. Tonguen makes the outplay here, and he's going to find a kill for it.
Wayward used the ultimate to wave clear in the last play before this. Means he's not available for this kind of outplay, and the Renekton, who needs to be ahead, getting shut down is a bit of an issue.
Run, Huanfeng!
Huge plays are going to go over. Huanfeng Plaid's flash is at least going to get out alive.
Oh, a little bit of miscoordination there by Awandi and Huanfeng. The headbutt going out and the bullet time coming through a bit off time, but they do survive, so they get something back from it.
Anyone's going to be left alone in that top side, so he'll get himself that turret, but it won't be before first turret taken by Mark and Abel in this bot side. Mark going to share in that gold, but at least securing that first turret. Tenuan not able to take this right now. Can they take this turret in time? No, so Wayward at least going to be able to survive for now.
Try to punish Wayward again now that he has no flash. He does have the Dominus back up and available. You see maybe the alarms have been triggered here on the top side because everybody from Team WE is heading up this way, realizing this turret is the focus for RNG. They'll be able to take this one, though, before they get up here.
Okay, so Tanyuan, he has been given all of the resources. Tristan is 10 team. You've got the Cull cashing in soon as well. So RNG, their hope now is, okay, get to 2-3 items onto the Zyra, get that Leandries and that Rylai's, and then Tanyuan going to get all of that side lane gold. Maybe they can deal with the tanks at the same kind of time. RNG, they are still behind. You still have given a boatload of gold over to that Zyra. Mark is, why are you there?
He is in a lot of trouble. Popping the quickness, though, and he's a speedy little guy.
That was, yeah. Okay. Mark gets out alive, does have to blow his flash and his ultimate, but he does get out at the cost of an ultimate coming through from Geju as well. Herald going over to WE. This could be a bit of an issue for RNG. They are not at a point where they want to fight just yet. They don't have that bullet time, and they don't have the Stranglethorns now as well. If you get a good recall coming in from Yangshan, you can put that down into mid lane with the power point of the Zyra and that Infinity Edge very early on. You could see WE trying to break open that mid lane turret.
Some of that standing gold there as well, going to be really big. They already find themselves at a pretty hefty advantage early on. They've taken so many plates. A little bit in return, though, by RNG. In the end, getting that top side with all the plates was pretty big for themselves. But we also are on first items across the table, so that's where we got to take stock on powers of fighting here as Geju comes topside to try to stop the advances of Team WE.
Yeah, so the fighting power, of course you have Kraken Slayer and you have the Cull cashed in for Tanyuan, so he's very happy with his gold value. Right now, you already talked about the Leandries being brought in before that. Bloodthirster for MF, very important. They're not there at this play. Fofo being gifted a side lane out of turret himself. He is almost at his second item point now with a lot of gold being given over. Once you get that Muramana coming in from the core keep, that's where WE really start getting an advantage there. The fact that we have this difference between the Bloodthirster and the Infinity Edge, though, is a big difference between these AD carries. Of course, with Xayah, the feathers do benefit a lot from crit chance and just raw AD. It's an ability which ends up scaling off of a load of different factors. Basically, because it was there to deny the lethality Xayah that we had a number of years ago. That was not an okay build, where you'd lose half your HP to, Cyrilda's Muramana Xayah, a couple of items. But basically going towards that Infinity Edge and now the Zeal, very efficient items now from Abel. Good mix between attack speed and just raw AD and crit.
He did also just get second item complete for Tong Yuan, as he did get the Navori Flicker Blade on the Tristana, which is actually a pretty big spike there in the end. Mark, looking over here on the Gedju, he's been playing with fire here. As they are getting the collapse, he immediately pops the quickness.
Can we stop bullying the rookie, please? Can we stop doing this? Gedju has to flash away towards bot side. And now because Mark has been so bold with his entrances into the enemy jungle, bold is a word I'm going to use very politely there. It does mean that they spot out Gedju not being able to defend this mid lane turret. And they're going to even drive it away from mid lane as a rotational device. Look, I think Mark... Look, there isn't much you can do with that. You can sometimes drive it towards the outer turret on bot lane, but that was already down. So there's not much else you can do with it. He was just going for a joyride.
A joyride, not off into the sunset this time around. There is dragon spawned up. Would be second dragon for either side. RNG trying to push in this mid lane, but Wayward on the way. There's the Glacier Prison gone. Iwandi goes in for the engage. Mark in a little bit of trouble. You have a lot of sustained damage from RNG. Is Tong Yuan moving forward now as well. He's going to rocket jump over there. Try to catch Mark unawares, but the dragon looks like it's going to go the way of RNG.
So what Yang Xian was trying to do was avoid the Alistar, because the Alistar can just prop ult in response to yours. Wanted to catch that flashless Sire, but then just swings wide, sadly. Tries to go for the high value play. It doesn't quite end up getting towards that, so now RNG, they're going to get themselves that second dragon. And this game at least has a few objectives in it for RNG, but it's still going to be a difficult point for them when they are still quite far behind in some of those big combat stats. They don't want to have a good fight for Abel thrown into him. If RNG do get themselves into a point where they're fighting against a Xayah who's genuinely auto-attacking them, they lose every fight at this point in the game.
I think Tong Yuan's positioning is going to be very, very important as we move forward here, and try to use the CC combos that RNG's combos have actually at their disposal between Iwandi and Gedju. But now we go back on the map with a redeploy from Team WE. Not hitting second items anywhere else just yet, but did get it on Fofo here.
Big teleport coming through, so this is... Okay, alright. Still no flash of Gedju, has an ult, needs to try and use it.
There's a wild dog on the back line there. Tong Yuan gonna flash away, tries to get the buzz shot there. Nice little double knockout by Wandi, fighting his way out. Abel in some trouble there. There's the flash coming through from Wayward, though. He's looking to get Gedju. Nice little headbutt back there. Fofo flashing over the wall, and Fofo will claim that kill. Juice with the entrance here. He has the all out, but he's a little bit scared, and WE will back away. All bodies available, and Iwandi in the dirt.
That was a confusing fight, Mazel. We saw Abel's 1v2ing at one point. We said, okay, well, you know, if Abel manages to get a good fight, it's a really dangerous point for RNG. Still doesn't really want to be in a 1v2 without any teammates around him. The fact that, you know, Gedju gets out alive is also surprising to me, because he has no flash. He does have a good disengaged player here, though. Using the grasping roots, gets a good kind of area denial with the strangle thorns as well. And Iwandi does buy a lot of time with ult, so at least Gedju lives, and they stop the bullying, if only briefly. It was pretty close, though, that Zyra was in a lot of danger for a long time.
It's just so difficult to navigate the fights when Team W have so many entrances into them, right? Like, you have to watch for 3 forward advances from Wayward and Xiang and Mark, and they do find that forward advance onto Gedju. And this time they strike true. There's no getting away.
This jungler has been given a pretty cold welcome here by Team W. Only
He's playing the
second series or
Zyra.
so. Yeah.
Do you lose a little bit of that sympathy?
Well, you know, it's his 3rd series now. Maybe the time for welcomes is over. So he's dead. Baron's just spawned. You've got a tank to tank this one up for forever. Teleport coming in from Wayward. He has that Dominus. He's looking to flank on someone out of Fog of War.
Hanfang needs a big bullet time, but look, Wayward, the big croc, he gets the cleanse out, and Iwandi is made into hamburgers now. Team WE move right back to the Baron, and their lead is getting unsurmountable here, Nymera.
And Gerju's going to be slow to this still. They have so much tank. W can stay on the Baron as long as they want. They might even fish for more kills, but the Baron will certainly go down.
He's got bullet time. He's going to go for it. Isn't going to get it. This might comes through in Yan Xiang. And they will also get the Scuttle Crab on top of that. So big Baron capes for Team WE. Mixing a little bit of red and purple.
Yeah, that's going to be 5 Baron buffs. And RNG were already struggling to make any plays and struggling to defend their own side of the map. RNG, ever since the very few early levels, they have struggled to get themselves any kind of platform here. Mark, really good flank on one side. Yanshin goes straight down the middle. Wayward crosses off the other side as well. It is a triple engaged threat. Really well played from WE. They have typically played through these very organized, heavy engaged compositions, even with their changing rosters. And the conversation we were having about, look, half of the players in this game have changed from what they were even at the beginning of Summer. Right, how similar are they going to be? WE playing around their heavy engage, organized team fights, that is something that we have continued to see. This has been their style of play with the tank junglers and a secondary engage source from Mark. It has been fairly similar to the way that they played out even beforehand.
And I just was talking about Tong Yuan having a lot of say in this one, right, on the Tristana. But if you get caught like that with the flashes coming through immediately from Team WE onto you, that power vacuum will be very hard to fill for RNG. As they get sieged onto this tier 2 and bot side, Team WE have also gotten a little bit of pressure in mid lane by Wayward.
So, Wayward very far ahead of this matchup now. We did say that the Renekton needs to get a certain distance ahead of the Xiante to be useful, and given how W as a unit have gotten so far ahead, the Renekton has kind of paid off. It has stopped Juice from having much impact, and the flanking threats have been very powerful. WE, they're going to start getting even more gold now as they hit these inner turrets.
Abel playing so safely on the Xayah as well. There's the Glacial Prison used just to pull them off of the turret, and they'll get a tier 2 for it anyways. They move now back into the jungle as Dragon is spawning. Would be a soul point for RNG, but they do not have any say on how this map goes right now.
Yeah, and the fact that they just lost that Alistar ultimate is really, really important because if RNG are playing on the offensive, they kind of need that Alistar ult. You can't just go in for a combo, you need the combo plus your ult to stick around a little bit as that Alistar. So I don't think that Yangshin really cares about using his ultimate in trade in that sense. Tenuan is going to find out Wayward, does have that 2.5 items, so it's still quite dangerous. Probably doesn't want to jump on top of a Renekton all the same. We'll just clear out that wave and try and get to the other side of the map from which W were just pressuring before this point.
And the go buttons are in the pockets of Team WE for sure, but we are getting to a point where RNG with one big combo can still find some big promise onto the right members if it comes through, right? I think Fofo having a lot of gold right now feels really good for Team WE, but without him, they lose a little bit of their damage profile. A third item for him, Rapid Fire, will make it a lot easier for him to navigate these fights, though.
We are getting towards that point where we're going to have Abel and Fofo just kind of flashing forward and showing the fact that they do have 1 million damage, and I'm not sure if RNG are quite ready for that. It's something which W will have to explore in a little bit. This is one of the bonuses that Abel brings. I think that, I think before this split, I was a bit of an LP defender. I liked when he was on LNG in spring of last year. And, I thought that Gala was an upgrade from LNG roster from LP last year. But LP was still fine. He was a good, stable carry. On WE, he never really managed that.
Yeah.
Abel, I wouldn't have said stability was his core facet, but he does have that extra upper firepower. And considering how he's played so far for Team WE, he has also been... again, he has shown that stability, which somehow LP couldn't do on that roster, or Stay or Prince back in spring. So Abel, it feels like he has been slotting into this team mighty fine after his departure from OMG, whilst also bringing that upper level of aggressive firepower when his flash is available.
Genius ADC trying to find any entrance here to find a big Featherstorm combo.
Wait, the Genius AD carries were Uzi, Abel, and Jaculov, right? Were they the 3? Seems to remember that.
No, it was iBoy and Jaculov. It was Abel.
Oh, iBoy, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
See, I looked back a little while ago. I was like, is it? I thought it was meant to be Uzi in that list, but I'm just like a little bit.
It's the old guard, you know.
Yeah, because I remember Abel was part of that because he was of course the substitute behind Uzi on the RNG roster, which won MSI in 2018. So I remember he classified as that. I was just trying to remember exactly who the others on that list were.
And that's why I think the conversation of that veterancy that these teams have tried to bring in to stabilize is very interesting when you have the stark contrast of a lot of very very new pieces, right? Like literally Geju has been a streamer for like 4 years and coming back over here now as well. It's been really, really interesting, even in some of maybe the low moments that we've seen in this split from both these teams, to see some of those developmental pieces alongside some true vets.
And that's been something which a lot of LPL teams have been we've had a load of roster changes trying to experiment with that. I'm not sure all of them have been really what teams needed, but you know, Team W, we've already highlighted, had 4 roster changes. RNG have had 3. You look at OMG, they've had, what, 2 or 3 as well, if you count Abel leaving also counting that, although Star is already on the roster. Pretty much, yeah, like over half the teams, I feel like about half the teams have made some kind of change midway through summer. Now, I can kind of understand it between like spring and summer. We've had those changes happening already mid-split in summer. I think you go a couple of weeks in and some of the teams start to maybe panic a little where their expectations aren't being met, whether that's playoffs or particularly contesting for world spots as well. I think a lot of organizations realize, we can't really mess around. Let's try and roll the dice if it's not working as it happens. Not all of them are successful, but that's the mentality I'm sort of grasping here in the LPL.
And this split stage setup also gives you some room for those transitions. Now, RNG, Wandy got to be really careful here. He is completely caught out, and even with the unbreakable will, still gets almost all of his health bar taken away from him. Nice little bullet time by Hwanfeng, though.
Wow. That is the power of a level 13 plus side who's maxed out that E and maxed out that W as well. It is very, very painful when you have the Lord Dominus Regards. And now, once again, WE realized, okay, you don't have that Alistair ultimate now. Yes, you have the Warmogs, but that Alistair ultimate is what you really need to be a tank, and RNG can't really go aggressive.
They're trying to move in here. I do like that Team WE are not willing to just go for the 50-50 just in case. You did get a bounty in the side lane completed by Juice. The Baron is the focus now. TP coming in.
Geju,
Wayward not joining just yet, but now he's coming in. TP's in. There is Geju in the pit, but it's not going to be enough. You get the Baron secured by Abel, of all people. The genius has truly gotten the brain power in his regard. Now WE moving out as they already cleared house on Geju. Fofo moving out too, and the good boy is right back. Go ahead and give him some treats. Team WE have stomped this game number 1. Almost 10,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, Fofo showing us some corgi gaming. They get themselves that Baron buff. And RNG, this has sadly been the tale of RNG in 2024. They have struggled to be proactive. They have struggled to have direction. And roster changes do not seem to have solved that issue. They are eating so much damage onto their towers as WE go forwards.
RNG fighting under this turret, trying to stop it, and they do end up getting the siege broken. Oh! Able to get it in the last second there. That cannon minion doing work with the Baron buff.
Genshin has his ultimate back up. They could have looked for a turnaround at that point. I was a little bit worried. All the same, WE, they can get themselves a dragon off the back of this. It's likely not going to be a game which reaches the proper soul. We're going to get probably a take of that on the next kind of reset. Going back towards this Baron fight, though, Geju has flash, tries to go for a flash steal, but he puts himself out of position to do so very, very close, as it is the... actually, it's going to be the Feather Call, which comes back from Abel, which takes it. I didn't see whether the Smite had gone down from Yanxian to secure that as well. Typically, you do end up comboing them up, but the spectators sometimes tell a bit of a lie in regards to whether that smite was on cooldown or not, because sometimes it shows like the overall smite of the second charge cooldown, which gets a bit weird.
Damn, Daniel, that's a lot of damage. Fofo putting in work now. Honestly, having a heck of a game to open this one up. 6-0 on the Corki. Very confident in the pick. And Tong Yuan on the Tristana. I mean, that's typically such a massive one we've seen in the meta right now. They do end up getting scraps in the bot side there, but Team WE are striking where it hurts and taking an inhib and bot lane themselves.
Yeah, this is the thing. You can say, oh, but they just got an objective bounty and it's an inner tower. Isn't that great? Well, you're losing your base. Not particularly great. I would consider that a strategic loss. You get yourself a small tactical victory. Great gold. The strategic sense really not working out.
Wandy gonna pop the Unbreakable Will there too, just to try to dissuade any more of the follow-up. Baron is still up. Oh, 35 seconds on that buff. Stranglethorn gonna go down. Wandy is almost dead. You see the Gatling gun doing work right now for Fofo. They're onto the turret now as well. They still have minions, The first one's going to fall. RNG going to renew their efforts of defense here, Nightmare. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Look at Abel. He's got that Blade Collar. The Feather Storm going to be used as well. He's getting all outed right now by Juice, but on the other side, the combo's not going to be enough. Wanfong has been denied, and now Team WE move on as they have multiple cannon minions here. Do they want to stay? They have TP available for Fofo as he tries to initiate the back. It will end up being Mark going down. TP coming in for Fofo.
Right. Baron buff is off, so there's no more of those powerful minions. Wanfong just used his flash to keep position correctly. The tower's dying.
They're literally just trying to brute force this win, and it's gonna work, damn it! Team WE, we knew they were strong. We knew they were the favorites in this one, and they will handle game number 1 as they take a 1-0 advantage in this best of 3.
WE picking up a pretty textbook game 1. WE, they have been a team which have played textbook style League of Legends, easy engaged, organized team fights, and getting themselves good gold out of side lanes, particularly onto Fofo as well. That worked out an absolute treat for them. I think we're starting to see Abel slot more and more comfortably into this roster. We haven't seen him be exploited in the way that other WE ADCs have been in the past. Maybe that's one of the reasons that they picked him up. I wouldn't have said that was the strength of Abel before, but he's finding it here on this roster.
Well, Team WE take the advantage here. We'll see if RNG can find that bounce back after a short little break. We'll be right back.
Taken away, and numbers too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts. Must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covered our world. Gather our people. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on well. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, we win this war. We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on well. 'Cause we must live up to our
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and we're in our second best of 3 of the day out of 3. And Team WE take a holistic victory in that first game, and kind of, to some extent, what we expected. Maybe not to the extent we expected, Nymera.
And Yanshin, the rookie jungler from WE, picks himself up an MVP, very quickly got up in Geju's face, and, you know, he had a missed ult here or there, but honestly was a big reason for why WE walked away with this game. Geju couldn't play the game on the Zyra, and as a Zyra, it's really hard to get shut down to that kind of degree, so that is quite the achievement for him on that Sejuani, really just being the front runner of this game, continually pressing the engage button.
And a second MVP in the rookie split as well. The change out working out so far. But yeah, it was literally just oppression against Geju. He was like 0-3. They kept finding him. They kept pushing him. But really relying on the consistent damage of Fofo after a couple of those trades early on going his way.
I think there's some credit to be thrown over to Mark as well. He was, again, I'm going to politely say he was bold at the way that he went into the enemy jungle, but he did get some really good value out of these deep wards, even if it was somewhat risky to go towards them. The way that he was approaching the flanks was really impressive too. So I think the fact that jungle support outvalued in the way that they did is really, really important. And the fact that Yanshin as a rookie doing that just adds that extra degree of importance to that as well. And RNG, we are at this point now where they've had a number of games where, you know, even though they had this matchup versus Team WE, they did end up winning that within that group stage. RNG are currently looking like they might just be the worst team in the LPL. They are struggling here in the Nirvana group, and if they lose this series, they will be at a 0-3. They are almost, like, destined to be bottom 4 at that point. They'd have to miracle one that run their way towards the top of the Nirvana group, and that would be a very difficult thing to do when they face some of the weaker teams in this group already.
All of the changes, definitely hard to right the ship with here. But we're back to our Group B reunion from the placement stage. Team WE versus RNG. They went 1-for-1 in series in their group. And now we'll see who comes out the better of it. Team WE striking first here. They are on the blue side yet again. We do have the Brand, Leona, and Misfortune banned by them. It is RNG on the red side. Zyra, Ezreal, and Rumble banned away.
Man, RNG banned the Zyra. Okay, well, I mean, Yanshin should go towards that Sejuani again, but it's going to be that Renekton. Wayward, we did say he is very, very good at kind of mastering those lanes against less confident top laners. Juice has had some good games, but he has not necessarily been a consistent top laner. RNG now might be trying a different flavor. Tanyuan trying to go towards a similar pick, but Huanfeng going towards a reposition AD carry instead.
Yeah, I actually like that. Get a little bit of dive potential right now on the side of RNG. I want to see them follow that up. Maybe the Vi even coming through as a bit of a viable pick, but they definitely want a little bit of AP of their own right as well. We'll see what their final pick of this first phase is going to be. Team WE have all the eggs in their basket, and now they just have to choose which one they want. It is going to be the Lilia and the Corki locked in.
So, WE, they get themselves a different flavor. They get themselves Yanshin, who is still completely happy to play around the Renekton as the Lilia. As we said, when Renekton is playing with a skill shot / inconsistent damage dealing AP jungler, he just puts them on easy mode, whether that's Nidalee Spears or Talia combos, or in this case, the Lilia with the W. It is so easy to play around this on the top side, and you have to probably lock in the Cassante now just to say, right, if you're going forwards for a stun, I can press W, go unstoppable, and get myself out of that play. But Juice is probably going to be, again, eating a bad laning phase, which is not really what RNG wants to have to deal with, considering that Wayward tends to take winning lanes and win games with them.
That's the most difficult thing, and that's why giving, blind pick Renekton has been so interesting to watch as a whole in the LPL. It is into the second phase, though, where RNG ban away the Xayah from the last game for Team WE, so taking away the bit of the safety against Abel, but maybe still some viable bot laners available to them. It will be the Olaf focus for WE.
I'm so surprised that they ban out that Xayah. Like, I get that Abel played it in the last game. I don't feel like it was the champion which really ended up causing problems there. They banned the Zeri as well, so that is two of the better backline AD carries. The Ezreal's gone as well, the Misfortune's gone. Okay, maybe at this point, okay, now I do see the angle. Now it's going to be harder for Abel to either reposition or peel for himself, so you have to start asking, what is he going to bring out? He has only played the Zeri, the Kai'Sa, and the Xayah for Team WE so far, so you'll have to pick up something new in this phase.
Very interested at some of the bans coming out from TWE here. Thinking some spice might be on the table for RNG. It will be the Olaf Graves combo taken away. The Wukong immediately locked in by RNG as we go into the second phase now.
Wukong going to be very, very nice to get onto a less mobile, less safe AD carry. So they ban away some of the safer AD carries, and now Abel is left considering his options. You can go towards that Aphelios, who is kind of hard to defend in some ways because he's a mobile, kind of easy to defend because he does so much damage and gets so much random healing that you can just kind of defend himself by killing anyone who comes at him. With the Renata, you get that bailout. It's a very dominant laning phase duo as well. The Kai'Sa can start to suffer alongside that. If you go towards someone like a Nautilus, the Nautilus tends to suffer against the Renata, so you have to start considering your options. Blitzcrank's better into the Renata, it's worse for the Kai'Sa, so I wonder he's kind of hovering over different options and wondering what gives the best compromise of laning phase and then the team fight engage. You might just have to lock in that Nautilus and say, oh well, we lose it, and they go towards the Bard instead. An I1D Classic.
Really love to see that, but I really like the Renata here. When we talked about the draft kicking off, it's all about like dive, about backline access, about following through for RNG, and a hostile takeover is going to change all of that right outside of it. So it's going to be a lot about execution for RNG here.
It absolutely is, because it's going to be a little hard to play against the FLS Renata in lane. It's going to be a little hard to play against the Renekton in topside. Yangxian looks like he has a pretty okay like option in this game. So worth noting that Wukong isn't always great versus Lilia, because if you try and escape backwards with your clone and you already have the Dream Dust on you, your clone does not save you from that ultimate. You can't escape from that one. So a bit of a harder job coming in from that Wukong as well, which is not necessarily what you want to have for a jungler which just got blasted in that last game. RNG, it is a different look though, hopefully with Iwandi on a classic pick for him, which he has succeeded on multiple times before. Hopefully that will give the direction which RNG are really sorely looking for.
They have a little bit of direction in their style of composition, but now they need to find it together on the Rift. Team WE had such a smashing time in that game number 1. Led off by the blind pick, reunited again for Wayward here, but really sticking with a lot of the pieces that worked in that game number 1. So consistency is key for Team WE, but we look to this reunion matchup where Team WE smashed RNG 2-0 to kick off their splits, and at least in that placement stage, and now RNG were the ones that denied WE from any hope of getting in to that group ascend in this Rumble stage after losing to LGD. Now, as revenge has it, Team WE looking to take a 2-0 sweep. Fans still kicking as we hear Xi'an, Team WE's home arena, come to life. All that energy put to good use so far with the strong start.
And Team WE, you know, they've always had a pretty decent fan base, and they've, you know, I think they've moved between different arenas in Team WE, but they've kind of, not within Team WE, within Xi'an, they've played in different arenas within the city. They have always kind of kept themselves a location base there, though. I think that's helped really bring up some location-based fans for them. RNG looking for that level 1, just forcing off the Lilia from the Raptor start, which means that Yangxian will have to go towards the Wolves instead. Tenuan's going to try and get himself back onto this mid lane, but luckily for him, isn't going to get himself minion aggro somehow, some way there. And Yangxian will have to try and find himself a camp steal from RNG's jungle to get themselves back into parity.
And I'll just say Fofo, he definitely stole the stage of that last game, having a really, really good Corki game, but Tong Yuan was no slouch. That Tristana was getting to a point of power. We'll see if he can kind of continue that one with maybe some help from the rest of his team. We do end up seeing the Chicky Nuggy stolen by Geju and right back to his side of the jungle.
Tristana jumping forwards, getting himself to level 2. Sadly didn't have that bomb, but the jump is also okay in terms of base damage early, and it gives you a range to keep getting those auto attacks down. Yangxian, he will end up taking those chickens in a very, very quick style. The problem is now, you have a Renekton who's playing strong side, and also because you took a long time on your invade, Abel and Mark are really able to push in. Now, Aphelios isn't a champion at level 1, because you don't actually get an ability at level 1, you just switch between your weapons. You unlock your Q for every weapon you cycle through at level 2. By the way, I know this is kind of a rarity. I sat there and I learned all of the individual Aphelios, not just the weapon names, but the ability names. Can you remember the Aphelios? This is a pop quiz for you, Mizel. Can you remember Aphelios' weapons ability names?
That's a great question. Off the top of my head, I mean, I know the guns, but the abilities are a little bit of a question mark.
I feel bad, because that feels like such a niche thing. So, from what I remember, the rifle is Moonshot.
Yeah.
The pistols, Severum, that
Binding
is
Eclipse for the Gravitum.
Binding Eclipse for that one. Duskwave for the flamethrower, and the last one,
Sentry.
the crescendo, is Sentinel Turret. So that's all 5 of them. And now I did have a bit of fun as well. I think it was Sentinel turret, but okay, maybe there you go. You got
Oh,
one back.
did I
You know,
get?
the thing is though, what I'm kind of sad at is they didn't also name the ultimate, so I tried to come up with some names myself. So when you shoot with the rifle, you get the mark afterwards, you get that long range auto. So that is Ace in the Calibrum. Get it, Kalen Oliver? So that's cool. I think that the routing ultimate with the well, hang on, look, oh no, they're gonna ignore my TED talk on this. They're gonna just go for the gauge.
We're gonna look bot side a little bit. We can always return to the conversation about the gun.
If only Abel had the ultimate for the Gravitum, and that is the Moonlight Varus, because you root everyone. Yeah, you see,
Okay,
like that.
You're really stretching here.
Yeah. Okay, what about this one then? The Mega Infernum bomb when you throw out the flamethrower ultimate.
Oh,
yeah, that's pretty good.
God,
But my
what is
favorite one.
happening?
My favorite one is the healing ultimate when you fire out with the Severum, which is much like Vladimir, the emo plague.
Who let this man do this?
Yeah, I just had far too
Can
much
we get
time.
the mute button? Like no, those are actually pretty good.
Thank you.
I like
And
it. As a
by the way,
dad joke
if-
enjoyer.
If anyone has any suggestions for the crescendo, because I can't think of anything for that right now, that would complete the set.
Gotta have something along the lines of like singing, maybe. I don't know. Now I want to check in a little bit on the map state since we spent time talking about the guns. We also got to talk about how early we get these, at least advances from Geju, because he's the one that I feel like needs to be pretty proactive in this kind of setup.
Well, he ended up getting that early invade, which could help towards bot side. They get the flash out of Mark, and it stops the Aphelios Renata being quite as lane dominant and allows the Kai'Sa Bard to be a lane which Geju can continue to play around. But it's going to be quite hard for this Wukong to get big team fights in the way that he wants, because one, you have the Renata there for the ultimate. Two, Wukong diving into a team which has you know, the Lilia as well can be quite problematic. The way that Team W are likely going to be positioning is having Yanxiang stood slightly apart from the team, fishing for swell seeds. You might be able to catch Fofo and Abel in one burst, but it's going to be really hard to stop Yanxiang from getting value. He's going to look to dive Juice right now, and Juice does have flash.
Juice is in a lot of trouble here. He's going to try to get his way out. Does have the dash. Wayward going to take priority over the turret. TP is available for Juice, but that'll be a turret play going over to Team WE, and more top lane pressure here as grubs are spawning.
So, one of the annoying things about being ganked by a DOT champion like Brand or Lily, wow, that is such a Chad recall from Wayward. But one of the bonuses of getting like a burn champion into a lane like this is that it takes longer to reset, because you're sat there like, oh, I got hit by a skill shot, I'm going to walk backwards. And then you can't channel your recall until the burn finishes. And that means that you get later back on your teleport back into the lane there. So Juice doesn't lose the cannon, just lose the cannon. He loses an extra minion on top of that. As well, Wayward, because the wave was so heavily pushed back in as well, doesn't even need to use his teleport. Yanxian takes a very easy gank on top side, keeps his flash, doesn't necessarily want to trade flash for flash with a Kasansei, gets himself those grubs. Geju is trying to contest more farm here, but he doesn't have level 6. If he gets this camp, it gets close, but he's not going to be there off of this camp.
Yeah, Yanxiang is very close to level 6, if you can maybe steal away a little bit of this. But Gechu's going to fight for this one. Mark is on the way. They have a pincer maneuver they could pull off here. It is going to be Geju securing most of that, though.
Yeah, so they deny Yanxian getting the level 6 off that camp. If a smite still, well, Yanxian had used the smite on the grubs, but if there was a steal of the grubs coming through, potentially you could have gone for a big lilting lullaby after that point. In the last game, Yanxian managed to catch out Geju with a quick level 6, hitting off of those, the last of the grubs that came through. He's going to give himself level 6 off of the Krugs, and now suddenly Yanxian has a real point of power. Fated Ashes helps the clear speed an awful lot, and you have that ultimate, and you're also on bot side to help out Abel and Mark should something come through. Geju isn't going to have to deal with the hostile takeover just yet. Mark will need another wave or two. It looks like Abel got some solo XP just while Iwandi and Mark were both roaming across the map.
About 1,000 gold and laning advantages right now for Team WE to start off the game. Not much to speak of. Obviously, very likely to be a bit tipsy-turvy there, but we are going to get the redeploy from Yanxiang out onto the top side of the map. And I wonder if they want to revisit this Wayward setup a little bit to try to get him even farther ahead, as he has the CS advantage already.
He has some options. He can either go towards top lane and try and get something out of that. Because the grubs aren't up for a couple of minutes, Yanxian probably doesn't want to invest time there now. He's probably going to go towards top to bot, help Abel and Mark crash in the wave because it's just bounced back towards them, and then he'll probably go towards another topside play on a better timing for the Grubs on that point, because that will probably take a minute or two to get themselves into a good position. So Yangshan's going to clear top to bot side, help Abel and Mark get themselves a reset if they want to. Abel and Mark are going to then reset, get themselves towards top side, and hopefully they can go towards a fight towards those Grubs over there as well. So WE in position to try and fight towards 6 Grubs, because the bot lane gets himself an easy reset through that. And Huan Fong is going to be late on the roam as well, which is a bit of a problem. He's just stayed to clear up an extra wave in that bot side. It means he's not top side to help in terms of AD carry versus AD carry.
Ooh, all out going a little bit on the other side. Wayward going to get the slice and dice distance there. Juice trying to follow him up, but the gank was coming up towards that side. Iwandi trying to be impactful here on the map as well.
So now we have the situation where, because of this play on top side where Juice has kind of misused his ultimate, Wayward doesn't die. Wayward can stay for another wave, he can recall if he wants. Abel doesn't even feel the need to be on top side at this point because of these changes. I think if it were kind of like a closer fight, Abel would have roamed up towards that, fighting towards this mid lane. Grubs spawning in that extra minute. So again, I feel like that's really what's on the table here from Team WE.
Abel gonna walk in here. He does have a bit of the Severum with the barrier as well. He's gonna immediately Moonlight Vigil a lot of damage. He's going for it. The genius is gonna strut his stuff all over Huan Fong. Does immediately get traded down by Geju.
Abel uses the barrier and gets himself that gold standard 3-weapon switch, starts racking up the chakrams with the Severum, with the blender combo, goes through into the rifle turrets, which give you those auto attacks, resets every time the turret hits a champion, and then Abel gets a huge play out of that, with the ultimate also being committed. So Abel gets himself a bit of a flex of the muscles that does manage to get the ultimate out of Geju too, which means he won't really be able to influence the team fights in the way he would like to. Yes, it is double summoners away from the FLO, so he can't make that play again, but again, watch how he goes towards this. He has himself the Severum, Crescendum, the red-white, the blender combo, uses that, switches through into the rifle turret. This is the S plus 3-weapon switch. Gets himself full value out of that Sentinel turret as well, and even gets a free ultimate out of Geju.
Honestly, even though he died in the end, it was like way overextended. Please just take a snapshot of that. ADC players, go watch that. That was incredible. I want to see that in some montages as well. Really good opportunity from Abel to strut his stuff, as I said. And now very close to that first item. He's going to have a bit of pressure on Huan Fong. That is the Grubs on the other side. All 6 of them as Grubageddon has struck the rift.
The Zerg Rush is online. Construct as many pylons as you still can, and see if you can survive.
We need additional.
You need so many at this point. RNG, they need so many at this point. It is going to be a very difficult phase in the game now, because you have a Renekton who is going to be hitting turrets very well. The Tristana, who would like to be hitting turrets for the side of RNG, won't have those Grubs now as well, so it's harder to get Tanyuem into a position where he can get good side lane goal. And also, you have an Aphelios in this game. If Aphelios gets the Crescendum and gets the Chakrams rattling through onto the turret, that is going to absolutely be a tower threat as well. So WE, very, very fine early game for them. They have leads in the places where they want. They do need to be aware of this Wukong coming online very, very shortly, going towards Triforce as that first item. But as it stands, Abel is ready to start popping. Doesn't have those summoners yet, though.
They are full rapid around. I think Team WE sniffed that something's going wrong. Oh my god, the CC chain there as well with the Lilting Lullaby on top of it. Tuguen is trying to get away from harm's distance, but now Yang Xiang on the other side getting Geju. And now Team WE actually get a big pick, but they have to be careful because the flash is coming out from Juice, and Juice is going all out. Is he going to be able to survive? He does end up getting one back, but he goes down himself, and the entire time, Wayward has been taking the topside turret.
But what is Juice thinking? Teleports in after the play is already done, flashes and ults to get one back, but it's a 1-for-1, all things said and done. Wayward stays topside, so all of this is still a grand 4 versus 5 from WE, which they win out on. They get themselves the extra kill from that play, and RNG are really left reeling yet again. They are struggling for direction as a team. They have made some snap roster decisions, and it hasn't really been working out for them. They're going to get themselves a dragon on this bot side of the map, but this might be a bit of a spoiler warning. I'm pretty sure they're not going to survive through it to a soul if things keep going this way. Yangshan's also down here too. Doesn't have the flash, but Iwandi's low.
Oh, Swirlsy gonna not hit the mark there in the end. Dragon number 2 for RNG. Be something to write home about there at least. A little bit dicey there is going to smite it away. So Team WE getting a little bit more presence on the map. They will have the lane assignments re-swapped now, though.
So, let's go look back at this big skirmish down on the bot side. Tanyuan manages to find out Yangsheng, who flashes backwards. I think that's the right call. Big combo comes through. Luckily, Iwandi on his bard saves this from going to absolute hell right from the start of it, but it's not quite enough to get them the aggressive front foot. And Geju sees an option to go onto the summonerless of Aphelios, but it's not enough to get through the entire HP bar. You're not that fed yet, buddy. This is the problem where I think it really comes to bear at this point, though. Yes, you get yourself a kill back, but the bailout's not even been used, and Juice ends up dying while the Renekton gets a huge amount of gold. 2,000 gold up now is Wayward in the individual matchup, once again showing that he has the Renekton pass at least in this series, and he's going to be able to roll across that advantage even easier with that 6 grubs. If he gets himself onto any sort of open lane, RNG are going to be regretting that.
That's a big croc. That's a very, very big croc. I think also just the confidence to be able to pick that one up so quickly for Team WE gives them so much to play around now as well. They are going to use some of that top lane presence to take this Rift Herald, as we see a bit of plates hadn't been taken by Abel in mid lane.
Yeah, so 6 grubs, 7 crescendum for the red-white. Yeah, 3 turret plates immediately gone. So we were saying that, okay, Corki with 6 grubs, that can be dangerous. The Renekton is killing turrets as well. Yes, Crescendo Aphelios is one of the best tower killing AD carries in the game at the same time. Gets himself really good weapon management this game. You know, the 3-weapon switch earlier, the Mega Infernum Bomb that came out just before this point helped in that last team fight too, and then getting himself into red-white to hit that turret, really, really helping. I think weapon management is kind of the premier skill for an Aphelios. You need to be worried about your positioning and a lot of stuff, but the way you play out the entire game is dependent on what weapons you are playing around next. You choose what you're doing next in the next 30 seconds to minute to whatever, depending on the weapons that you're going to have, and you can conserve ammo for that kind of point. One of the big things that you can see is, particularly when you're on the utility weapons, when you're on the Infernum Gravitum, the blue-purple, you keep both of them on very low ammunition, so you can use them for their big ability, which is what they're there for, either the root or that big kind of AoE sweep across a wave or something like that. And so you can immediately switch out of both of them and get into your fighting weapons of the red-white after that point. That kind of technique, amongst others, can really help you get into the position where you have the right weapons for the job, and that is a huge difference in how you impact the game.
Well, luckily, Abel has a couple trench cloaks there to hide all the weapons in. At least, so he'll have 2 of the cloaks available to him. Now, RNG are trying to look for as many picks as possible. We talked about their kind of dive composition. I think that's something to look at going forward here, because there has been a pretty hefty lead gained by WE out of seemingly nowhere with all those plates and things going down. 4,000 gold at 16 minutes.
Yeah, and the problem is now you're playing a dive comp onto an Aphelios who is ahead of the game with a barrier and a Renata, and with this build as well, if you fail your dive and you can't kill off the Aphelios before he casts his ultimate, you are going to get shredded. The Infinity Edge is there. For those of you that don't know as well, when Aphelios casts his ultimate, anyone hit by that ultimate also gets a follow-up auto attack on them at the point afterwards, which means you can crit with the Aphelios ultimate. With an Infinity Edge and 2 crit cloaks, you don't want to be letting him ult you into a clump. They do end up using the Bard ult to save that turret. I don't think it's going to save it because of the 6 grubs. Abel going in.
Geju just wants to make sure, but the turret goes down anyways. TP on the other side, though. Juice trying to get Abel. He's going to all out into the rest of the team, and that's huge. They do get him. The dive comp comes up successful, and it will be Juan Fog that gets the kill.
Okay, greedy by Abel. Just flash away from the wall. Don't let yourself die like that. That felt like it was really greedy, and means that Juice gets to pull back through the wall. All the same, WE, they get themselves that mid lane out of turret, and they're also going to be able to get themselves the bot lane very, very easily with the Triforce 6 grubs Corki in this bot side too. It is something for RNG to get a kill onto that Aphelios. Gotta say though, Abel had he had all the tools available to survive through that. He just maybe just wanted to save his flash, but in that case, why use the barrier? I'm not sure.
Questions we may never know the answer to. As we get into the replay here, we'll take a look back at how exactly that happened.
So, Abel stands up. Get away from the wall. In fact,
He looked towards the wall.
Just flash away from it if you need to. Get away from the wall. Walls are not your friend if there's a Kasane there. You had flash. Oh, well, whatever. Gonna get himself towards the second item anyway, and he's saved that flash now. I mean, look, if he uses that flash really well in this fight, we will forgive him. But that looks a little bad for now.
He was looking for all the weapons and the cloaks that he has. That's
right.
Sometimes
Yeah,
when you
distracted
double up.
by that.
The Dragon's already going down right now by RNG. That'll be 3rd Dragon in a row for them. So they're on soul point now, and that is pretty huge. Now they might actually get collapsed on by Team WE, but it's really mid lane that they're looking for.
There's only 2 minions left. They have themselves demolished Bardolt to save the turret. Okay, Iwandi trying to save as much gold from that as possible. Will it save it? The demolish wasn't charged up quite in time.
All out just came up for Juice. They do end up saving it at least that time around, but now the next minion wave coming in with a cannon as well will secure that for Team WE. So a tier 2 tower goes down, and they can move throughout this topside jungle.
Yeah, and you can, okay, they're highlighting the build in here as well. We already talked about this. It's a whole lot of crit. He'll be going towards, his second item after this point out of one of those crit cloaks. But the whole thing about Aphelios is that you can sometimes feel really not great. Way was just dying. As we were talking about builds,
Squidward
dies.
No!
He tried to greed for a wave push in to get his demolish on that top lane turret, I think, but just not in the position to do so. But they highlighted that build, talked about it before. Aphelios really benefits from crit. Infinity Edge has a whole boatload of stats, but when you fire that first ultimate as Aphelios, it's quite easy to feel like you don't do any damage because the crit doesn't come through afterwards. The crit on your ultimate often ends up meaning you get those big montage plays. So he's just itemizing towards the quick first. And Wayward, as we saw, greeted for a push in with the 6 grubs demolish and topside and dies for it. So a sad situation for him.
And just to highlight Abel a little bit more, I mean, we talked about the Genius ADC label, but it's not just a name for no reason. Why he was innovating a lot of bot lane strategies and things like that. And I think seeing a couple builds like this where it's maybe a little bit of a head tilter to the naked eye, it's trying to opt into the best strategies for the composition and for the play itself, at least around the Aphelios. So now that we're getting back onto the map with a little bit of a reset city here for Team WE, they have so much strength, still 4,000 gold up, and they have a lot of say in how the map is dictated at this point.
They do. They did go over that soul point. That's kind of dangerous, given that it is quite early into the game. It's quite hard to end the game in the next 3 minutes before RNG could potentially even just look for a steal around that. Wukong pretty good at getting himself into a pit with the E and the W, being able to kind of just keep going forwards and look for a smite steal. So there is a chance that RNG just kind of try and turtle up, try and get themselves into a position where they can fight towards that dragon. And if WE also kind of go towards a Baron rush, there's also a chance that even if they have to reset after that point, RNG could potentially look for a dragon after that first objective is taken. So some worries here for WE in regards to that Dragon Soul win condition. Well, okay, not a win condition, but the bonus that RNG would get towards it. They are far enough behind that it is not a win condition. And you're also into an absurdly Fred Aphelios as well, and the second item that will be coming through onto Fofo very soon.
Yeah, we got a lot of second items across. Tong Nguyen and Huanfeng, more importantly, have theirs as well, so a little bit of strength for RNG in that regard. And you can see they're starting to move around the map with that, because if they can catch somebody in the wrong position, they will all be able to join. Tong Nguyen being able to take this turret as the Tristana, pretty strong. The Devori Quick Blade helping in that regard. It was the Liandry's completed for Yan Xiang as well, though, bringing a little bit more power to the Lilia.
That can, yes, the double burn, especially when you are the sole AP on your team, really, really hurts. RNG in top side. Gertrude can potentially go forwards, looking for the swirl seeds. Flash available for the Yanxian.
Oh my goodness, they do so much damage. He's got the bailout though and gets the lilting lullaby off just in time, but it's not going to matter. Tong Yuan moving forward now as well. Tempered Fate going to set up the fight here. Look at Juice. He's got the entrance. Moonlight Vigil from Abel though, but it doesn't do enough damage on the spread. Now Juice in some trouble though. Abel's going to be able to clean that one up with the help of Wayward. It's RNG with 4 bodies strong, though, moving over towards this top side.
I mean, I thought that the entire team fight was going to end off with that big Infernum ultimate. Not the case. Abel still full HP and has both summoners, so RNG can't really contest anything. They do get some good kills, and that means that they're going to be able to push WE away from some of these objectives for a little while. Dragon is now up in a minute. What was used that was important that won't be up in a minute? Iwandi gets himself this wall stun here. This forces the flash out of Lilia as they go down. That can be... Oh no, so the flash wasn't used. That's important. So that's still up. But the fact that Wukong uses the flash, that is important. The fact that he won't have that for the potential soul point is very, very impactful. Similar with Juice, flashing to get a fight here. It feels like they're fighting for the sake of fighting. If they had found this fight a minute later so they could take the dragon, this would be potentially game-changing. The fact that they don't and it's too early means they are now bereft of some of those tools around what could be the most important fight of the game for them. They don't have a couple of key flashes going towards that objective, and they won't even have themselves the bot ultimate.
Edgy gets about half his health bar taken out from him there as well. RNG just playing very well around a couple of the moments. And really, honestly, heads-up play for moving apart from the Moonlight Vigil now. Yan Xiang going forward here, still has the flash, going for the Lilting Lullaby. Not going to find the combo. Geju, though, he was on the back line, goes down already. There's the Lilting Lullaby, and Huanfeng joins his teammate in the dirt. Nice little explosive shot, almost taking down Fofo in the end. And that is WE, all-man strong, going to the Dragon and denying the soul of RNG.
No flash on Juice, no flash on Geju, makes that fight so much harder. And Abel uses his barrier to go forwards and start flinging those chakrams towards RNG. They stop that soul, they can go straight up towards the Baron, knowing that there's no response from the Dragon from RNG available. They should be able to shred right the way through this. Tanyuan is even going to be ignored here on the backside because they just rather just DPS this down. Abel is going to start stacking up on the chakrams, and this thing will shred with the double burn and the 80 carries.
They might come to regret leaving him there, but the Baron going down very quickly. They just got to get the smite off, and that will be secured by Team WE. RNG not going too much further unless Juice overextends here. He's got to be a little bit careful. Going to push his way out of that one. All out as well. Wayward pulls back now. Fofo a little bit in harm's way. Abel, the one in target's focus now, but they have so much damage back. Look at him step forward. That's the genius here, and you might as well call him Einstein, as they're getting everything they came for. Abel steps up, and confidence is key, baby.
RNG might have let in kills for a short while in this game, but it did feel like it was going to be so hard. Huanfeng has the ultimate, not going to jump forward onto Fofo, might be the end of him. Huanfeng really struggling to get involved in the game in the same way that Abel is. RNG have a dive comp, but they are not killing the carries in the way that they want to. Abel sat there at 2 items at that fight, now onto 3 beyond this. Very, very happy to play around this. Going back towards that dragon fight, no flash on top jungle. Abel gets to just use Juice as a way to stack up the crescendum. Chakram is just flying forwards. And there's no one with the damage to go through the barrier of Aphelios beyond this point. The fight gets split. The overengage too far. Huanfeng gets absolutely ripped to shreds as Abel follows through with that onslaught. And then beyond this point, I mean, there's no smite. They can just hold the door shut.
You wonder, why is he building all that crit? Well, there you go. You almost one-shot Huanfeng with like one bullet. Incredible combos there, but then this right here, the step up, the flash. He is confident.
And this confidence is so earned at this point. I mean, there's no threat to him. I think Abel, this is the extra forward potential you get from adding Abel to your roster. WE, they've had a revolving door of 80 carries. Abel has been very, very hard to get under the skin of, which was not always the case between him and PP God and OMG. The fact that he's come here on Team WE, been hard to get under the skin of, and then also been a huge late-game playmaker for his team, has given WE an extra string to their bow. It feels like they have started to level up as a team, kind of much needed, especially after their drop down into the Nirvana group, which they're currently in.
3 years on that OMG squad. 3 years of being on the outskirts and the potential dark horses, but now he finds himself on Team WE and finds himself in a promising position time and time again for them. Now we see them sieging this top tier too, as Wandy almost just dies.
No.
Has to burn the heal now. Huanfeng is the one that's going to pay the ultimate price as he killer instincts to buy a little bit of time. Fofo cleans that one up, and now Team WE moving forward with the siege to end all sieges. They want revenge for that locking out of Group Ascend by RNG at the finishing of the placement stage. Wayward, though, in some trouble here. He is going to get the Sterix gauge popped, and he's still alive. Now the rest of RNG have to run away. Geju is on the wrong side of the tracks here. Fofo not going to chase him down because Team WE know what they came for, and they're looking to end.
Wayward even uses the Wukong clone for an extra source of healing from his Q. It is just all disaster for RNG. The ship is sinking. They can change the planks on it, but the results are the same.
They're going in. Tongyuan barely alive. Now they just need to wait for the minions to come through, and the last turret is falling. There is nothing left but a barren wasteland, and it might have been a 1-1 series split in that placement stage, but Team WE, they want to make good on that one. They're going to try to overextend maybe a little bit, as RNG have a little bit of fight left to give, but no, they don't. Abel steps them up and sits them down as everybody's starting to fall apart. Abel, he's looking to clean house here. Team WE are making it a short day here so far as well, as they'll take a sweep over RNG and improve to 2-0.
Abel looking more like his brother, Kane, the original murderer, takes control of that game on the Aphelios with all of his weapons of war. WE, this AD carry change, the AD carry change the entire year have raised eyebrows. We've kind of been wondering, when does the revolving door stop? When are they happy with the player which they bring into the roster? I think they'll be happy with this. It was an organized game. It is against RNG. I think RNG continuing to keep that moniker of, right now, worst team in the LPL. But WE, make sure that this game was never in doubt. They are in control of both of these games, realistically, start to finish.
Yeah, that first game was a smackaroosies. This one a little bit closer. You actually had a lot of Dragon priority by RNG and trying to utilize that, but again, some of the failings, some of the pieces kind of falling apart at the key moments. But really, it is that decision-making from Team WE that we're seeing come to fruition here to some extent. I think the blind pick Renekton's definitely helping Wayward out in that top side of the map, but it really has been a really nice effort around the veterancy in here to try to lift up Xiang.
I think the fact that WE don't have to just rely on just Wayward or Fofo having pop-off performances, now they have an AD carry that they can really rely on into the late game, has shifted a lot of the pressure on this team to a bit more of an even load distribution. I think before, particularly, well, Wayward had some pretty awkward splits even in groups in summer so far, so it really was kind of just on Fofo to do a lot of the carrying. And Fofo has had a good year. He has had, you know, he used to be a player that only used to play a couple of different champions. He was like, oh, Jace is here, bit of LeBlanc. That was kind of it. He's managed to really adapt well to the AD carry meta, and I think that he has been a stalwart, but now he's not alone. It reminds me a little bit of what happened with Thundercloak when they brought in 1xN. So it wasn't just UCal that was carrying that team. They had themselves a secondary fallback. I'm liking what Abel's brings to this team. The first series he came in, you could tell the team wasn't quite gelling. I feel like now this is still similar philosophical approach to the game with the big team fights, but structured style of gameplay. They are one of the more textbook teams in the LPL, but they have a bit more firepower to put behind that playstyle now.
And they got to play a very similar comp twice in a row. I think that's been leaning towards their strengths a lot of the way. I really think the Lilia priority has risen through the roof so far today, but that is a big series from Team WE.
Yeah. That is a huge damage per minute from Abel. Over 1,000 damage per minute. I have to say, I love seeing Aphelios back on the Rift every now and again. I love nerding out about the 3-weapon switches, about the weapon management, and also, you know, telling you about my stupid-ass names for these abilities and these ultimates. Abel had a really good game. He showed higher-level understanding of this champion, which you need to have. He had 100% kill participation, a ridiculous amount of damage, and I like the way that he just positioned in a lot of these teamfights. Besides that one in the mid lane where he should have flashed the safety. That's the one thing I shall take away from him.
I want to hear his perspective on that one. I want to hear what he was thinking of that one. Because it's like a spotless game without that.
I mean, he could have just said, well, I don't want to blow my flash for an important fight after this point. But again, the 3-weapon switches were so magnificent.
Beautiful.
This was great. Has that red-white, switches out of the red into the rifle turrets, which gives him the auto resets to get this 1v1. Aphelios mechanics are often underrated because it's quite hard to understand them if you are just focusing on other ADC mechanics. It's very unique in terms of the Aphelios, but the way that he handled his weapons, got those 3-weapon switches, and just continued putting damage down was so, so fun. He did have this bit after this point where he did end up getting... This is the one bit, folks. This is the one bit.
They end up getting a big flank TP here, and he steps up towards the wall. But, who can tell us the machinations of a genius? Who knows? Who knows?
Well, I'd hope he does at some point, but hey, whatever. On the whole, he should.
If you don't know what you're doing, the enemy won't know what you're doing.
Nah,
so there you go.
The greatest AD carry of all time. I'm a cutie pie right there. That's a quote which will continue to live and die by. But yeah, you can see that. You know, RNG had some moments. I think I1D on the board, probably the standout player here from RNG for what it was worth. It's just, how do you stand out in a game-changing way here? Not everyone could be, the Kyle ganking all 3 lanes in 6 minutes. You could have, we even had a great board game from Joy earlier as well. Just wasn't able to control the map in the way that they needed to. And RNG, it feels like they're just behind in jungle support so much of the time. They're behind in map movements. It doesn't feel like people don't really know where they're meant to be on the map, and it opens up options for enemy carries to have really clean games because they just spot the cracks in your map movements. You're not able to pressure them in the right way, and stuff like this happens.
Just get blowed up by all that crit as well. Just the damage profile, really strong. See that, yeah, the bowling
insane.
alley is one for Team WE here.
one of my favorite genres of memes with League of Legends is like the Zhonya snapshot when someone splits and like manages to stop midway through like one of the stretch frames of animation. There was a really famous one in Season 5 Worlds when a Victor Field stopped to dunk back to Darius in the middle of his dunk, and Darius is like 3 times the height he should be because it's a stretch frame. We saw a little bit about that there for the Lilia halfway through the W of the Watch Out Eep. I need a little bit more of that. I wonder he sends himself golden for the end of that too. I didn't even realize that at the Nexus.
So who do you think would earn that MVP for this one? Out of all.
Oh, it's got to be Abel, right? I think Abel, with his higher level understanding of the Fellas mechanics. I mean, look, a lot of pro Fellas players do this stuff, but, you know, I feel like he was just really on form here, spotted the gaps in the team fights. And for Team WE, knowing that you now have someone who can play hyper carry and you can put a team comp around is so heartening for them as a team, which have, you know, in spring they went from 4th and kind of slipped out. They looked like the 4th best team in spring, and then they slipped down in groups. They looked like they were starting off strong. They slipped down into the Nirvana group. Maybe bringing in Abel, of course, he took a break from OMG and now he's back here on WE. And with that kind of game, I think that he should be MVP, no doubt. If he's not, I'm going to look really, really stupid, but yeah.
The Group B reunion has been finished now, and Team WE will take that one. And this is a single round robin, so you don't have to do it again. And there you go. Abel will secure that one, and stats to boot.
Almost 40% damage share, 100% kill participation. A huge amount of gold efficiency with the damage he was dealing. Absolutely walks away with that one very, very easily. And, you know, I'm glad to see that Abel is back in the LPL. When he stepped back from OMG, I felt like something was missing. You know, I loved that OMG roster last year with, you know, Cream, Shanjiaki. Like, so many of those players have found success elsewhere at this point. I need Abel to find some success. We'll see whether PP God can also manage to do that at some point too. At the same time, but I really want to see if Abel can be the extra carry threat that this team needs.
Well, it seems my premonition might have been the other way around here, Nightmares. We've had a very short day so far, as we've had 2 back-to-back sweeps and 2 0s, but the next series is the one everybody's been waiting for. It's NIP versus Weibo Gaming. We'll see you on the other side of this break for that series.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now, it's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we'll die and we'll fall here. We'll lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand here.
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer 2024, and we are just jet-setting it tonight as we are headed up into the Ascension group of Group Ascend and off to Shenzhen for Weibo versus NIP to the home arena of the Ninjas in Pajamas. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare, and I am so excited. We've had 2-2-0 so far, but this one, very back and forth, contested affair expected.
Especially with Weibo being Weibo. Of course, they have thrown us for a loop. They have looked completely different from how they did in the group stage. They had a close series versus LNG, who have also stepped up. Of course, they beat JDG. So, you know, there's a lot to be considered between these two teams. NIP ruled this head-to-head in the group stage. They both came from Group D. Weibo just about managed to scrape through from that group. But NIP, and particularly Rookie, dunked on Weibo in the group stage.
I love that we just have reunions tonight across the table here, but it is really cool to see the domination that NIP were able to represent in the placement stage, but that hasn't necessarily carried over here into the Rumble stage, as they are starting off 0-2 and going 0-3 down in a single round robin is not the start for a team that is so backed by a passionate fan base.
And folks, you know, so this is, you know, talking about like a lot of the stats. I believe this is just coming through from the Rumble stage so far, because if it also included group stage, Weibo stats would look pretty bad, folks. But still, NIP, still getting themselves some, you know, decent stats out of this, despite the fact that they are at 0-2. And NIP did dunk on Weibo in that group stage. It wasn't particularly close, particularly since a lot of NIP's flaws were kind of accounted for by that point. I think both of these teams have had to do a lot of growth. NIP looked very weak at the start of the group stage. At the start of Rumble stage, I don't think they've looked awful. I think they've come up against powerful opponents, so it's hard to get a real read on them. They got 0-2'd by LNG, and then they ran into Anyone's Legend, and Anyone's Legend are just really, really good right now. So we need to have a benchmark for NIP, but as you were just saying before the break now, like, if they go 0-3, for a team that was 4th in spring, with so many names on it, like Rookie, of course, you can't afford to go that far down into this group.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and also some of the surprises of Weibo in this Rumble stage. I want to take a look down at this bottom lane, and especially between these two ADCs. Of course, we get it a third time. It is the Light versus Photic matchup of who can shine brighter.
Yeah, Photic is a light-related word. Huh, that makes a lot of sense. You know, sometimes I was like, that's not Photon, he's a top laner back in EU. No, Photic and Light. These are two players which I think have had to rediscover their role within Summer. Photic struggled on more traditional AD carries, but has really excelled on the utility and the slightly longer range AD carries, so the Ashe, the Ezreal, the Jhin, and of course the Zig's been very powerful as well as not an AD carry, but a bot lane carry champion. Light on the other side, gosh, how to talk about Light? Because last year, and this spring as well, Light was the player that Weibo would rely on to carry at all costs. When the early game had gone bottoms up, when they'd capsized the ship, they'd look to Light, and Light would carry. Particularly when he was on stuff like the Aphelios, particularly when he was on stuff that could really hyper carry. He's not necessarily been that player in Summer. He has been solid, but we know that he can give us more. If he can find an extra gear, they might be able to find themselves that extra, that first win versus NIP in a series format. They lost twice in that group stage.
Well, and I will say it's maybe a little bit of the same shade on the side of Photic. I think Photic in this past, I mean, this combo of him and Rookie at one point was one of the most dominating duo carries in our league. And I think not being able to see him rise to the occasion in some of these regards has been difficult to watch. But that's where the moment is nigh. NIP on the verge of going 0-3. They definitely do not want that, as we already said. And I think I want to hone in on what has been going right for Weibo, because I think some of their macro and late game decision making has been a little bit more clear in some of their games. And it's been a bit of a nice surprise.
Weibo always give us some surprises. It's whether it's nice or not.
Good or bad.
This, most of this Rumble stage, and like after the LNG series, I think a lot of people came out with saying that, okay, but LNG and Weibo, oh, they look so bad in group stage. These are the teams which look like they've got such big names and they're underperforming. I think that series largely was pretty good. The fact that Weibo lost to LNG, given what LNG have shown as well, and LNG also just demolished NIP, I think that series was, retrospectively, I think more series we go through, and we'll keep seeing whether Weibo and LNG can keep that form. I think retrospectively, that series will be more important than we can realize at this point now. Weibo beating JDG, showing us that they are just... We have this line for them, and it is always relevant. They are consistently inconsistent. The fact that they had that group stage, we are finally sat there thinking, maybe they found consistency, but it's bad. No, they just left it a little while again. This team made itself to a World's Finals when no one no one but Casual. Shout out to Casual, of course. No one really believed in them outside of that, but it really felt like, you know, this team can win against anyone, lose against anyone, but they have found some good form. Tarzan slotted well into the roster now, finally. Yeah. He had a really shocking start to Summer. Now he is arguably their best player. Breathe is dominating through lane, and they can absolutely win through him. This has become a very fascinating team to watch with this new iteration of the lineup.
Yeah, Tarzan coming off of not playing last split as well after some really, really long tenures on LNG there. But it really has been about them trying to find their own. I think Tarzan has picked that up a lot. That's what a lot of the question marks were from Weibo early on in the split, is it wasn't looking like Tarzan and Breathe were going to slot in very strongly. But it feels like they've gotten a lot more comfortable in these regards, and it spans off the back of a lot of really strong brand play from Tarzan as a whole. But I think that's where this jungle matchup becomes very important, because as Aki, who has had a lot of question marks levied his way, cannot get choked out by Tarzan in this series.
This is a problem, though, because the brand play from Tarzan might be the best brand within the LPL. This guy's insane at that champion, which is fantastic against champions, which Aki has been going towards, because Aki has not been able to play AP jungle as well. He has had 1 or 2 wins on Zyra, but he doesn't look that comfortable on it. Tarzan has been varied. He has played that brand. He can also play stuff like that Sejuani and carry with that too, though. Yeah. So if suddenly you look at Aki and say, you're not playing Brand, you're not going to play the AP junglers, you can then take the Sejuani and deny that from him too. I think blue side might even be angling for a first pick Sejuani. We saw Tien do that the other day. We've seen Aki do that before in NIP. So there is every chance that whoever is blue side is going to immediately take that Sejuani, which means maybe we have ourselves a very, very different look at a jungle matchup compared to our other teams, particularly because Aki has been putting himself more on the engaged bruiser champions to hide the fact that he's not been great at the AP carries.
I did appreciate some of the spread of like the Nocturne as well, but I'll see what version of the jungle we'll get tonight as we're headed to the arena in Shenzhen. It is the home arena of NIP. But I also need to take a little bit of time to focus on maybe one of my favorite matchups that we get to see very often in the history of the LPL. And it is none other than Rookie versus Xiaohu. Two legends of their own. But Xiaohu in the midst of writing his own new legacy with Weibo, and Rookie back home, maybe it feels like at this point, since his time on a World Championship with IG. It's been a long time coming since he's found success, but he's back with NIP, formerly V5.
So, thinking back on that history, Xiaohu walking out on stage, over off-season before this year started, I tasked myself with going back and watching older games of League of Legends to just revisit some of that history. And you know what some of my very favorite games were? 2018, IG versus RNG, Xiaohu versus Rookie, both teams getting international titles in that year. Those series, the finals that they played, the best of fives that they played, was so entertaining. And seeing those players and the legends they kind of carved in that year and both before and after that point was really, really special. They're not at that legend-making status right now. They have to earn that again. That's the problem with League of Legends. You have to continually earn that right to kind of add to your legend. NIP have been close. Rookie has been close, but he hasn't been to an international event in 5 years now. Worlds 2019, last time he went to an international event. I think I speak for everyone. We want to see him there again. He needs to earn it. The team needs to earn it. Rookie has been playing fantastically this year. I think that he has had some incredible games, but it hasn't really necessarily been enough. He hasn't been able to carry this team over the finish line enough. He even lost a game on his famous Ahri last time out against anyone's legend, which he was undefeated on in this year just before coming out into that game. NIP need a second hero.
And that has been the conversation the entire time. What can NIP do if Rookie isn't carrying? They need somebody else to step up. And you're wondering if that will be Photic yet again, as has been in the past. But it also needs a little bit of stability from this top side of the map. The OMG transfers coming over, Aki and Shanji. I feel like they've had some up and down performances. Shanji here against Breathe has an opportunity to set himself right, at least, where Breathe has been very confident to take a lot of blind picks as well and at least be pretty flexible with the top lane meta.
I think that the last week or so of LPL, we have seen a resurgence of top lane laning phase winning games. Breathe, Ala, Shanji's been on that list, 369, and Bin have had some moments like that too. Of course, the series yesterday was very topside focused. So many regions around the world sometimes just leave top lane on islanders and let them influence team fights, and most of summer has been that with the Kasance versus Skarner Mata. Now we're getting stuff like the Camille, the Kennen, the Renekton blind picks. We're seeing Jace top lane from 369. If you start getting ahead in a raw 1v1 in top lane laning phase, it requires an entire team effort to bail out the other laner, particularly with the champions we have in meta right now. Particularly if you get ahead and far enough ahead on Renekton, as Breathe has shown, you can get into mid-game team fights and end the game before the power spike if the Renekton falls off.
See if Shanji wants to opt into any of the team fighting aspects. I know he's dipped into the Kennen well multiple times, maybe not to some serious success for themselves, as they have taken some very, very hard losses on the camp of NIP. But I also go back to that conversation of kind of the Aki versus Tarzan matchup, and Aki needing to find his own strength in some regards, but I think that's going to be helped a lot if Woe can get out onto the map, and that will be difficult typically against Crisp, who is one very proactive roamer, but if they can find those cohesive plays between the two for NIP, that's a serious strength to lean on.
I think both these teams have had their own journeys about finding those strengths to lean on now. We've now got multiple answers from Weibo. I think Weibo at their peak, you know, it's a different roster, but this is still the same brand and the same set of core players, in at least towards mid and bot lane, that reached the World Finals, and they've replaced the top side with players who have, again, been very, very relevant within LPL in recent history. the fact that they can rely on any player across the map at peak has been a big point of concern for other teams facing them. The question is whether those players turn up. That's the problem. You sat there like, well, no, is Chris going to have a happy game today, or is he going to get a 5-man Rel ultimate? What's going to happen with this light dude? We haven't seen him carry for a while. Xiaohu, oh no, he's great at Lucian. Breathe, yeah, Renekton's a problem. And of course, Tarzan just slotted into that too. That is Weibo at their best. We've also seen Weibo at their worst, when no one is doing any of those things. They look directionless, they turn up like a 3v5 in a dragon and die anyway. Like, the more I talk about Weibo, I love watching this team because I never know what to expect. I hate watching this team because I never know what to expect.
Like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Maybe that's what we could start, adding in there. Consistently inconsistent box of chocolates. Does that work?
Well, maybe it does if you have like a peanut allergy. One of the chocolates just occasionally has a chance to kill you.
Well, that just sounds awful.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you'd think it's a great analogy to think, oh no, wait, what if like you're lactose intolerant and you have a milk chocolate? Oh, that's not very comfortable. Oh no, there's a peanut. Anaphylactic shock. Run. Well, not run. Get an EpiPen. Yeah.
Maybe run to go get an EpiPen. There you go. See, I'll combine it for you. We'll be getting close in the game now, though. Maybe that brings up the conversation a little bit more deeply about the drafting priority here. And I think that also has the question of how much misfortune will play a big factor in here, because we've seen it work both ways. The Wombo combos look so good, but it's also easy to play against in some regards.
So getting ourselves into that draft. We did talk about blue side potentially being very dangerous. If you're on red side, do you have to ban the Rumble and the Renekton? Do you have to ban these early top lane champions? The answer is currently no. Shanji is also good at those two champions. Top lane left completely available.
You get the Freljordian bans by Weibo, as the Ashe and the Sejuani are banned away immediately. There is the brand focus and respect towards Tarzan, as well as the Tristana to take away Xiaohu's priority in mid lane. The Leona is the last ban by Weibo on the blue side.
So again, the big champions which are missing right now are the Rumble and the Renekton. Rumble last ban, so that's like, I mean, I would got to imagine that's got to be the Renekton first pick. Breather's look excellent on the pick, and he dominates lane on it. Does Shanji really want to go towards something like a Cassante into it, just so you can kind of survive the lane, maybe in impact team fights? Breathe has shown that if you pick something which survives the lane, no you don't actually, he will win lane hard enough that it doesn't get to that point. So now Shanji, so much emphasis on him to have something which can outvalue Breathe.
You have to have an answer, because you cannot just let Breathe run rampant like Godzilla across the map, because he has been able to do that in a lot of cases. I know early in the split he was playing a little bit more tanky matches, especially when the Skarner was there. He was playing that one a decent amount as well. But here is that priority on the misfortune I talked about. So the Wombo combo setup has been initiated by NIP.
Shanji looking towards that Twisted Fate top lane, looking towards something which can maybe deal with the Renekton. He has been a big TF player, and it can help him get that advantage. The Kennen has been his answer before. Thing is, last time we saw him play the Kennen into the Renekton, it was against Ala's Renekton, and he got smashed. Yeah. So Shanji needs to step up. The burden is on him. You cannot afford to lose top lane matchups like this. The Kennen is a winning matchup unless you lose one kill early or one good gank comes through. Tarzan, if he goes for a hyper gank or something which can affect the top lane, Renekton Nidalee, Shanji might be putting himself into the top lane experience. Wouldn't surprise me to see this locked in.
And I love that we get this matchup between the two top laners, because you also have to remember, way back in the day, it was actually Shanji who came in to fill the void of Breathe moving off of OMG, which I always find interesting. It is a little bit further back in the past,
yeah.
Maybe not as relevant, but I always find those kinds of things very fun. Now we do get the Lucian locked in, as well as we'll see what the AP choice is going to be here for Weibo. It's the Nidalee for Tarzan, a classic.
So, Tarzan has been on great form. Nidalee is a team pick, though, and a lot of the time we have to hand out a Nidalee pass. In the same way we have to hand out a Corki pass earlier in the year, or the Renekton pass right now. Not many people have made the Nidalee look like it is really strong. A lot of the time you can just about end up winning with it, but have you really been the reason you've won? Tarzan might just be able to do that with Breathe on this Renekton. It's a great combo. You need to find an extra point of setup. You should be getting Xiaohu onto one of his comfort champions, which can potentially push out that mid lane too. That will very much help Tarzan have some impact on the game.
Aki gonna have a lot of support thrown his way, though, now with an anchor added into the fold as well will be on the Nautilus. Really nice pickup there to give them at least a bit of say in the setup and try to layer these CC stuns to get the Wombo combo alive for Photic. It is a bit of the Vi focus to take away some of those tools against NIP by Weibo.
So Aki typically has gone towards the Vi and that Sejuani, the engage, bruiser, tank stuff, not the AP carries. So Weibo choosing not to remove, I mean, if they think that the Lucian just beats the Corki, you don't have to remove Rookie's Corki if you don't think that, but it is still Rookie on Corki. Do you think there's another valuable pick to take away from Aki? Do you want to take away something like the Shin Sao? Do you want to take away something which can bring it a little bit more engaged? Again, Lee Sin could also be there too as a skirmisher. Could potentially be the takeaway. Viego, if you want to go towards something like Tattoo. The Wukong also on that list. Aki really getting hit in his champion pool. And one thing that you were really passionate about speaking about, and I completely agree, Aki cannot afford to get shut out in this jungle matchup. You now suddenly are against a Nidalee with setup in that top side, and you've had a lot of your choice junglers removed.
I mean, you're going to have push all over the place for Weibo, and that's going to make it so easy to play as a little bit of an aggressive, maybe invade style from Tarzan, known for his very interesting brain meld pathing here in the jungle. We'll see the Lee Sin as the answer right now. Another classic for Aki.
So that Lee Sin maybe able to just protect his lanes a little bit from that Nidalee. The first rank of safeguard can be very, very important when you're looking for those first ganks of the game. So Lee Sin can be aggressive, can also be a bit more defensive too, with the ability to get into those plays. So Ezreal has made its way through the draft as well. When you've got the Misfortune Nautilus, very strong lane, you potentially just want to safely farm up. Weibo, they could have gone towards the Ezreal, instead going towards the Senna instead. So the Senna brings some extra CC, allows you to play weak side bot side, so you can play strong side top lane as well into Breeds Renekton. They go towards the typical Jackie Love Mako bot lane of the Senna on, and I think what they're realistically wanting to do, bring teamfight engage with that, but also allow this bot lane to play on an island if they can, and then try and play towards this Renekton very, very heavily.
They are going to dip back into that well, obviously having played that one already in the Rumble stage here, but it just plays so well towards the rest of the map, towards the top trio. And that's exactly where Weibo are looking to strike here as we do get the final lock-in. It's the Azir for Rookie. Gonna have a little bit of stability in the mid lane, but a pick we haven't seen very much here recently.
And it's not the Corki. So, Rookie sees the Lucian from Xiao, who says, okay, all right, Lucian does pretty well into Corki. You can hop over that Frost Bomb. Let's have something which can maybe deal with Lucian better into that late game. Because Lucian, when he tries to jump forward at Azir later into the game, if he jumps into the Soldiers, he has a pretty bad time. So, Xiao, having to investigate a different matchup into the Azir, can also participate in part of the engage combo as well with those aggressive Shurima shuffles. See if he can impact that game. It's been a little while since we've seen Azir rear its head in the LPL meta. Besides, you know, a couple of players like Cream picking it up, it has realistically been 80 carries in the mid lane. Rookie bringing out a classic for himself.
Everything can go fine and dandy in the lanes, but again, we always circle back to what the jungle has in store for us here. Aki cannot be falling down in pressure around the map against Tarzan because he will just stranglehold the map from you. Weibo have been a bit of a pleasant surprise, if not maybe an inconsistent one here in the Rumble stage, as is tradition, but NIP have consistently found heartbreak as they have come to Summoner's Rift. They're 0-2. They cannot start this Rumble stage 0-3. We're in their home arena now to kick off our final best of 3 of the night. We're in Shenzhen, and those Jaios are going to need to invigorate this squad. The question will remain, what can this team do if they don't have Rookie carrying? Somebody else has to step up to the plate, and we'll see if that's on the table tonight. As the skybox hits, it is Weibo versus NIP.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Love to see everybody getting very enthusiastic.
I
here.
heard a Rookie Jayo in there for the single player. Someone really gunning for their favorite player.
Hey, one of my
would
favorites.
you do that for
Seriously,
sure?
fine.
Would you do that for sure if
absolutely.
you're in the crowd for him? Right.
Oh,
okay,
absolutely.
Just
You'd hear me 10 times. My voice is very loud if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, I believe it or not, Cas beside you a couple of times as well. I'm aware of the volumes you can reach. And at least some of the fans showing their own vocal capacity as well. So, let's have a think about this early game and what we're going to get from these junglers. Tarzan doesn't have anyone who's really going to walk in with him at level 1 to start messing around with Lee Sin. You don't really want to walk into a Lee Sin at level 1 anyway. You typically do that against the Zyra or your brands, but not really this. So Tarzan, starting on bot side, going to go towards top side early. Shanji, if he can get himself a good enough trade early to make sure that Breathe isn't going to get himself like an easy kind of early lane setup with a lot of HP, that might save his lane. You do notice that Breathe has gone for the pressed attack. If he gets an empowered W on top of that Nidalee Spear, that is a very dead cannon if Tarzan finds his way into that top lane. And it feels like the draft is telegraphing top lane pressure from Weibo, whether that is through lane dominance or the Nidalee ganks.
Nice little trades on bot side. You have to be very careful what the misfortune damage is like early, especially with the double ups and the love taps. Now, they will need to hold on for life's breath, at least in bottom side. Light and Crisp gonna have a bit of trouble if they take too many heavy trades.
Breathe trying to get himself as much XP from this early wave and trying to get himself into a decent lane state. The wave is going to be held outside his turret right now. He wants to clip it so it's not an easy crash for Shanji. If Shanji gets a wave crash, then he can back off and get a reset. You can already see that Tarzan's gunning towards top side. Aki went top to bot. He can maybe go and reset and go towards his Krugs on that top side, just so he can kind of hover top at the next kind of phase after his after he returns back towards there. But he's not going to be a top side for the first possible gank opportunity from Tarzan. Shanji does have a ward in that river, but it does feel like that's a telegraph ward. If Tarzan can hop over the back of the pit, maybe there's a chance that he can get himself an angle anyway.
I see Aki taking a very interesting path at this point. Going to be probably going back up towards topside. He still has his Krugs available. A little bit of push, though, in mid lane from Weibo. They did lose their priority in topside, but at least Weibo will be able to play around this mid lane as Xiaohu stepping up.
Xiaohu has massively stepped up on this pick, and you know what? It's quite easy to forget that Xiaohu was a top laner, by the way, and won MSI as a top laner. You know what he was really... Well, of course you'll know about this. He was the Lucian player in top lane. This is the pick which he was doing. He played stuff like Syndra top too, don't get me wrong, but the Lucian top lane was part of his real golden era of Xiaohu. So the fact that he's picked up this again in the mid lane this time can really, really help his team potentially find some strength in mid lane, which they had been missing before. Xiaohu's year has been awful, to put it bluntly. So the fact that he's found a pick which he's looking stronger on, very, very important. Aki first into top lane though, and Tarzan looking mid lane instead. Not able to get in towards top side, maybe just worried about walking over vision.
Sneaky, sneaky. He does get spotted out. Maybe it's in enough time. Breathe gonna burn the flash just in case. Didn't want to get locked down by Shanji.
Shanji, good early trading, getting rid of that flash from Breathe. Breathe is getting good access to farm. He's not been getting zoned out of that. Tarzan, there is no setup here, but if he finds an unexpected spear, anything could happen. Maybe potentially looking at Rookie. Oh my god, that is pixels off!
What? Oh, that literally like went over the body of Azir. Nicely calculated by Rookie in the end. That Tarzan was looking at that mid lane after taking the invade up there. We'll see both junglers wrapping back around towards this bot side though. The Scuttle does have a contest written all over it, as Aki doesn't want to give over double.
Tarzan looking to stack up that Conqueror.
That's a
goes
cougar.
in.
You gotta be careful, those cougar claws sink deep. I told you can't turn your back to a cougar. It'll come away a little bit bloody, and Aki learns that lesson.
The thing is, Double Scuttle's going to come through for Tarzan, so he's ahead in the individual jungle matchup, and it means that Aki can't just walk through River. It means that Joao can't walk through River in the same way. The problem with this, the opportunity cost for getting Tarzan ahead is Breathe falling a bit behind in this top lane matchup, which you do expect when the cannon is left alone versus the Renekton. You have to press the attack on the Renekton, very good at bursting out these ranged top laners, so you don't really get to have extended trades to get value out of the Conqueror with. The sooner Tarzan can get into that lane, the better. Maybe Light can also roam towards that top lane too, and be that kind of roaming center, which doesn't necessarily gank, but just turns up to a lane and helps you push out.
I'd love to see Joao getting out on the map. This is exactly what I wanted to see from the draft and from the get-go for this guy. Just being active out on the map is going to help Aki a lot in this jungle matchup itself. Now Dragon is spawned, Grubs on the other side. Pings coming out from NIP towards the Grubs to start.
So NIP, they know that Shanji has teleport. He hasn't used his teleport just yet. Breeze stops that recall, and he will get himself that cannon. Alright, I was wondering if he was going to miss that one. So, Shanji, good CS lead in this top side. You want to hold on to that. Shanji can very much be team fight menace in this one. Chris gets himself a good knock up there, but doesn't have the level 6 to do the Mako solo kill, which we have seen so many times in this one, weirdly. Also important to note that when Shanji comes into these plays, watch what Crisp is packing in these fights too, because he has that spell book, he can get the exhaust for one big fight. He's not here though. Shanji has flash, there's no exhaust for him, he could potentially turn this fight, so Weibo needs to turn tail.
Rookie has the Shurima Shuffle available to him. Weibo end up stealing away the 3 grubs there. Now Xiaohu's stepping up and dash away as the root did come down onto Aki, but NIP can't really get much on the map. There will be the grubs to fight for the next time around though.
Yeah, 3 grubs over to Weibo. Dragon's still alive on the bot side. No one has really paid attention to that one just yet because of the double scuttle made things a lot easier for Tarzan to approach these plays. Level 6 from Breed, gonna pull it in early.
Gonna pop both ultis up here, just give some tenseness to the situation. Also had Aki pathing up this way, but he's gonna go back to red.
Yeah, Breathe. You can tell, you know, he's struggling with the Renekton against the cannon, but what he is doing is he's making sure that he can use his HP bar, use that ultimate, because he's not looking to fight the cannon, he's looking to save his lane state. Because if cannon gets to zone you out, then you're in trouble. He has himself tier 2 boots already. If you get yourself kind of soft frozen out underneath that turret where Shandy can kind of like look to deny you half a wave, a couple of waves of CS, even a worst case scenario, that's when the matchup becomes pretty unplayable for the Renekton. He's within touching distance for now. 10 CS is an acceptable loss for Renekton versus the cannon. Sad for them that they haven't managed to get that Renekton Nidalee combo activated early on though. The vision control from NIP now being helped out by Draw and Aki towards his top side has really helped NIP not fall prey to Tarzan in a ganking sense. Even though they're losing farm, they're not losing kills, and that's okay for now.
For now. You definitely want to keep a little bit of an eye on that one though, but the entrances are going to be very easy if NIP can keep their heads above water, right? They have a huge wombo combo that's pretty simple to pull off and a lot of follow-up from Rookie as well. There is going to continue to be a presence by Tarzan in the enemy jungle here with Crisp and Light coming to reinforce him as well.
Tarzan is really, really strong still. Still early game Nidalee. You cannot afford to disrespect that. Shanji doesn't have teleport, so he won't be joining. You have Ornal, and you don't quite have Senrot, sadly, where we would love to have that for one of these first big fights.
Roll also pretty far off of his ultimate. Really want that depth charge to secure a lot of the CC chains there. Dragon's still not going to be the focus yet by either side as Weibo were just looking for pressure. I feel like they might just be fine with that one, not giving any stacking objectives over to NIP.
Dragons have not been the focus of this game. When you have really volatile lanes, we saw this in BLG Top Esports yesterday too. When you have volatile lanes, you start noticing the time you need to spend on Dragon more and more. Sometimes we'll see this because we had a conversation about this on cast yesterday too. We'll see this sometimes when it comes to between 2 and 3 grubs. The difference between 2 and 3 grubs is the time taken rather than actually any benefit you get. You don't get much from the third one, so sometimes you'll see people dropping behind. Aki's going.
Oh, Aki, delivery service there as Chris gonna look to get the unstoppable there. Can't get the combo off in the end. They do get the bullet time out of Photic. Tarzan was on his way, hits a spear, gets the Cougar Claws in, and that's a kill for Xiaohu, who has come down from mid lane to clean house, and another spear connects. NIP tried to go for the dragon, and they get their hand chewed off.
Shanji.
He's
the
a little bit of trouble here.
Away from this. No flash left from Breathe. Can he catch up?
Okay, just a little bit worried. Everybody's missing on the map. Some redeploys were coming through from NIP. Breathe will pull off. Dragon secured by Weibo. They have 100% neutral objective control so far.
I really hope we get a replay of that last fight, by the way, because I feel really bad for Aki. Really smooth mechanics. Tarzan fails to jump over the wall and gets the kill anyway, while Aki gets the flash kick, awesome, blah, 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 and doesn't get anything for it. It feels like there's a bit of a disadvantage in the early game when you play against a Nidalee when you've got this much base damage. It's a little bit unfair, but all the same, Weibo walk away with an important kill. Xiao, who's the one that picks it up too. We know that Lucian is also a pretty snowbally mid laner and wants to get decent amount of gold in, doing well in that laning phase versus Rookie so far. I mean, just even in farm, that's okay. Getting that cull stacked up, getting that first kill means that Xiao, who should hopefully get towards that point where 1-2 item Lucian can be a big threat in team fights.
Maybe are moving over for this one. They want to secure Grubageddon. You have Aki in position around here. Shanji not going to have slicing nails from those, so he doesn't really have the impact you would want from him, and they are just going to give this one up. So that'll be Grubageddon secured by Weibo.
So, Weibo going to get themselves all 6 scrubs. So, batten down the hatches. We're getting a lot of those mites spawning, but Weibo need to actually hit towers. I think Light is going to be quite important in regards to this, because I think if Light turns up to a lane and makes one into a 2v1 and just plays ranged with someone else, can be important. Here is the replay. Look, Arky, fantastic mechanics, gets the maximum range insect kick onto Light, and they don't get the kill. Great mechanics, gets the best kick he could in that scenario, and they don't get anything for it. Tarzan lands a spear, misses the W over the wall, still gets the kill anyway. The difference in mechanics doesn't matter. The Nidalee is just better in the early game, I guess. Tarzan rewarded for that, I suppose.
Oh, that feels so bad for Aki. Best laid plans of mice and men. Cougars come out on top every time, it feels like. Now, also
yeah, that's
Tarzan.
the third. It's not just of mice and men, it's of mice, men, and Cougars. It's the third bit for people
it's
forget.
a continuation. You know how they say you only get half the picture, you know, for the quote most of the time? You get the rest of the sentence there. They also add in Tarzan is the jungle goat, I guess. I don't know. He's actually had a really interesting last series of weeks, at least, for Weibo. It feels like he's taken a lot more of the resources under his own belt a lot of the time, even though we're still seeing him play a lot of facilitation. It's been a breath of fresh air where I was still so confused that we weren't seeing this guy in the league last split.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people would have looked at that last series that LNG had versus T1 at Worlds last year and said, okay, well, you know, Tarzan got blown out of the water. What is this guy? If you hadn't watched this guy regionally, I could understand that to an extent, because that was a pretty bad series. Tarzan has been exceptional at a regional level in the LPL for a while. His playoffs weren't always great. He had a bit of a reputation as a choker because he couldn't quite get those real clutch moments. Tarzan is going to find Aki. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Aki needs to back off now. But no, Tarzan, I think last year, particularly getting towards that summer finals as well and taking JDG to 5 games, really started to shake off some of those shackles. Shame that it came back a little bit in that World's quarterfinals versus C1. The fact that he wasn't playing in spring, it was a disaster for the league in so many ways because he is so good at what he does. Another spear lands, and you can tell that he's just using this early game power to get the most out of it.
He did end up moving a couple different lane assignments around as a whole. Actually, it was in IP who were trying to get a bit of a move for Photic and Dwell up towards top side. They redeploy now, and they brought Photic towards mid. All that pressure in bot side gets backed from by Weibo. They actually got the Leandries completed here for Tarzan.
We've seen a lot more of this from the Nidalee. If you go towards that Horizon focus, you get that kind of ability to get a little bit more tanky a little earlier. I feel like the Lichbane build is still very, very viable. I never really got a conclusive reason as why we got the Leandries into Horizon Focus build over the Lichbane, because it was the Lichbane into the Leandries. It's not like you're missing out on Leandries by going that Lichbane first, but it does mean you are a little bit more tanky because of the HP component in that Leandries, which can sometimes be the difference between you getting picked off by a Nautilus flash ult or something like that or not.
And those are the kinds of things you have to watch out for in this one, because it is going to be very close-knit, at least until we get a big lead bursted open. But right now it's just about 1,000 gold in favor of Weibo, and that's where we can, you know, start looking at a little bit of the setup for either side. We've said it from the beginning in IP. With the way they've drafted their composition, they are looking to have huge setups around objectives. Meanwhile, Weibo are fine to kind of pick and move in regards.
Especially at this point in the game where they have double global, well, a global in the center, a semi-global in the Ornn ultimate, and they have this Nidalee who's an absolute wrecking ball. Weibo, can they force a play? They're going for a cross map. They are ignoring the Herald. They want to kill Shanji.
We got the a little bit of a play here with the Slice of Maelstrom. Going to clear the wave as well. And they get the TP out of Rookie to try to save that. Now we got the play on bot side. Dwo using his best Spider-Man instincts to get away. They do have the long range, though, to lock him out. Chris, with the help of Light over the top, is going to get that one. As now Aki looking to mid lane to try to punish here. Tarzan will back away.
Oh,
now Photic locked down, and it's trouble coming his way. And that's a 20-foot leap from a Cougar. And those Cougar claws again find blood. And it's smelling all over Summoner's Rift at this point. Weibo running away with this one. 2,000 gold now.
Oh, the switcheroo from Weibo was fantastic. Yeah, the Herald's up, so they end up forcing bot lane, and that leaves open a gap in mid lane as well. NIP were behind the play. They're behind the playmaking in mid lane from the double big ultimates from the center on. And it feels like Weibo have just blown up in this game. They have the 6 grubs. When you make mistakes on the map, grubs make it that much easier to punish. They take a full turret. Xiaohu's very happy with that one. He is going to get aggressed on by Zhuo coming down here, but I don't think there's much of a continuation of this play. So Weibo walk away with a massive, massive win.
And Tarzan has been the main driving force so far of that on this Nidalee. Time and time again, those big spears. Dragon is started up by NIP, though, on the other side of the map. Shanji, he just can't catch a break.
Oh, he doesn't have ulti.
He has the flash this time. Doesn't have the slicing maelstrom, though, and he immediately gets just obliterated by Xiaohu.
That is very, very bad news for NIP. And I can't say we haven't seen this before against anyone's legend. Ala on the Renekton also did a similar thing with his team where they just keep putting this Kennen on the weak side, even though it's a winning matchup. As soon as other people come to the Kennen's lane, it becomes that much worse. And suddenly, Shanji dies under that bot. Well, he has to back up from that bottom turret, dies under the top turret. 3 turrets now gone in a fell swoop from Weibo as they take bot lane outer and then both top lanes in the top lane. Both towers in the top lane. Words are hard. It's been a lot of games.
They are hard. Yeah, you know, a lot of games, even if it's a short run, a lot of games in back-to-back fashion. Now, it is still a pretty hefty lead gained by Weibo. They did end up losing that dragon on the other side of the map to NIP, but they'll take a Rift Herald. They made a lot more options to try to crash down this mid-outer. That's the last remaining outer turret for NIP.
And you know what? When you lock in a Renekton Nidalee, you need to make things work early. We are now sat at a 5,000 gold lead at 17 minutes. They have made it work early. Good stuff from Weibo. You know, Weibo are a team which we have learned to not expect much from them consistently. We know that they will occasionally show us these fantastic games, but it's just trying to show that at this kind of level on a more consistent basis. They've now had a couple of really good early games strung together between multiple series, and you know, this is just not the best positioning from NIP. You've just teleported towards bot side, you're against these double ultimates, which can be a big problem, and they walk up way too far in mid lane. Photic and Draw, I think they get lost a little bit in the strategic macro that was happening. Weibo open up that gap in the mid lane and pounce.
Literally. Did you know that a cougar, it leaps 20 feet. That's
I heard you say that.
Yeah.
You said that in the last place. Like, oh, it's a 20-foot leap for a cougar. I'm like, is that true? That's like,
that's insane, right? You said the champion was unfair. It's unfair on Summoner's Rift, and it's unfair in real life. I think a lot of animals will agree.
Did you know that antelope can jump higher than an average house? I mean, antelopes have really strong legs, and also houses can't jump. You got the house there. I don't know what else to say. No defense. I gotta get that one in. Yeah, I need that one. That's my fun fact. I hope you enjoyed that one.
I love to see it. Well, hey, at least NIP are maybe learning how to deal with cougars, as I once had to. I also want to see a continuation of this proactivity from Weibo, because I think that has been the question that I'd love to see in a lot of these situations where they are in an advantage. Yeah. I think the decisiveness from them has been a breath of fresh air, and it leads off the lot of Tarzan and Xiaohu. And it's like, the big thing for me with Weibo right now is that they're making decisive plays one after the other, and they have fallbacks, and they're playing across the entire map. It's not just one big power play, it's across the map. Breathe has himself a teleport, he can respond to a play, he's ahead of the Kennen by so much gold. We said that Shanji, there was a lot of burden on him. The fact that he has allowed Breathe to get ahead and his team has not protected him on the side lane, he's also not played well around that side lane either, means that NIP don't necessarily have the carry threat that they need to in this Kennen. And we come back to that question. What happens when Rookie isn't carrying? Well, Rookie is currently 1.6k behind to Xiao, who has been gifted a million tower gold. And you have Shanji, who's also behind. Who's going to carry at all from an IP? Yeah. Rookie might get himself a combo, but I wouldn't want to go sliding into a Renekton. That feels like it is dangerous. Going into melee range of a Renekton is probably death. Yeah, it's there's a lot of track record in going melee range with the Crocodile equals death. As the tradition of continuing to talk about animals continues off, Photic gonna have to flash away from the call of the Forge God of Crisp. I think Crisp maybe thought the rest of the team went through the river brush. I don't know why he positioned the first part of it like that. Well, whatever. Ult for flash, you'll still take the good trade, but that was a little bit sus. We'll call that one. I mean, I normally save this for the Silas stealing the Ornal. That was a call of the forgery god. I don't think that was the real one. Oh my goodness. Love to hear it. The problem is now, though, as I think the elephant in the room needs talking about, is you're down about 5,000 gold. There is objectives starting to spawn up. Luckily, you've been able for NIP to even those dragons up, so you're not necessarily in a desperate regard there, but you definitely need to find the setups for these team fights for yourself, but the gold lead's making that very difficult.
And that's the big thing. You're not winning the side lanes now, which is huge. And you're not winning the side lanes, and you also have to respond to every lane because there are 6 grubs. You have so little room for maneuver from NIP. You haven't got the early dragons. There is one spawning right now, but even then, it's not like that soul point, which could give you better macro options to set up for those team fights. Rookies at 2 items, that is powerful, but even then, you are still very far behind what this Lucian can do. NIP, they might go and try and solo out that dragon, but if Aki's the one staying to do that, then Weibo are going to start forcing this down. Breed is on the flank, he pushed in the side lane. He is very, very dangerous.
Again, NIP are dangerous in this position as well, but they have to have all of their members on board. Weibo pull the pressure over. Aki actually stopped that dragon. So they've, honestly, Weibo have done a really good job of pulling NIP across the map this game.
Yeah, so what's happening there is Aki goes down to the dragon, Weibo try and pull him away by going to the Baron, NIP threaten mid, so that means we get a bit of a reset. Weibo tried again, Aki is here now, so he will be here in the fight, but Breathe is unseen. Shanji's on the side, he's getting blocked out by Breathe. The Renekton is so strong that the Renekton can't find his own angle into the fight, and there's no teleport wards for Shanji. It's not like he's got himself a great flank angle. NIP, they're trying to stop Weibo doing the dragon, doing the Baron, so they can push mid lane and force Weibo off the Baron. This is why we're seeing so much fighting around this wave. Weibo wants to protect their mid lane out of turret, but they don't want to allow NIP going towards the dragon at the same time.
Third time's the charm. They are hovering over the Baron. See if they want to return to that one. Shanji is coming back out. Oh, rookie. He's stepping up. Will be under vision. Trying to spot out if they are doing the Baron. Is a little bit of a move now with the call for it. Got Breathe has found the flank. Breathe on the boat tick now as well. Dawning Shadow across the Tarzan has eliminated the most important priority. Now Shanji has found the engage on the Tarzan, but the healing from the Primal Surge. The double knockup from Chris, and Tarzan's still alive. Now Xiaohu with the double guns will go blazing as Weibo a 7-0 kill lead and a massive gold advantage will turn to the big purple worm.
Weibo keep pulling NIP to the Baron, and Shanji doesn't have the gold. Aki is now looking for a steal. That is the only thing they've left to play for.
He's using him to get in, but he gets denied. Oh, they're going to go over the wall now, and Aki's just dead. Xiaohu puts him down, and there's the Baron for Weibo. A clean game from them, and now almost 9,000 gold in the lead.
They are deathless right now. Compare this Weibo to the start of summer, to the start of groups. It is night and day. We know that Weibo are all over the place. They can show us some incredible games, they can show us some terrible ones. They've been pulling NIP across the map. Rookie has himself that shuffle, so he is safe to walk up at the start of it. Photic has no flash. He's not. Breathe is still on the flank, and the backline is under threat from NIP. Shanji gets an ultimate, but he is so anemic. He has given up so much in this game through the side lane that he can't even kill this Nidalee with a full charge of his ultimate. Tarzan gets the heal for himself, and then Light, he dies. Shanji just can't carry these team fights. We asked him to see if he could get enough. That is 6,000 damage from a cannon. If it had that little, I know it seems harsh asking him, if he wasn't behind 2,000 gold, he probably kills everyone there, and Weibo can't win that fight. But it's just not the case.
And a little thing there, Light actually steps up to take the Shuriken. A massive amount of damage going his way, but that might have actually just been enough to clean up Tarzan. But the teamwork right now from this Weibo roster has been absolutely impressive. Now engage from Chris. Try to get this tier 2 tower down here with the Baron buff. There is the Shanji TP flank. The flangle has been pulled off. He's going in, but he gets immediately taken away. I couldn't even see him. You blink and you miss. And now Weibo, they're trying to collapse over here. Xiaohu has the flank, and this is fish in a barrel, man. And they're eating good tonight. Weibo, absolutely clean house. And this is almost a perfect game for Weibo. And that is the consistently inconsistency that we've seen from this team.
The rat goes splat. The cannon can't make the difference, and NIP are shocked and awed by Weibo on form. They crushed through this first game, and it just goes to show it does not matter what happened in groups. 0-2 versus NIP in groups, taking the first win here in the all-important Ascension group.
No way! Only the turrets, the dragons, That's the difference. And this is why I think this Weibo team, when we've seen them at their highest of highs, especially in this Rumble stage, has been such a wonderful surprise in a lot of ways, because the way they were able to pull macro a lot of the times has been very clean. You'd expect so from a lot of these veterans, even if sometimes maybe that goes to the wayside.
That play around around the Herald and then also the Baron after, so they were playing around the sidelines to open up an option somewhere else. They were teleporting somewhere, not to get the kill there, but to open up something else on the map. Wonderful stuff coming in from Weibo. Much higher map play than we've seen from them so far. I need to see this continue, but I'm happy to see this kind of gameplay from them.
And I think the underlying issue is Aki could not get choked out. Unfortunately, Tarzan takes full advantage of that jungle in game 1. We'll see that the bounce back is in store for us here as NIP go on to game 2 with renewed vigor. We'll be back after a short break. Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. We are in our third best of 3 of the day, and I'm Michelle. I'm joined by Nymera, and my goodness. I thought we've had some one-sided games today, but that is one for the taking there. Weibo take a 1-0 over NIP in NIP's home arena.
The fact that it is this team that went deathless in this game astounds me. You know, I really feel like we are stretching the possibilities of what could happen with the consistently inconsistent tag. This team has come to play. Tarzan walks away with an MVP. He very much has the Nidalee pass after that game. Just as a whole, Weibo crushed NIP in skirmishes, crushed them in macro. Their understanding of the game was just so much higher, and they left NIP in their dirt. They got 1 tower and 1 dragon. That was it.
Yeah, and that is brutal, because going into it, we knew that this was a possibility. I said from the get-go, Aki, you cannot get choked out of your jungle by Tarzan, and he was getting choked from minute 1, it felt like. Really dominant game you see there holistically from Weibo, and it wasn't just one part of the team, it was everybody coming in clutch. Xiaohu, though, rising above a rookie in that one on the Lucian.
And I think also, in terms of that whole team, that team dynamic kind of thing, we were asking, you know, what was going to happen with the cannon. Can the cannon carry from that position? The answer was no. That damage number there, that's a little bit misleading in some ways. Shanji did get a teamfight ultimate or 2, but he was so far behind that it didn't matter. 0-3-0. Of course, no one got any kills, but the fact that he was shut down in side lanes, first around bot lane, and then in top lane again, it felt like he couldn't control that individual matchup in a side lane to give NIP to have a platform to get angles into teamfights at all. And that's a huge issue. So Shanji on the cannon into what is normally a good matchup couldn't manage it. And also, Rookie. We were talking about Xiaohu rising above him. Rookie also couldn't carry.
And the biggest thing is the question has changed, Nymera. We said it in between the games. The question isn't what can NIP do if you know Rookie isn't carrying. The question is now, can Rookie carry? We need to see the man grab the sticks and take the bull by the horn here. See NIP on the blue side for game number 2. It is the Nidalee, the brand, and the Lucian band away. A lot of respect being given over to that mid-jungle duo by Weibo. On their side, they will ban away the Rumble, the Trist so far.
Are they going to ban away the Sejuani or the Renekton? Those two could be very powerful picks. If they don't ban out that Renekton or the Sejuani, maybe they could trade one for the other and take something away from Aki, who, again, has been quite typecast in his champions and needs to play AD-style junglers, Bruiser-style junglers. The Leona's going to be that ban, so big champions are available. The Sejuani and the Renekton, first and foremost, I think are very, very powerful. The Corki could also be very important too now that the Lucian's gone.
Some of that engage potential as well from Duo might take center stage if they can grab it for NIP. NIP one's known to innovate in the meta, especially depending on the strategies as well, employing the lane swaps last split to very great benefit in their run in the playoffs. But here they need to find a win no matter what in this Rumble stage. Don't want to start 0-3. They go with the Sejuani as the first pick.
I think we might be seeing ourselves a Renekton lock-in for Breathe. That would make a lot of sense. You could also look towards a Lilia for Tarzan on pick 2 and 3 at that point. You might also snatch up the Corki for Xiaohu. So I think your top side is probably looking like Renekton, maybe a Corki, and then also the Lilia or something like that for Tarzan, which can do very well with that Renekton. It's not quite the Nidalee in terms of early bullying, but we've seen exactly how powerful that can be. And what do you know? That deer is showing its face. We've got a crocodile, we've got a boar, we've got a deer. We might have a couple of goats in this game too.
Can we just, like, have, before we get too far into it, have a little conversation of why teams are so willing to just let this pick, which has time and time again found so much success? Yes, there's some moments that it doesn't, but a blind Renekton being constantly found in the LPL just feels so weird to me.
Now, the thing is, I don't like the blind Renekton if your top laner is not sufficiently good enough. Because if you walk into a Renekton lane and you stop him from having a laning phase, then yeah, the Renekton's not very good. Renekton, the win condition of Renekton is win lane so hard that you can go into mid-game and be a mid-game monster and you win the game before the power spike runs out. If you fail in the laning phase, if you fail as a team to set up the mid-game team fights, or you fail to set behind some of the bad matchups, like the Cannon, which can keep that Renekton down, then the Renekton loses value. If you are one of these select few, Breed is one of them. I think Arla's another one. In fact, they did very similar to NIP, did AL, with Arla as their top laner. Bin, 369, the top tier of Renekton. We even saw Wayward earlier today. they are the ones which can get so much value out of this champion that you can make it game winning. We even saw that from Breathe getting set up for in this one too. And now when you've got something like that Yone in the mid lane, they can also be a side lane threat. Weibo have 2 solo laners with this Renekton being a part of it that can walk into mid game and look to end the game before those power spikes of that Renekton particularly start to run out.
And the Yone has his own power spike in a lot of ways. Now the early game's
baton
gonna be
passed, yeah.
Yeah, the early game is not going to be as fun, though, trying to trade into that level 3 moment for the Yone versus the Corki. But, again, you have a lot of strength in this top side of the map for Weibo. Last time around, they opted into taking a very safe bottom side to kind of support that as well. We're already in the second phase. It's the Ziggs by Weibo.
And now, Weibo are going to remove the Kai'Sa probably because you need to get rid of magic damage from the side of NIP. NIP, they have double tank right now, which aren't going to provide a huge amount of damage. And they've got this Corki in the mid lane, which is physical damage. If you remove the magic damage, and there only are really 2 options from bot lane, the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs right now. Weibo, if they lock in something tanky as a support, they could look towards a Braum because of that. And if you get yourself to Ninja Tabi at that point, and just a little bit of HP, it is very, very hard to get through full kind of armor building tanks. They do choose to remove the Ashe instead. Maybe they're afraid of the Ashe Braum, but on the whole, it looks like NIP are going to be overloading in physical damage, so Weibo might look to lock in something tanky enough to make use of armor stacking. And
there's still a lot of options on the table for that. Obviously the Nautilus, the Rels, things like that. I do like the focus of that Misfortune, take it away from the Wombo combo of Weibo, though. And it will be the Callista Light Classic on away now, as we go to see what the counter pick is going to be on the table for Weibo.
So, what are they looking for? They could go towards the center again. I mean, why did you just not go towards the center? It's not like you're going to be contested on something like the Ornn at that point, and IP would then lose themselves the ability to have something like, well, I doubt they'd be looking for the center Ornn themselves, but they lock in that means they'll have a better engage option, and then suddenly, that Ornn looking very likely as the last pick, they'll have Yone is engaged, Lilias are engaged, center with the ult over the top, and of course, Ornn finishing off that combo. NIP, what do you do about this one? Because you'd like to play towards strong side bot lane because you've got a K'Sante top side. What have you got for that? Photic's not exactly something like a Draven player necessarily. Going towards the Zeri. Zeri Lulu might just be the damage they need. They want to play towards this bot lane. We haven't seen that many enchanters in the meta though, so this is a very different style of bot lane.
And it's not Zhuo necessarily having the impact of teaming up with Aki as often. Now it will be the supportal counter pick, all pivotal here for Weibo. But on all actuality, it's just a continuation of what has been so strong and so ruthlessly executed by Weibo.
Weibo almost had the perfect game in game 1. They lost a dragon and a tower. They didn't lose a single kill. And this composition has a lot of similarities to the last one. You do still have that Renekton early lane dominance. You have Tarzan on AP jungler, which can look to leverage off of these lanes. It's not the Nidalee in terms of the early game Wrecking Ball in the same way, but Weibo will still be looking to have Tarzan moving around the map as a Wrecking Ball because you're still absolutely fine into that Sejuani. Weibo later on will still want to be pulling out that Ornn, big engage, opening up options for Breathe and Xiaohu to find their way into the backline at the same time.
You have one very clear avenue for Weibo as it goes to those team fights. NIP maybe a little bit differentiated in kind of their avenues forward, but it's also maybe a rinsing of the consciousness from that first game. It was a rough one for sure, but we know these veterans are not ones to back down from a fight. We asked the question, what happens if Rookie is the only carry? You need somebody else to step up, but now it's, can Rookie carry on this Corki? Something he's been very comfortable on, but the biggest thing is Xiaohu had his number in that first one. Both these guys in new chapters of their legacy. They spent 7+ years with the organizations that made them famous. Rookie has a heckin' world championship with Invictus Gaming and a lot of titles for Xiaohu with RNG. But now a pivotal game, a series that NIP do not want to drop in their home arena in Shenzhen. We're headed into game 2 with Weibo brewing up a storm.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Now Getting into it with all the gyos, all the energy given. We'll see if that is going to make the difference for NIP. Shanji on his classic Kashanji champ. And I do wonder if he's going to be able to make the difference here. Tried to so hard on the Kennen last time around as well. And I think this early game is going to mean a lot depending on where these jungles path to, Nymera.
Absolutely. You know, we know that the Lilia can do really well in tank matchups. Really does feel like Tarzan on this champion has the ability to bully out Aki again. One of the big things that we were talking about leading into this series was the fact that, you know, Aki has struggled to find himself onto AP junglers. It's made him a bit typecast, and it does mean that against the better junglers, he get locked out. Breathe is walking up at the level 1 to make sure that they can just get some eyes on this Sejuani, which gives Tarzan the ability to use maybe his strongest weapon as a player, which is that early pathing, which he has been so potent at before.
He's really just been able to stranglehold a lot of jungles. And Aki needs to keep his head above water and maybe Tarzan's fist off his throat here, as we will see a bit of jungling invade initiated by Tarzan.
Well, I mean, that early walk in from Breathe means that Weibo know that Aki is starting topside, won't be able to defend his Raptors, so it'll at least be those Raptors taken. Aki, with that smite early on, should be able to get down towards bot side fairly quickly. Breathe dodging out one of those Qs there from Shanji too. You know, last game, Breathe was in a losing matchup versus the Kennen and still managed to walk away with it. Now he's in a winning matchup. And that's going to potentially get much worse. Well, does spot out Tarzan. They could potentially look to force him away.
Goodness.
Tarzan, is he going to get level 3? If he doesn't get level 3, he might end up dying here. He needs to try and take this last one. He might have gone too far.
Surrounded! Tarzan's early plans have gone awry. And it's Aki looking to clean him up. Gonna flash over just in case. He is buying a lot of time. Aki gonna try to chase him down. It's the battle of the four-legged companions here. Tarzan running away with a little bit of the speed up of the passive too. Aki, Arctic Assault, but it's the watch out. Even still not enough time. And it's the kill. Aki going first blood for NIP.
Big read from Tarzan. Could have just got the one camp and could have got out. Tried to go for a little bit more than he could really swallow at that point. So Tarzan gives Weibo the first death of the series in game 2. Deathless from game 1, not started this time. So NIP get themselves the first blood and the first kill on the board. Tarzan's still going to be able to go rip through this topside farm, but on the whole, Tarzan much further behind the where he should be, given us a little bit of greed in that early pathing.
And now it enables Aki to be a little bit more aggressive on his own right. Gonna go for the bot lane scuttle here since they have push in mid and bot, which was allowing a little bit more ease of access. It feels like for Aki that maybe that first game allowed in a lot of regards. Now, Rookie is the one that has to burn his flash in mid lane. That'll be revisited, no doubt.
Shahu getting solo flash there. He's down in CS, which does mean his first back is going to be worse than Rookie's. Both of them will be looking to teleport in soon after this point. But Shahu getting that flash definitely does help. You're absolutely right. Let's see whether that can continue to be a point of pressure for Weibo. Just like this top lane is going to be a point of pressure for Breathe as well. This Renekton has been such a power pick in the LPL recently, and we keep revisiting this point. The Renekton is a power pick if you are good enough at it, and if you are good enough as a team at it from using it through laning phase. Breathe absolutely has been.
That's such a funny conversation to have. It's a ride that you have to be this tall to ride on, I guess.
Exactly, yes.
In the LPL.
You must be this tall to ride the Renekton roller coaster.
And it looks like Godzilla somehow. I don't know. It has been really terrifying. That's why I kind of love that conversation we had in the draft about what this means for the league as a whole, because we are seeing a lot of our best top laners just be willing to blind a lot of very brave picks in the top lane matchup. But I do want to take a look back to the jungle pathings and where we're looking at for there, because we have at least the first neutral objectives coming out on the map, at least the dragon up. Last time around, not a lot of focus on that though.
No, it really was more about going into lanes, getting skirmishes done if it's all possible. The grubs are quicker to take from particularly the AP junglers, very quickly to take them. See that bot lane. Light and Crisp, they haven't lost the plate just yet and they're keeping it completely fine in farm. So that's going well for them as well. The lanes from Weibo doing pretty well. It's just that jungle matchup which is a bit concerning considering the fact that Tarzan went down for first blood.
Doesn't do just fine in the pathing and clearing though. Dominus was popped. Shanji He's going to end up burning his flash to get on the other side of the big proc. Breathe having a bit of an advantage now on top side with a CS differential there as well. He's going to get the back TP back out, and maybe there can be a contest for Tarzan over the Grubs.
Yeah, I mean, Breathe just did that without his first back. He did that with a Doran's Blade. He's going to go get himself a full phage and a longsword after that point. So Breathe getting that level 6 to level 5 advantage. Aki doesn't have the level 6 just yet. Breathe's teleported in. I think Aki should not be taking this fight too lightly, but Shanji does have ults.
Oh, that might be twice now. Tarzan getting caught out a little bit. Shanji is carving him up. And that's Shanji picking up this second kill of the game for NIP. Night and day from game number 1.
That's a little mini mechanic you sometimes see out of Sejuani. The E, when you get that passive of that permafrost fully done, does have a slight, tiny knock-up on it, and that can stop any movement. So the Lilia E gets interrupted midway through it. Now with no smite, Weibo can't really contest this in the same way too, very quickly going over to the side of NIP. Despite the fact that Breathe and Xiaohu had some decent advantages in terms of the trading, they couldn't get there to help that in time.
That was a little bit awkward. Chris not timing the combo there. Can't get the knockup chain on the Photic in the end. It is going to be the one grub secured by Weibo, so maybe denying that grub again, at least at this point, if they aren't going to get anything from that. Now we look back into the map resets here coming through, and I also want to circle into what the strengths look like for both these two teams, because yes, Tarzan has gone down already pretty far, and they wanted to be the team that was very proactive. But I still feel like they have a lot of options going into the game later on.
Yeah, I mean, so NIP's strengths are they have really good tank frontline with an Enchanter, front-to-back team fights, use the shields, use the engage that you have to try and pick off that first target. Breathe doesn't have ult just yet. He's going to be 1v2'd. He's going to get the Dominus.
He does have the Dominus, but he's completely CC chain there. He's going to get the flash out in the end. And you have Aki chasing him down. He has flash coming up available too, and NIP desperately want to make this play happen. Don't get baited by going over the other side. Breed trying to get the outplay, the permafrost there. There's the flash from Aki. Xiaohu has now come from nowhere and picked up one of the kills. In the end, bot side, we had a kill onto Photic going through, traded onto Crisp as well. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one.
So, NIP firing off a lot better in the early game than in game 1. They've got themselves, well, 4 more kills than they had in game 1. So, hey, that's going well for them. They keep themselves their advantages across the board. Going to a replay of what happened in this bot side. Chris walks up to the wave a little too far. Zeri does that thing when she goes over a wall. That's completely fair and balanced gameplay. Photic has the Lulu behind them. Zeri ultimate is really, really nasty. It gives you a lot of gold, a lot of damage rather. But turns out, Ornn has ridiculous base damage. It can very much turn the kill back into you as well. Great turnaround at the end there with the last W though. Flash away from Lulu, that could be important though.
That actually can be very much revisited. All flashes are down on bot side, and all summoner spells except for the Cleanse of Light. Now mid lane, Xiaohu was pushed off of the wave pretty heftily by the combination of NIP, and then he'll move over to this dragon, secure yet more objectives for themselves.
Yeah, NIP really getting themselves on the board. Now, we were talking about NIP's strengths. They have really good front line, which can kind of engage, use the Lulu shields the same way. I will say, Weibo also have pretty good front to back because they have a center on. That's something which they're not bad at. They're probably worse at it than the Sejuani Cassante because there's just another tank there. But what Weibo bring, which NIP don't necessarily have the best way to deal with, is a lot of flank threat. Xiaohu on one flank, Breathe on the other. Tarzan also with the Swirl Seeds can start opening options too. So Weibo want to try and make sure that NIP, when they start setting up that phalanx, they can get around that front line and get on someone in the back line. Wouldn't surprise me to see Draw go towards the Mikhails quite early into this game to stop that Lilting Lullaby being such a killer ability as it is currently. Tarzan, though, currently at 0-2, not the threat which he was on that Nidalee in that game 1. His early pathing, which is so often his strength, has fallen apart. Not quite sure why Shanji is here, but he should get out safely.
He will have a lot of dashes to get away. But yeah, that early pathing definitely coming back to bite Weibo a little bit after such a clean game in game number 1. But honestly, it's pretty much script as written for Weibo in the consistently inconsistent category. You get such a dominant game number 1. You also have to love them at their worst in some regards. Not the worst here. But we do have 30 seconds for the Grubbies to come up. It would be very good for NIP to try to get this one down. Their siege is very potent, and they could get 5 total.
Particularly when you've got the winning jungle matchup where Sejuani can kind of come and hover over your lane. Corki currently up in CS against Xiaohu as well by a significant margin. Xiaohu chose to take some better trades. Rookie chose to get more of that CS, and he's ended up getting the better of it so far. NIP could use those grubs very, very effectively into the mid game if they can get Rookie ahead on this pick, which does so much carrying before. Breathe is walking down. He is level 9. He's going to put a ward down. Not look for the massive fight just yet, though. Do you see Tarzan just clearing up towards topside? Might try and contest for the last couple.
A nice little knockback there. Rookie has made it first. There's the flashes coming through and immediately engaging Shanji. They've gotten Breathe completely out, and there's the Dawning Shadow to try to save him, but he's already gone and out. There is the re-engage from Tarzan. Lilty Lullaby TP back. They're going to let the timer come through. Fate sealed as well. Damage done. Xiaohu, he's going to pick up some kills here, and that's huge. Double kill for Xiaohu, and now NIP, they're in some trouble. Tarzan has been taking up a storm, and Crisp has made his debut up here in this top fight. Photic going to have to flip his way out of that one, but Weibo have completely flipped this early game on its head.
I think someone forgot about the extra global. Crisp brings the teleport to play, brings his ultimate, slaps an emote after that point too, and now there's a 3-0 Yone at the back of this play. NIP, the thing which they can't deal with very well is the flank threat from Weibo later into the game. If that flank threat has 3 kills already, that's going to become that much more dangerous. Crisp really helps set up that too by kind of scattering the team and kind of like helping in that second part of it. Breathe gets outplayed by Shanji. He goes in for an all-in here. Shanji gets the shunt into the ball and gets the flash over to make sure his all-out brings himself away from the Lilia. If the Lilia is there, then he dies. Breathe gets put into a 1v3, the Sentinel. I don't think it was reacted in time because they just didn't expect the flash ult, but still, they have overcommitted a little bit too much. Just because the fact that the Renekton is down doesn't mean that there's no one else that can do damage. Tarzan and Xiaohu really make their entrance alongside Crisp.
Xiaohu picking up that gold is massive.
Oh,
no! It's tragedy.
Yeah.
He picks up the kill as revenge there, you know?
I mean, he gets the kill. So basically, he's summoned the ult. The way he had to walk around that terrain meant he was just outside the ult width, so it looks a little awkward. Because if he walks to the play, he can't hit that ultimate. He would have had to flash over the wall to get the ult connection, and I guess he didn't want to commit that.
And, yeah, a little bit of a topsy-turvy early game. Something that was going so well for NIP. Their strengths and things being blunted a bit. And Aki now trying to make those resharpened here as they sharpen their edge against Chris by himself. The knockup coming through. The juggling is going to be clutch. Photic. Oh, no. You got to be careful. The wild growth comes through. One more shot, and that's not enough. The healing
the center ult's up in 2. It's up in 1. The center ult can kill. Needs to be very, very careful. Swing and a miss. He was looking for it. Can't quite get the kill.
Xiaohu looking for Rookie. He's had his number the entire time. There's the flash out of Rookie.
So, grand scheme of things, that's a dive towards bot side. They can't really stay for that much more. They get the kill, but they do lose themselves 2 flashes on 2 carries. That is quite concerning. Now, Light loses his flash, Chris loses his flash. I think in this game, because Xiaohu is so fed, losing the flashes on NIP's carries matter more. They're the ones which are going to have to flash out of a Yone ult, which is exactly what we just saw. Weibo, they lose themselves that kill, but I feel like getting those flashes could be something that they could get themselves an extended advantage from.
Just want to check in as we have first items pretty much completed across the board. Blade of the Rune King for Xiaohu will be pretty massive there. As you see, plates were pretty split evenly across the table. Christian needs to be a little bit careful there. Oh, Breathe has found a wild gyrocopter. I think he's in a lot of trouble, though. It's looking like the Godzilla movie again, as there's a helicopter taking down a big dinosaur, but he'll be in trouble.
Did you watch -1? I really enjoyed it.
I haven't, but I'm thinking about like the 2000s Godzilla movie.
Oh, there was the 2014 one as well, though, which was the westernized version of it. Which, you know, apparently there were like some jokes / complaints about it because it looked like Godzilla, because it was originally just a guy in a suit walking around. Apparently, the CGI version, it looked like he was really chubby compared to the original design. It's like, yo, where did you go eat your fast food, buddy? Like, where did that come from? I really enjoyed -1 though. I thought it was really fun. Apparently, it's coming out in a black and white version. They're doing it in like a no-color version, which is very novel. I don't think I've seen it yet before.
I wonder if maybe there's inspiration for the Renekton finding so much strength here. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, they really thought that's a great movie that released this. Yep, it's all about Renekton, baby. Give me that kaiju.
Give me the kaiju. Hey, I mean, so far so good, I guess, in that regard. They are going to look at this top outer turret here for Weibo, try to take down another one. This will be the second turret. Now, Shanji has been doing some work on bottom side, left alone. Going to do some damage to a tier 2 down here by himself.
Crisp has a teleport. That is definitely an extra bonus. Xiaohu's done this before. Charging up the Q. There goes the ult. Catches him.
The Valkyrie, and Rookie shut down yet again. Xiaohu. He's 4-0, and this man is having a renaissance series right now. Shanji wants to shut him down. He says that's a lot of gold, and they're going to find him too. Photic and try to get the angle here. You got to get the knock into the wall. The Alco Gaming. He's going to try to pull it back out of Photic. Wild Growth used to get the double knock up now as well. Photic going to clean him up for 600 smackaroos.
Do you really want to pull double ults for that? Okay, this is the reason they wanted to pull double ults. They wanted to get that kill as quickly as possible because you have Crisp pushing down towards bot side and a full Herald push into the mid lane to get an inner turret for Breathe. Photic gets the shot down on Xiaohu. That does mean that Photic is going to be much more of a threat going later into this game. But even with just the 2 grubs, Weibo will be able to get themselves a lot of tower damage across the board. Once again, Weibo, the cross maps are looking pretty effective.
And that's what I just always return to. It's like the cleanliness of some of these decisions they make. Yes, there's a lot of questionable ones, but then you just have these moments of genius that come through. And right now, they all of a sudden just take 4 turrets, a ton of standing gold going their way, and they have a pretty hefty advantage here as we go back into the replay.
Yeah, so Xiaohu's been doing this a lot where he charges up his Q off of a jungle camp, uses the Q first, gets himself to E range, catches midway through the Valkyrie. No flash this time. He blew that last time trying to escape Xiaohu. Can't do it this time. Xiaohu, what a magnificent return to form. I think that he had a pretty great series versus LNG2 on an individual level. I think that compared to group stage, compared to everything else since Worlds last year, Xiaohu has looked so much better. And, you know, we were, at the start of summer, we were talking about it as casters and as a community, I suppose. Well, at what point do we say, is Xiaohu ever coming back to form? It's been a full year at that point. I think he is really, at the last moment, turned it back on in a time for Weibo to, you know, this Ascension group, maybe make a push for Worlds again. NIP, they look like they would be the 3rd, 4th best team coming out of spring, depending on how teams moved around coming into summer. We might be getting to the point where Rookie, once again, might be at risk at missing an international event, and Weibo, even though I don't think currently they are the 4th best team, they are looking better than they were. And if that improvement continues, the question becomes a lot more open as to who could make it through as our top 4 teams. I think BLG top esports, they're pretty much a lock based on current form. Well, we'll see. Weird things happen in the LPL, but they're pretty much a lock. Then after that point, you've got Anyone's Legend, you have JDG, you have Weibo, maybe LNG can keep going as well. Where do all of these teams start to land?
It is a very difficult question, especially with these single round robins and how important each one of the series are and the way that some of the early series have gone. But we're going to start getting some of the really, really top tier matchups here in the Rumble stage, especially in Group Ascend. And this was labeled to be one of them. I was very excited to see what NIP versus Weibo was going to represent here. And we have had a much brighter segment of gameplay from NIP in this game number 2, but Weibo have resurged into this one with about a 2,000 gold lead. And I think our Tiger King of Spring has borne his fangs in summer now. And these 2 games back-to-back have been very strong from them. They'll get resets out and get back onto the map for this Dragon setup.
Really want to highlight as well going into that Dragon. You know, early game, it was Aki running over Tarzan. Aki did a great job of taking him down. Tarzan is still 8,000 gold up at this point. He has himself that Seekers as well, which is a huge point of power when it comes through into this point in the game. First fight, we can get that stasis. He has the flash. I think Weibo are ready to fight. It's even-ish in gold, slight lead over to Weibo. So the big question is, can NIP find themselves that idyllic team fight, front to back, playing behind the front line, or can Weibo get themselves that big flank and the big team fight engages from Tarzan and Crisp that split the carries apart from NIP?
Now is the time for Rookie and Photic to regain that confidence, to regain that team fight aspect that they were known so well for all the way on V5. And we'll have to have a monumental positioning performance in a lot of these fights. Dragon not even going to be contested here by NIP.
Yeah. Well, not just yet. They're kind of sticking around. They wouldn't necessarily want to give themselves to Weibo if they can help it, but still, I don't really think they're in a position. Aki might look for a steal. Not going to go towards it. NIP realize the better positioning from Weibo, and they back off. So, Weibo, they get themselves an important objective, and now Baron has spawned as well. Weibo will probably look to see if they can get themselves into the enemy jungle, get themselves a pick, and see if they can force NIP into some complex decisions around the Baron like they did in that last game. It is not from a large advantage again. NIP, they will probably want to be picking off someone in the side lanes in their own right, because they do currently have Shanji in a completely fine place in this matchup versus the Renekton. It's not like the Renekton is going to roll over this game in the way that we've seen Breathe and Ala, a number of other Renektons do so before. It's not going to be the main character of this one, and NIP need to use that to their advantage.
They really have to. I think Breathe will still, if he finds the right target, have a lot of say in if you're allowed to live or not. But we are getting those second item completions now coming across. Xiaohu especially with that shield bow. Going to be pretty strong, but you also have a little bit more of that AoE teamfight damage from Photic as he has completed the Runans.
Yeah, so typically, Runan's pretty good against just kind of sitting there and gunning down multiple targets in the front-to-back team fights. It can really help you with that one. So you're looking to kind of get as much AoE down as possible, not necessarily gunning through that first target, but just trying to get as much spread damage across the team. Rookie can very much help in regards to that single target damage, though, because he does have that Muramana on that Triforce. Very, very good. He just launches everything in that single target. He can also apply to AoE as well. Weibo turning up towards the top side. It's worse terrain for them in towards that top side because they do have that immobile Lilia. Doesn't have like a wall crossing ability. It means that it's harder for you to escape from the river, and IP might be able to use that to their advantage. Weibo pushing out mid lane, looking to get some control over top side and force NIP again into those macro decisions around Baron, which they lost out on in that first game.
They're moving around the Doom squad right now for Weibo. Just at a moment's breath and engage potentially if somebody gets caught overextending though. Then IP want to go for it. Aki's going to be the main target for those engages to go forward, and honestly he's really the only one for the team of NIP that can kick it off.
And it's not like you have a support on the side of Weibo that's going to be building a Mikhails. In fact, we've seen that Mikhails from Draw. We can say that potentially come out. That can really, really help in terms of this single target Lilia ultimate. Xiaohu has that Q stacked up. You can't hit Mikhails that. NIP walking in to defend their own jungle. Do need to be careful, though. If they go a little bit too far beyond their vision, things can get very dangerous very, very quickly.
Very scary. They're going to use the lilting lullaby there onto Rookie. He is okay from the moment. There is the push in topside. They're getting split. And now Breathe has come over from this bot side. He's going to get the CC chain fade sealed as well, too. The all-out comes through. Shanji trying to get something back here as they've already lost one. Dro is gone. Now they've got the lockdown on Photic. He is going to burn the cleanse. He's got a lot of damage here. Breathe finds the back line. No, he's locked down now as well. Shanji, there's that all-out, and now he's able to do a lot of damage. Lockup comes onto Aki, but they still have a lot of health bars to deal with. Tarzan, he's going golden, buying time. Xiaohu is looking for his entrance, but it's Rookie who's finding his now. And Photic, they've stepped up when we've asked them the most, Nymera.
Photic finds the AoE team fight. He gets to sit behind his tanks and get huge damage across Weibo. Weibo couldn't quite get themselves the big team fight into the big flanks which they wanted. Even though Aki wasn't there in the front line, he was off to the side. Weibo just about lose out on that. That was a really split affair. It starts with the splash over the wall, but Tarzan gets the ult on Rookie. Doesn't even blow the Mikhails though. The extra follow-up basically doesn't come through. The damage from it does technically get procced by the Ornn ultimate, but it's not that much. Breathe tries to get that really big flank, but because of the Lulu, because of the cleanse, because of the flash, Photic is very, very safe to get himself a lot of damage. They kill the Lulu, but it's not like they have killed the Zeri after this point. He was still getting through all of those Zeri ult stacks, continuing to get damage down, has that cleanse, and can start playing through the backline. Now, he doesn't have that summoner again to play through the next time, and he won't have that flash either, but for now, this is what NIP wanted to see from their AD carry, especially when he has such a big carry burden in this game.
This is the exact moment to shine that you needed when things were starting to look glum. Photic shines his light on through, and it isn't on Weibo's side. Now, NIP moving as 5. They have a lot of strength in their team fight potential now that they're hitting these item spikes. 3 items for Photic now on the Zeri.
Very, very powerful. And also, we're at 25 minutes now. It's not a 15-minute team fight with a lane lead from Renekton. Breathe is not going to be that same Renekton as that last game. So this is the problem with the Renekton. If you outlast that first 20, 25 minutes, the Renekton does get a lot less value. You are looking now realistically from Weibo for that big ultimate combination. Yeah, there is still a very powerful Yone. If Yone catches your carries, good luck. Especially if you manage to catch that Lulu in the engage, you can't just immediately pull the polymorph with the ultimate. Xiaohu could do some team fight winning damage right from the off. Tarzan needs to also watch for his teamfight impact too, because if he gets multiple people with that ultimate, he can't Mikhail's multiple people.
It feels like this Infernal Soul might just be a deciding factor in this series. If Weibo can continue stacking this one up, it gets so difficult to deal with the amount of damage they can just ramp up into you. They are already halfway done with the Dragon. NIP on the edges of this engage. Aki maybe trying to stop it, but will be backed off of. Weibo secured that one. Now they're looking for even more. Rookie on a bit of a flank here. Does have a lot of damage to pack into this one. Tarzan locked down now as well. There's the CC chain dotting Shadow across. Look at the carries on the side. They got the double CC knockdown now as Breathe is trying to take down Zhuo. Shanji's in some trouble now too. Weibo might have found it. Rookie, he's locked down by Xiaohu. They got him. That's the carries going down one by one for NIP. And the pajamas might have just been caught sleeping there.
Yeah, well, I think maybe they'd prefer to have some nicer dreams than that one. Is turning to a bit of a nightmare. First game, not a single kill. This one looked a lot better, but they just don't have the summoners this time to make their carries do the damage. Rookie's getting shut down by Xiaohu. Photic doesn't have the flash to sit in that pocket. And now with Weibo killing so many members, they're going to go towards that Baron, tank it up as best they can, and force NIP to see if they have anything left to contest.
Photic, he's 3-1, 3 items. We said his AoE's huge. He has Lightning Crash. Maybe this is the moment. This is the miracle. Aki's getting focused now. Lightning crashes. Photic against the world now as the Baron's going down. Everyone's just clearing out of dodge, and Photic can do nothing to stop the advances of Weibo.
It's been a lot less clean game from Weibo. The early jungle pathing from Tarzan was read by Aki, and that slowed down the game a lot. It has made this a good contest. Aki getting good engages onto Tarzan. I feel like Aki has been answering Tarzan pretty well in regards to that. But just look at the teamfight positioning. Troll and Photic, they're not behind their carries. They're split. They leave themselves open to the engage while their tanks are not in front of them. I feel like the positioning of Photic and Draw really end up solving this game for the side of Weibo. It feels a little bit sad because I think that Photic has had a good game. I think that Draw of the Lulu has also had some decent impact. But in this team fight, to leave yourselves open against the wall for an Ornn is just not it.
As soon as you lose your front line right there in the choke and you're getting split back into the multi-sections of the red side, it's just so difficult. You cannot win with this team composition if you are not together for NIP, and we've labeled that from the very beginning. They have such team fight strength and the go button from Aki, but Weibo have been picking them piece by piece apart.
Yeah, and also I'd like to expand on that too. Being together is not just all being in the same location at once. It's being positioned in the right way in regards to each other. You need the tank in front of your carries. You need to make sure that the engage from Weibo has to go through someone tanky first, so they can maybe try and CC them and buy some extra space for the Zeri to use that insane mobility. Photic does have both summoners now. Raw also has flash and ult, which will help him either escape and engage or flash forwards to get an ultimate or CC. Flash polymorph can also be quite important to someone like a Yone. He has the Mercurial Scimitar though, and that is a nasty item. He also has an autumn upgraded Blade of the Ruined King, so that is going to be very, very powerful. Level 16, Xiaohu ready to pop.
Like Weibo is ready to pop in IP, and the entire story so far has been one of a little bit of sadness for NIP in this Rumble stage. Obviously starting 0-2, but having some really rough series already, and one of them to brink themselves from the edge of desperation. Going 0-3 in a single round robin is not a benefit to you. Now engage under turret. Multiple lilting lullaby. Chris can't hit the re-engage on the Ornhorn. Doesn't matter though. Aki almost going down. Donning Shadow across. Not going to get it. Mid lane is falling over to Breathe. 4 members strong down here from Weibo. They do have a lot of sustain, but Photic looking to step up. Look at Xiaohu though. He's on the side. Got to be careful. Swirl Seed does hit through. Tarzan has massive slows. Photic. He overextended, and Tarzan takes him down. Breathe is on the flank of all of this. Meanwhile, Baron buff is going to buff this one up for another 20 seconds.
Breathe going.
It's literally Godzilla again. I don't know if they got enough helicopters to take him down. They finally do, but they're losing everything. That might as well be the Empire State Building.
Yeah, these ninjas have been put on display. Their disguise is ripped off of them as Weibo reveal the vulnerabilities underneath. Weibo, great team fighting on the whole. Tarzan gets a multi-man swirl seed, which means that the Mikhails can't save everyone. Chris, once again, I don't know if you got CC'd out of that ultimate, but can't quite follow up. And Weibo, with that, they take themselves good gold. They pinned NIP back into their side. And because now NIP has spent so much time in their own base, they don't have good setup for the Dragon. They are going to go towards it now. It's 20 seconds. 25 seconds until that spawns. Weibo have gotten themselves good resets. They've spent their gold and they can go down towards this objective, knowing that NIP are going to be slower to the objective as a whole unit. Zeri's only just coming back out onto the map. Yes, NIP get themselves that scuttle crab, but it's still not quite the setup they would have wanted.
And you cannot rest on your laurels. There is a soul coming up, and it's an infernal soul for Weibo. We're going to try to catch Crisp out before the fight. Tarzan over the wall, though. He's actually got some decent damage on Photic. The double damage there if Crisp wanted to turn back around. Dragon was started up and pulled out, but NIP full presence here, at least besides Rookie.
So Photic, no flash, has cleanse, can survive through that lilting lullaby because of it. Breathe trying to zone
Oh,
Rookie.
no.
Rookie's not here.
They're going to pull the trigger,
dangerous.
absolutely.
Seed.
You go 10 times out of 10 on that one. Crisp going to get the re-engage there as the Dragon goes over to Weibo, and that burning soul is going to be burning NIP from the inside out. They're still trying to tussle. Photic locked down. Photic is gone. Rookie was nowhere to be seen as Breathe has been taking him out the whole time. Tarzan with a double kill as Rookie finally takes down Breathe, but it's all for naught. There's TP coming to signal the end, and a triple kill for Tarzan. Welcome back to the league, my new age jungle king, as Weibo will make this day a short and quick one. A 2-0 on the cusp as they will obliterate NIP time and time again and make good on the reunion from the placement stage.
Where are you now, Weibo doubters? Well, I'm right here. I was one of them. But after this series, after their Rumble stage so far, you got to accept Weibo are looking really good. They're looking clean. They're looking like their map movements are much, much more evolved than they were earlier into summer. Yeah, this second game, maybe not as clean as the other one, but still, they managed to recover. They understood their win conditions. They understood that they could play around these big team fight flanks, and they were just a far more evolved team than NIP today. NIP, we said that they needed to go back to the drawing board at the start of groups. They had to figure out what they wanted to do about the AP jungle meta because Aki wasn't comfortable with it. They managed to do that. They managed to get Photic into more comfortable spots because he was struggling a little bit on some of the traditional AD carries, and he went towards the utility AD carries a bit more to find himself value. It feels like they have to start that process again at the worst possible time.
Yeah.
Even if you make it through into playoffs directly from Ascension, the problem is your seeding might... Show hits himself in the face with his keyboard. But even if you make it through into the Ascension group as one of the top 7 teams out of the 9 available in terms of playoff spots, your seeding is affected by that.
Yeah. You
really want as good seeding as possible to get yourself into the best possible spot in LPL playoffs. LPL playoffs is the same format we had before. If you have to run the entire side of that gauntlet, it is going to be hellish. And now NIP at 0-3 after being our 4th place team in spring is absolutely not where they want to be. This team is currently in shambles.
And looking at Xiaohu a little bit more, in a legacy matchup in the LPL, a Rookie versus Xiaohu classic, he comes away twice with monstrous games. The first on the Lucian, the second on the Yone. Big entrances with the Fate Seals, but it really was just a really nice performance to play around Xiaohu, where a lot of times we're seeing those resources delved out other ways, and he has to play towards that as well.
And Xiaohu is a player who had 7 MVPs in his lane against him in group stage. He was the player with the most MVPs against him in his role of any player in the LPL coming out of group stage. I think he's earned himself an MVP for this one. I think his Yone was massively threatening. I think he was really good at getting out onto the map early, especially when Tarzan was hit early. He was the guy that was starting to pick up the slack. He got good trades in the mid lane, and considering that, you know, for me, Rookie was looking like the best mid laner in the LPL coming out of group stage or thereabouts. It was him or Shanks. Xiaohu was the better mid laner today. And if we see this continued run of form, we might be seeing another situation where Rookie fans have to despair They are not currently looking like they're on a trajectory to get towards Worlds, despite their strength in spring and rookie strength as an individual player throughout most of this year. They are currently falling behind other teams which are looking to climb towards top spots.
Hey, you have to remember 9 teams in the group, 8 games in the single round robin. So you're getting almost to the halfway point, and that's very difficult to swallow there. And the questions that we asked the entire series will remain until they are answered in terms of now at this point, who carries on NIP. And it's a team on paper who has had so much strength, who they've really built around as well. But it's a track record that maybe doesn't represent that in a lot of ways.
Strength of schedule is a real thing. When you're facing teams, you know, like the very top teams, we haven't even had Top Esports BLG in that pool just that. They've only played one series against each other. That potentially could switch things around as well. NIP, they have played against some teams which have looked pretty good. I think Weibo and LG are on the up and up. I don't think you can discount those results, even though they ended up losing them. Coming from group stage, yeah, you could look down on them, but I think that Weibo and LG, they have turned things on at the right time, and I think particularly Xiao, who has turned things on. Would you know it? When Weibo have a mid laner, they look really, really good. Xiao, who has had a pretty drastically downswing year ever since that World Championship last year, he has looked off form. I think he's finally getting back to the point where we can tentatively say Xiao who's back.
And it's been a pleasure to watch alongside of the additions of Breathe and Tarzan. It's been just kind of a cohesion of this team as a whole, and in their bright moments they look so devastating. Again, only giving over a dragon and a turret in that first game. This one definitely a lot more contested and in IP's favor for a lot of it.
Yeah, no, I think that because Tarzan was shut out of the early game mostly, it slowed down the game from Weibo. When Weibo won most of their games, it has been through Tarzan's early pathing, setting up the map for success. Or rather, that's a big factor in it. It's also comboed up with Breed's incredible laning phase and the fact that, you know, Xiao, who and the bot lane have impacted team fights very effectively beyond that point. Now we're getting to the point where, you know, Tarzan, in very much the polar opposite of what's happened with NIP. If Tarzan isn't carrying, we're seeing that Weibo do have a fallback. We will have to look back at this series and see whether NIP can start recovering from this. I think they really, really struggled today. The first game was an obliteration. The second game, it felt like they had some decent options, but even then, even if this game goes beyond this point, it feels like the composition from NIP is not very well equipped to deal with teamfight flanks coming out of Weibo. And they never really managed to find a good answer for that where their carries could get good enough damage through. Their team fighting shape just looked all wrong. Even in team fights like this where they walk away with something, Photic and Rookie are constantly under pressure. They're having to flash because they're not positioning well in regards to their front line, and all their front line's not positioning well in regards to them. It's one of the two at different points. This one here is the big thing, right? Photic stands here on the side of the team fight and stands up next to a wall against Chris from Breathe. Look, if you are playing this kind of team composition, you're playing front to back. That's not front to back, that's side to side! You're at the same level as your front line! You can't do that against an Ornn! And that kind of understanding of how you're meant to play through these team fights was really lacking from NIP in Game 2.
Yeah, it was. And I hope we'll get a replay of this, this fight right here as well, because I think the biggest thing is happening off screen right now, where Breathe is handling onto Loki on the back end, and I think that makes it so difficult because you need this consistent damage for NIP, and they are just not together.
So, sadly for NIP, couldn't make it work out in the team fights. They had a team fight composition. If you can't make that happen, things go wrong. Photic had the cleanse for this one, and, well, we didn't really see that live, so we were watching some of the other plays happen across the map and didn't quite zoom into the fact that he gets hit by that center W and effectively just loses that team fight beyond that point. Photic had one good team fight. Sadly, beyond that point, it really felt like he struggled to impact the game, and from a position where you expect them to be able to carry, Photic and Draw just couldn't make it happen.
It's a difficult conversation to have, but a very nice one if you're a Weibo fan in their regard, because it really has been about Tarzan strangleholding jungles time and time again. I think Crisp is having a lot of say in that in terms of what he's been able to bring to the table in his experience, but also his picks. And the fact that we got to see them kind of opt into this Orange Senna matchup tonight has been really cool, because we didn't really have to see them test themselves that much in the meta. It feels like they got a very similar comp twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Weibo be versatile, and I think that the way they played these games was versatile, because largely they won the first game through their macro, through, again, multi-part plans, teleport bot lane to open up a gap mid, not actually bot lane. You know, they're teleporting to kind of draw the Eye of Sauron away from the Black Gate, and that's when it opens and they get themselves an opening there. And then the second game was mainly through team fighting. So there were different skill sets with similar compositions, so I suppose that's some variety which we've seen from them. But we've seen, you know, Tarzan go on different picks. We've now seen him on, you know, great games on the Sejuani, great games on the Brand, a great Nidalee game today as well. The fact that they can showcase that is important. While they do have some of that more consistent picks they can go towards too. Breathe Renekton, I think, is probably bannable in most games. It didn't have the biggest impact in game 2, but I think he gets the Renekton pass. Not everyone does. He very much does.
He does, and somebody's got to stop this man. They like this guy just keeps getting away with it. Speaking about getting away with it, a huge MVP performance from Xiaohu here.
His first one. His first one. Xiaohu. Xiaohu has had 7 MVPs in his role against him. He walks away finally with his first one, and it is totally deserved. When Tarzan was getting just dumpstered in the early game by his greedy pathing, sadly leading to that first blood death and him really not having the impact he wanted, Xiaohu was the one that picked up the early game slack instead, getting a flash out of Rookie, consistently threading in team fights, consistently making his way onto the backline. Only died the once. It can sometimes be a bit difficult diving into and beyond the tank frontline, especially into a polymorph of a Lulu as well, but he played it out well, and Xiaohu, yeah, he would be my MVP as well. Very well deserved. Glad to see him back.
Absolutely deserved, and that's where I also want to take a look at the momentum gained a little bit by Weibo here, because they have some tough customers coming up. Obviously, a lot of very tough customers in this one as well, but they will have top esports and AL in their next week of games. Let's go ahead and take a look down memory lane here. I had a premonition at the beginning of it. I just didn't know it was going to be for a short day. 2 zeros across the board. RA handle it against IG. WE take RNG down in their home arena, and Weibo deliver a heartbreaking loss to NIP in NIP's home arena.
And, you know, despite the fact that it is a 6-game day, I think the first series, that second game was really fun back and forth. The second game in this last series, too, had some decent back and forth with the team fights as well. It wasn't necessarily blowout games across the board, but yeah, a short day all in all. We had 8 games yesterday, 6 games today. I was there for all of them, so still a lot when you add them all up to the full 14, but it'll continue tomorrow, and I hope you'll enjoy
I'm so excited. Oh my god, tomorrow's going to be so much fun. Ultra Prime versus TT, that's a classic. That's one that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But then we go into some group ascend tussles. AL, a chance to prove themselves against JDG and go to 4-0 in their halfway point of the Rumble stage, and then LNG versus Top Esports as well.
That second series, AL versus JDG, that is so important, because we know AL are good. How good are they? Especially when you've got JDG looking like they will, especially from Spring, a top 3 team, and going out through that group stage as a top seed. You have to now start shadowboxing them against each other. If AL have realistic Worlds hopes, they have to start here.
They do indeed, and JDG will be a testing ground there. Now, it's been a pleasure, Nightmare, to cast alongside you. I'm glad you get to rest a little bit now as well. I have been Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare, and this has been the LPL Summer Split. We're already getting so far into the Rumble stage. I hope you'll stick through to watch the rest of it. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.